Ooh, everything's wrong and... Oh, I forgot to turn this off. Let me do bam, bam, boom, bop, bida-bop, bida-bop. Swap over to this one. Hello! Good morning, everybody. Do this. Perfect. Pop that. You guys can't hear the game yet. I find it takes like a second to kick in. For some reason. Maybe if I turn it off and back on again. Hello, good morning, Mr. Big Stuff, Span, Mr. Bean, Valheim, John Doe. I am super excited for this patch. I am so excited for this patch. I don't know shit about philosophy and literature, but the postmodernists on the subreddit are like, holy shit, this is a masterpiece. I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it, but I feel like I'm gonna enjoy it anyway. Hi, Ellie. Why can you guys still not hear the game? Do I hit this? Hi, Designer Gaze. Don't worry, this is not an audio issue like we had with the last chapter here. I can hear things are coming through. Do I just have to re-add it? I think it's just OBS being a bit glitchy. Give me 1 second. It does, yes, I added it to my channel as well. What if I did this? No, that doesn't come through either. Maybe I have to restart the game. Give me 1 second. Yes, I know. You're very bored. You're very bored, darling. Give me 1 second. Just gonna restart real quick. I have 115 hours on this game on Steam. That's on Steam. That doesn't account the time that I was playing before it launched on Steam. I play on Steam to boost their numbers as much as I can. But I haven't played a whole lot this week. It does feel like I'm running out of time for gacha games. A little bit.
Bonjour. Comment allez-vous?
There we go. Okay, so I did need to restart. I'm gonna bump this down just a little bit. Hi, Scotty Groundhog. Hello. Let's exchange my currency because I don't like hanging on to it. Ooh, I like this layout. I might get this one. Yes, I have that one already. Cool. Not to be found postmodernism, and that's because it's all insanely confusing and abolishes most of the rules established by classicism, romanticism, realism. It was just a complete opposite direction. Good to know. I don't know shit about fuck.
Hear this! For us! For us! For poetry! For poetry! For us! For us! For free will! For free will! For us! For us! For literature! For literature! Our haven! Our haven! The panopticon! The panopticon! Nowhere else but here!
Doris, that blind writer? 3 days ago, she asked me for directions to Comala prison. Prison?
This is an experimental facility. Soon you'll see just what that means.
Jailer, who is the ruler of this prison?
According to the agreement, the Idealist and I represent the two factions of La Sociedad. In light of his possible assassination, the Congress will now be chaired by me. What are we doing here? What even is this prison?
You are a prisoner of Comala and a guest of Manus Vindictae.
Fiction and reality are two parts of a whole. We're trapped in a story with a predetermined ending.
I'm so excited. All right. Ooh, we got some other people. Hello, Val. French sounded like someone who learned French a while ago. That's funny you say that, Designer Gaze, because the character's name is a knight, and he's from like medieval times. So that's accurate. That's absolutely accurate that he learned French a very long time ago. Do you want to know how to make your waterbed bounce? I haven't had a waterbed since I was like 6. Hi, Avian Thulium. Hi, Kingfisher. That Panopticon is a reference to, fuck, how do you pronounce his name? Foucault. Foucault's writing on it. Good shit. Prison that surveils everyone, every single inmate. Isn't the design of the Panopticon more, if I remember correctly, it's not that every single inmate is monitored at all times. It's just because of how it's positioned, it gives the illusion of, everyone being monitored at all times so they behave better. I could be missing something. Foucault compared the civilization to a Panopticon prison. Interesting. Why is Venti? She does look like Venti. Her design does give me Venti 100%. You fill it with spring water. That's good, Val. Have you piloted your mech yet? I have not. I'm saving all of the 2.0 stuff in ZZZ for stream. I haven't started any 2.0 stuff. I've just been farming. I'm getting used to my rotations and I'm getting a little bit better. I turned on manual chain attack so I could get a bit better at that. Slow but steady progress. I full cleared Shia Defense floor 7 now before it reset. I didn't get like an A. I didn't get an S or anything, but I did clear it. Yippee. Getting better. Can't believe Night Night has a French update. Oh, we have been so French for so long. You monitor anything at any time, they can't tell you're watching. Any plans for polls in Reverse 1999? Yes, and they're ill-fated, because I know he is for the impromptu meta. I know, wait, can you see my, oh yeah, I know he's for the impromptu meta, but I'm gonna get him anyway, because his design fucking rocks. And I think, Ulrich, you can use Ulrich for impromptu, I'm pretty sure. I'm very out of touch with the meta. I have not been keeping up with it for the past couple of patches. Not that it shifts, a lot, but Euphorias, which are, basically buffs to older kits. Euphorias have been coming out every patch, and I have not been on top of them. Like, Reverse 1999 has so much content, I'm missing a lot of it. And, like, I don't feel bad about it, but it is like, shit. Time flies, bro. I got too much shit to do. I play too many fucking games. I need to drop a couple of these games. I don't have time for all this. Hey, Bat, hope you're feeling better. Loading up the expansion can make the game more difficult. Oh, this is Series... Yeah, I haven't even touched a Series of Dusks yet. Like, not at all. Not whatsoever. Oh yeah, Bet's Anecdote is out. Reveries, okay. Okay, I've got a week before the mode reset. Alright. Ulrich is for Dynamo, so Lucy team. Oh shit, that's right. Who are we getting that works in impromptu? Was it Voyager? Was it Voyager's Euphoria that makes her work in impromptu? Oh boy. Trust me, I'm not gonna let this ruin my plans to play 5X. Stop censoring yourself, Bat. You can say fuck here. Or, like, turn off the censor in Twitch. You can say fuck here. It's fine. Why is it 1999 gonna make reference to the Y2K thing? Because basically the whole premise of the story is that there's this, supernatural threat called the Storm that reverses time in very specific areas of the world, and the game starts at... I believe the game no, not the game. The game didn't start in 1999. The game started in the 1960s, I think. But I think Verton cited something happening in 1999 as the game started that led to her investigation. So something fucky happened there. Kiparita next patch. I don't think I'm pulling next patch. Thank you, Bet, for the redemption. I'm drinking... What is it called? Stone Ocean something from Gamer Subs. It's really nice. It's like a light plum flavor. Use code UNION for 10% off. Actually, a question for ZZZ. Should I yeet my leftover Pulted Astro's W engine if I have a maxed out Sokako engine? I'm not 100%, like, don't take my word on it, but from what I understand, Astra's W engine is actually a lot less significant for her than other characters with their W engines. So I would say hold off and just use her free-to-play option. Unless you really, really like her. Alice's, I know you're waiting for Alice. Alice's data hasn't even been added to the character lineup yet, I don't think. I think they just added Ophelia's and who else is coming to 2.1? Ophelia and some other character. Some other shit. Hope it's okay if I censor myself, typically using censor. I tend to swear up a storm and forget when I transition from plus 18 at child-friendly, more parent-friendly streams. I mean, that's fair. Alice was featured in the trailer with something of 2.1. This is giving me a hope that the VTubers aren't coming in 2.2. Because I feel like there's other people slated for 2.2. And that means I can save more. I was gonna check the new update for ZZZ, but somebody explained to me why I had two updates today. Worlds like a system update and the Marvel Rivals update. It's a big update. If you're planning on playing, if you were thinking about playing ZZZ, now's a good time to start, just because first anniversary kicked in, and they are killing it with the updates and the rewards. You get a free standard 5-star character and a free standard 5-star weapon, and a couple of the characters in there are quite good. Bunch of freebies, very strong character on banner right now, or you can save your shit if you're considering it. Pick it up, grab your new character, and then drop it later if you want. You know? I have the game. I was just probably had two updates to deal with. I think the other update was probably a hotfix, I'd imagine, because I know there were a couple things wrong with it. We'll be on Monday, so I'm hoping to get drip marketing in the next few days. Fingers crossed. I am gonna hop in here. I'm gonna turn... Background music always seems just a little too loud, although I do love it. Be prepared! Andy and the gang chiming in with good vibes and ready to raid. Thank you, Andy. Thank you very much for the raid. Let me do a little shout out to you there. How are you doing today? Shout out, Andy. Gorgeous. Oh, you were also playing Reverse 1999. Were you doing the new patch? We're just getting started here. I'm very excited. Servers are crashing at the start of 2.0. Didn't we get compensation for that as well? Because like it was the ZZZ and the HSR servers that were down for a few hours, right? Genshin was fine. But also, Arknights was also down. Arknights was also down during that same period of time, so it was probably like a server issue. Which is strange, because I can't remember the last time a Hoyoverse game had server issues. Which is pretty impressive if you think about it. If you think about the millions of players who hop on, right? I can't remember the last time they've ever had a server issue. But... I was doing reveries for my CN server. Oh, nice! Did anyone play the game Roblox? Okay, I don't play Roblox, unfortunately. It's probably some server-side issue. Give 120 Apologems, which is okay. It's alright. Could be better. It could be worse. Alright. Are you ready? It was the first time they had server issues since the release of Genshin. That's what I was thinking. I remember, like, queuing up to log into the Genshin servers when they dropped, right? And because I'm used to, like, other... like ongoing live service games, I'm like, okay, they're probably gonna have server issues. I'm probably not gonna be able to get in right away. And they had no server issues, or like very minimal server issues. Very, very minimal, if there were any. It didn't impact launch day at all. And I'm like, Jesus, okay. This company's serious. This company knows what they're doing. Even fucking AAA games have fucking server issues on launch. What do you mean they don't have server issues on launch? Ready to play the new 7 Deadly Sins Origin? Nice. Hope you have fun with that. AK Crash just his new event started. Dude! I am on pull 137 for Thorns. I'm pissed. I've only gotten 2 6-stars and 140 fucking pulls, and I lost the 50-50 both times. This is the second worst pull session in Arknights I've had in 5 years. In 5 years, bro. This is the worst pull session I've had.
You and I have
only
a
beat out by
contract.
Helliger.
5 tower.
Only beat out by fucking Helliger, man. Like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, I have the rest of the event, and I haven't finished it yet, so I get a couple more pulls. What the fuck? Anyway. Oh, your maintenance even tends to end half an hour early. Very true. Second worst pull session, most second. No, I've been playing Arknights, like, to be fair, I played it consistently for the first, like, year or two, and then I've been, like, on and off, just because it got to be too much, because I play too many gacha games. Arknights is very much main game material, because there's so much shit to do in Arknights. If you're looking for one gacha game to play, with a solid fucking story and constant updates and really deep lore, Arknights is a very big contender for that one, because that game will satisfy your spare time. There is so much shit to do in there. It's ridiculous. But yeah. AK, is that Korean? Time to get a... No, it's not Korean. Arknights is Chinese. Check the new update for ZZZ. Have fun. Alright. Cool. Alright. We're good. We're here. Don't talk to me right now. Shall we continue the last game? Don't worry. I've saved our progress. We can call Joshua and Jennifer over and... Horopedia fucking mentioned?
I have a contract.
Daz, thank you very much for the
15
resubs.
months. That's like 3 5.
15 months. Also, Sideways, thank you for the resub as well. Appreciate it. 18 months for Sideways and 15 months for Death. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Sorry, we're like fucking half an hour in and I haven't gotten started yet. Pokemon ZZ up to yesterday. Map changed their nice, but I got so used to the old menus. I'm so old menus. I'm so slow to. Oh my god, same. Oh my god, same. I don't play games with controller. I'm a keyboard and mouse kitty all the way. So like I just got used to controller stuff in ZZZ just because I've been playing very heavily the past few weeks, and I have to get used to the fucking hotkeys for the map because right button doesn't work anymore. I'm like, fuck. I'm old. You can't switch this shit up on me. Alright. Prologue. Our story begins on the evening of March 22nd, 1991. That is a week after I was born. A week and a bit after I was born. Week and a day. Week and a day. That's a week and a day after I was born. I guess Alep's too old for me now. Oh, Valheim, it's your birthday! If I mispronounce French words, feel free to correct me. I don't have a tongue for French. Or Chinese. Those two languages throw me for a fucking loop. So the Platonic year whirls out new right and wrong, whirls in the old instead. All men are dancers and their tread goes to a barbarous clangor of a gong. Yeats, 1919. It's the final days of March, and the daylight hours in Ushuaia are shrinking away. Past the busy season, the city is faded and quiet. At this moment, in a cafe at the end of the world, conversation and laughter are sealed within an airtight glass dome. A few years ago, I worked as a forest ranger at a campsite in Cuernavaca. There, I met a Mexican surrealist poet. He was especially grateful that I was there. Some animals had wandered into the campground, and I drove them off for him. It wasn't a big deal, really. As a token of gratitude, he elucidated this strange story to me, one that happened in a Sonoran desert town called Amalfitano back in 1975. Hang on, I don't know what that word means. Elucidated? Elucidated. Make something clear or to explain. Well, that's ironic. The people there adhered to a most unorthodox belief, which centered on the die of Babylon. One day, a researcher with a suitcase arrived in town. She came to study their local customs, an unsurprising reason for a learned intellectual to appear in a remote desert settlement. Cafe.
But little did she know, this dusty old town and its peculiar custom would lead her down an entirely unexpected path.
Curse the window we were listening to that translates everything to Spanish.
Hold on. Sorry to interrupt, Recoleta. Does this researcher have a name? She could be Nora, Joanna, or Teresa. Any name, really. I feel like you want people focusing on this story, not keeping track of who's who.
Confusion and shock intertwine on the storyteller's face. Oh my god, she's a storyteller too! Wait! Did birds dress like this? Is that why Venti and Recoleta, kind of seem similar? Thank you very much for the bits! Appreciate the bits, Steph. Thank you.
Thank you for your advice. But she isn't a Nora, or a Joanna, or a Teresa. She's just herself.
Teresa.
A paracausality researcher.
Paracausality researcher.
You see that look? She's halfway to eating you alive. Face it, Maria. She wouldn't be the loca we know if she listened to anyone.
Ah, alright. So you didn't like the opening. Fine. I'll come up with something new. Maybe I'll start with a bit of exposition on the Die of Babylon, beginning with its origins, as a secret relic created by an Aztec priest, imprisoned by the conquistadores.
The mysterious die's origins never get a continuation, as her story is interrupted a second time.
I don't know if that's going to do much, hermana. I'm beginning to think we'll never figure out what you're trying to say with this novel. And, well... and this isn't your fault.
Ay, Dios. Just tell her, Maria. We're going back to Buenos Aires.
¿De vuelta a Buenos Aires? ¿De repente? ¿Así? ¿Sin más?
All of a sudden, just like that?
Pancho, Maria, what's going on? Did I do something wrong during our travels?
The startled storyteller eyes her companions of the last 2 months, searching for reasons.
Ah, see. I know what it is. I've bored you with my constant rambling over this novel.
You don't like me info-dumping about my manuscript?
No, Recoleta. It's got nothing to do with your novel.
Don't you get it? We're flat broke. Why do you think we're stuck here scrubbing tables?
The man slams his damp washcloth on the table to emphasize his point. His voice breaks the illusion of silence in the cafe.
Because we can't pay for all the mate we've been drinking.
That wasn't a question, Regoleta. We've crossed the continent, crashed the readings of all those prestigious poets, and lived the way a real artist should. And, I admit it, it's been just as amazing as you promised. But we can't go on living like this.
You know that we both care about you, and we believe in your novel too. I'd be lying if I said this journey meant nothing to me. Getting to ride around the continent on a motorcycle like Che Guevara himself? I never could have imagined I'd get the chance to go on an adventure like this. We got to live the dream.
A real dream. Except for those days when the motorcycle broke down. Though that was a real tribute to Che's journey too.
Don't tease, Pancho. Recoleta, since you invited us to join the Visceral Realists, we've both found amazing new ways to channel our inner poetry. Even though I still don't understand what in the world you're trying to say with your novel, or for that matter, what visceral realism actually is.
Can I get a Wikipedia page entry for that, please?
Maria, Pancho.
Explain it to me.
You told us not to worry about the definitions, to feel and to live in our words. We did just as you said, and it felt great. But...
She looks out at Ushuaia, feeling a chill. Snow falls from the dimming sky. The season is shifting. Soon, gray and white will blanket the colorful houses of this desolate land.
Ahora el frío del invierno
Now the winter
se
chill is
instala.
setting in, and the
Y
only
lo
thing you seem
único
to
que
care about
parece
is that little
importante
fictional
es
town.
ese pequeño pueblo ficticio.
The storyteller sinks back against their accusations, searching for words.
I appreciate your honesty, amigos. I was worried the problem was much worse than all that. Winter here isn't as dreadful as you think, and I know just the place to keep us warm.
You don't gotta go back to
It was
Buenos Aires.
1520.
Oh.
Arcanist Ferdinand Magellan sailed across
Ferdinand
unfamiliar
Magellan
waters
was an
under orders from the
arcanist?
Spanish crown. Over the vast gray sea, he saw spots of light in the distance. An island. He named it Tierra del Fuego.
Okay.
For the next 400 years, Ushuaia faithfully served its role at the end of the world. It became the continent's penal colony, and its largest building even served as a prison. Many arcanists were exiled there. By the turn of the century, the arcanist hunt had reached its peak, and the Comala Sanatorium was built. Well, as you may already know, at that time, most arcanists were believed to be victims of madness.
Oh, okay, right.
The sanatorium was their ship of fools. However, as people began to realize that arcanist blood wasn't a guarantee of madness, fewer and fewer were imprisoned there. By 1947, it was officially closed. Until the 1970s, when a group of people from the National Foucault Studies Association
Foucault!
returned to the island with new ideas for the location. They spoke in abstract terms and opaque theories that no one could understand. They rebuilt this place and gave it a new name. After a long period of construction, the Comala Sanatorium became a prison once more, one designed to hold arcanist criminals. They were taken from the streets and the psychiatric clinics, from secret societies and rebel groups. Any arcanist deemed mentally or socially unfit would be locked away there. This association claimed the inmates would receive the best treatment, and they would fully recover before being returned to society.
So like Azkaban if it was good.
A prison, a medical lab, a sanatorium. Call it whatever you want. That is what Comala is today. And we could spend the whole winter there. It'd probably be the easiest winter we've ever had. All that it requires is a little bit of acting.
Is she suggesting is the correct phrase intern? They intern themselves? My words are escaping me today. Into a fucking arcanist rehabilitation prison center for the winter? Girl, you crazy?
It won't be hard to pass ourselves off as a bunch of unstable crackpots.
No, that's
A touch of
ableist!
madness comes parceled with the gifts of being an arcanist.
For anybody who's watching, who doesn't know what's going on, arcanists are literally a separate species from humans, although the majority of them are humanoid in nature, and arcanists are people who can use basically the magic of this world. So, yeah.
That's your brilliant idea? To get us locked up in an asylum? You understand we'd be prisoners there, don't you? It's not like we get to put our feet up and relax by a fire.
And how the fuck do you expect to get out? Her increasingly agitated companion turns his head aside, catching the faint outline of a patrolling gendarme through the frosted window.
You want to go to jail? Well, see that man over there? Go greet him with a punch to the jaw, then you'll be set for the whole winter.
Yeah, just punch a cop!
Sounds like a good idea.
Hello?
Recoleta, please. We're not messing with the Gendarmeria. We're going to my Aunt Julia's. She said she could take us in at her vineyard up north near the capital. Well, it's harvest season. They could use all the help they can get. We'll return to Ushuaia next year. Or when the winter has passed. It'll still be great.
That sounds like a much more reasonable idea. Wait, hang on, sorry. Okay, so where's Buenos Aires? Buenos Aires map. I mean, like, I know it's in South America. I know it's in South America. Okay, so we're in so we are in Argentina. I'm assuming, right? Right? Because, they said they were going back to Buenos Aires, and she says that her aunt's place is up north. So we're probably, like, down here. Oh my god, the Tierra del Fuego is real! Never mind, it's an actual place. I don't know what places they make up and what places they don't. I didn't know. I'm learning about South American geography while playing this game, okay? I didn't know. I thought they just made some shit up. What was it called? Ushuaia? Oh my god, it's a real place! No, I didn't think it was a real place because she called Ferdinand Magellan an Arcanist. I thought she was just making some shit up. I mean, like, not her, but I thought it was, like, something made up for the game. I don't know a lot about geography. I'm learning today, okay? I'm learning today. Interesting. Okay, so Ushuaia is actually... like, oh, it's, like, right at the tip here. It's like right here. Okay, alright, cool. Sweet! You know what? I shouldn't have assumed that because every location that they have used in Reverse 1999 so far has been real, come to think of it. Like, yeah, like, come to think of it, every location, every event has taken place in has been a real place, so I don't know why I assumed that.
I hear you, amigos. But respectfully, I must turn down your offer.
Everyone in Sierra del Fuego to Five-Tail, non-existent.
This has been more than just a road trip for me. I know sticking around here for the winter won't be easy, but this could be my last chance. What if things change again? I can't just wait for spring.
Recoleta.
Bro, she crazy.
What did I tell you, Maria? She never listens. Wasting your breath. Adios, Recoleta. I don't think we'll meet again.
Pancho's apologetic words freeze in his mouth.
Mierda! Los gendarmes are looking straight at us!
What?
The cafe door swings open. A gust of cold air and dampness sweeps through the room. Recoleta's hair stands on end with the chill as she turns to face the door.
Stop right there! You three match the descriptions of some intruders at the poetry meeting in Casa Pionera.
Recoleta plans a response, only to hear the scrambling sounds of her companions bolting away out the back door. They crashed
Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse.
They crashed a poetry meeting? How do you even do that? Bro, how do you even do that, though? How do you even do that, though? No, wait, hang on, wait. Stop honking at me! Sheesh. Actually, yeah, you know what? We'll just do that. No, that'll double up. We don't. Oh, wait, don't I have medicine pocket? Where the fuck? Oh, there they are. Okay, who do I need for experience? There we go. I did.
The hunt begins.
That's like the lamest crime to ever get like dinged for. It's like, oh, you crashed a fucking.
What the fuck?
Ugh.
Get out of here.
Oh, good for you.
Toes.
That's right.
I tricked the men.
Hey.
Ha ha.
Ow.
Fun fact about Argentina, when they were filming The Revenant, the Leonardo DiCaprio movie with the bear scene, they couldn't find any northern forest with snow, so that part was actually filmed in the southernmost areas of Argentina. Oh, that's cool. Today I learned.
Wear gloves.
Nice tactic.
A big decision.
Sure, dangerous princes in Elder Scrolls just spit in the face of gender.
Anyone feeling cold?
Hold on to that.
This fight's taking way longer than it should. I'm bad. I'm real bad, guys. I'm not good at this game. Did I say I was good at this game?
Come on, this is the one punch.
I'm actually gonna do this.
Extra command.
Come on, that's right.
Now dance.
Cheer and witness my victory. That hurts, huh?
Fucking toes.
A big decision.
Sterilize.
Hold on to that.
A fair game.
Oh, right, that's the... Okay, yeah. The gendarmes are left behind in the cold, but the flustered young rider still dares not stop running. Until she stumbles on a patch of wet and mushy snow.
Oh, gracias a Dios. Creo que los perdimos.
Thank God, I think I lost them.
Are you alright? Ah, gracias.
Uh-oh.
Better to kiss the ground than kiss the gendarme's boots, if one must choose. Wait a second. Doris, is that you? Funny how life moves in circles and puts an old friend in my path. How have you been? Are you paying another visit to Kamala?
Doris, like that woman that we think is Verton's mom but hasn't been confirmed yet.
Doris.
A name falls from the sky, offered by a girl who is just face-planted and cannot see the figure before her.
Timekeeper, could she mean our Dr. Doris?
Oh yeah, that is her.
Was I mistaken?
She wipes the snow from her face. Still dizzy, she makes out the stranger before her. As her vision clears, it becomes apparent that fate is not a perfect loop. At least the person holding the suitcase in front of her is not the same woman she met before.
How strange. I've never seen two people so alike. But please, forgive me. It's been a long day.
No need to apologize. In fact, the person you just mentioned sounds like someone we're looking for. Could you tell me where you last saw her?
Sure, Excuse me. You're not from around here, are you? Your accents and those clothes give you away. Come with me. I know a warmer place to talk.
Where is she taking us? She's not taking us to the fucking prison, is she? God, I hope not. Come with me, don't worry about it. I know a better place to talk. Reports, endless reports. Why are they only ever reports? Tremors from an explosion at Ushuaia port shook the surroundings for 10 seconds. Strong winds carried the flames across the dock area. Thick smoke. Explosion injured 12 people. 200 residents were evacuated. Took 6 hours to contain the fire. Key logistics facilities were reduced to ruins. Investigations confirmed the explosions originated from 3 sources: an oil storage tank and 2 cargo warehouses along the 3rd dock. However, the disproportionate scale of the explosions raises suspicions of arcane skill involvement. It is unclear whether this incident is related to the Xeno mutiny, and simultaneous investigations are ongoing into other Arcanist organizations that may be responsible. What the hell is this? You call this a report? Is this all you're handing in? Panic is already spreading. Do I need to remind you that Ushuaia is our nearest deep water port? Flames higher than the lighthouse. Seawater dyed blood red. These catastrophes bring up painful memories of the war from over a decade ago. Our wounds are being torn open in the worst way possible, and after all this time I give you to investigate, you just give me a list of possibilities? Locked up in prison. People suspected those lunatics locked up in prison. What the hell can they even do besides bash their heads against barbed wire and spout their pathetic rhetoric? Maybe they scribbled out a doppelganger on a pile of backwards poetry, conjure up a few imaginary hot air balloons to float them to the port, and then molded a ton of bombs from mud and ice. Fat chance. The only thing you got right was not including them in the list of suspects. Otherwise, I'd have thrown you in that prison alongside them. Okay, so there's a recent explosion that could have been magic arson. Incidents related to the Xeno mutiny, because that was from the last chapter as well. Because that Xeno faction defected to Manus Vindictae last chapter. Authority, it's always so flexible. Buenos Aires division has received members of the Storm Research Team Ulrich and Regulus. Both are temporarily stationed at the division while undergoing basic health examinations. Timekeeper and her assistant received the message upon landing at Tierra del Fuego and have departed on a mission. That's ensured to have operation reported by Seneto. Our side currently has no access. Other survivors. Barcarola, a pureblood arcanist and musician aboard the Free Breeze. Okay, yeah, that's Barcarola from Fututu, pureblood arcanist, member of the Nucateo people. Further investigation of her people is required. For full risk level assessment. Okay, yeah, so this is just saying that, this is just placing everybody from the previous chapter and what they're doing right now.
The moment armies start to march, the world stands still. You fight or fall back, charge forward or run. Those are the only rules on the battlefield.
Oh, Span, the jail is for arcanists, so everyone there is an arcanist, allegedly.
I don't see a start time on this report, nor does it state the reason for or the demands of this war.
This is the war staged with paper and pens.
Ah, a literary war. Indeed, the violence acted upon words is often just as devastating as an order on a battlefield. Words must fulfill their duties to their creators, just as soldiers must answer to their commanders.
Hi, Johnny Anime.
You don't? The young writers have all been exiled, sent down a path with no signs to follow and no destination. In dark days of bloody conflict, soldiers often find comfort in scriptures and verses, or in letters from their loved ones. They hold those words close, a fragile piece of home, a brief solace from the roaring of the battlefield. But as they fall one by one, they learn the bitter truth. No destiny awaits them but death. That bitter homesickness still weighing heavy in their hearts.
I hope they can at least find some peace in their dreams.
In dreams? Maybe. Walking the streets of your hometown, spending a lazy afternoon at the writing desk. Dreams can take you anywhere, but live there too long, and the lines between fiction and reality will blur, and soon you'll never wake up again. Soldiers crawl through trenches, roll in the mud, and charge to their deaths again and again. While words are forever trapped within the confines of poetry, made to live, die, and live again under the golden prophecy. Ugh, I can't stand the way poets talk.
Okay. Usually that contains some kind of foreshadowing or something, so we're just gonna keep that in mind. More than circles, a ring that closes on itself, that is far from enough to define the essence of fate.
According to these news reports from Ushuaia, there was an arcane attack on the pier about a week ago. All the ships in the port were destroyed. Could Manus Vindictae be responsible for this? Or perhaps the Xeno rebels?
Hard to say. But things have been suspiciously quiet these past few days. I had been hoping we'd find some clues here in Ushuaia, after we lost track of the Manus, in the Free Breeze shipwreck. They would have gone to ground somewhere remote and off the radar. Indeed, it's possible they've already left Ushuaia. For whatever reason, it seems they haven't been pushing for the storm to happen quite as eagerly as before. I have a strange feeling about it all. They're definitely up to something. For now, it seems our new friend's story lines up with the intel from Moth. It seems the Xeno rebels really did bring Dr. Dorez here. We should see if there's anything more she can tell us.
Timekeeper.
The chief assistant hesitates.
The Foundation doesn't have any intelligence on Tierra del Fuego. If the Manus really are here, then we'll be on our own. The closest Foundation branch is in Buenos Aires, 3,200 kilometers away.
She reflects without words, a reminder that the chaos caused by Igor's rebellion is still fresh. Igor's rebellion? Persona mentioned?
Careful and well considered as ever, Seneto. It's possible they've already infiltrated Ushuaia. just as they did in Chisos. But the Xeno rebels may still be holding Dores. We can't just wait around. I'm afraid we'll have to take the risk. Ushuaia is not very big. If Manus Vindictae is here, we'll notice. Stay sharp.
Understood, Timekeeper. I'll keep an eye out for them and for Dr. Dores.
After a chaotic hunt and escape, the cafe regains its usual peace. The gendarmes are gone, and so too are Recoletta's companions.
My friends. They're really gone.
I mean, they ollied.
Adios, Recoleta. I don't think we'll meet again. So that's all I get? We could have exchanged some farewell poems, read them out loud like we used to, and shed a few bitter tears over our heartfelt goodbyes.
Oh, she's a romantic.
But you know what they say. Goodbyes are only a senseless feast of unhappiness.
Pardon?
Oh, it's nothing. Never mind. Please, sit down. And could we get a pot of mate with mint, please?
Girl, you're talking about going to jail for a holiday. True. Tired coffee gay. True. Actually, I'm gonna look up what mate is. I don't know what that is. Mate. It's a tea-like beverage popular in many South American countries. Brewed from the dried leaves of an evergreen shrub or tree related to holly. It's a stimulating drink, greenish in color, containing caffeine and tannin, and is less astringent than tea. Okay.
Thank you.
Recoleta watches with interest as the two girls take the offered cups of tea.
So you're looking for Doris? I can tell she's important to you from your look.
Correct. Is there anything more you could tell us about the day you met her?
Of course. It was one of those gray, overcast afternoons.
It was a dark and stormy afternoon?
I had just turned onto Calle Bolivar when I ran into this blind woman on my way to the post office. To be exact, I didn't run into her. She called to me. It felt like a sacred moment in time. Like something unworldly. I just stood there, frozen, as she walked up and fixed a loose thread on my sweater. I stared at her until my fingers went numb, and the letter almost slipped out of my hand.
I'm very gay.
Could you tell me what's in that direction?
I followed her hand as she pointed forward. Strangely, even though I could see she was blind, I had a feeling that she knew exactly where she was pointing, and where she intended to go. That's the way to Comala prison, Senora. Is that where you're headed? I could walk you there if you'd like.
Thank you, miss. But I think I found my way.
She held a typewriter. How ironic that God would give her, at once, both books and night.
You know, I need to start describing things as a sacred moment of time, right?
I am Recoleta. What may I call you, miss? I hope you don't mind me asking, Senora. I didn't mean to pry.
You're just really hot.
It's only that I have to know. You're a writer too, aren't you? I've been working on a novel and, for some reason, I have this feeling you could be a character in it. Forgive me. I'm just so excited. I really want to remember this moment. Please, may I have your name? Or whatever you'd like me to call you?
Dude, that's like the oldest pickup line in the book. It's like, oh my god, you're so beautiful, I have to paint you.
I don't think I'll ever forget her smile. It was soft, kind, almost merciful. And oddly, it felt so ancient.
No offense taken, Miss Recoleta. But first, I have a question for you. What does literature mean to you?
Sorry? What a question it was. I wasn't expecting anything like it.
You're a writer, are you not? And one I sense with purpose. Tell me, where does such powerful motivation come from?
Actually, well, I'm not sure, Senora. I have my pursuits and questions, but literature is neither the goal nor the answer to them. Literature is, well, it's just literature. I suppose if I had to define it, I'd say it's a tool. A kindling for fire, or a lens to see through. A means to explore and raise questions from different angles and express our perspectives.
And what an interesting perspective you've expressed. I see. But how does literature make you feel?
As though I'm a kid looking through a kaleidoscope for the first time. Well, maybe that's not the best way to put it. Perhaps something a little more subtle. Just when I was looking for the right word, she turned away with a little wave, heading toward the prison, her feet crunching over the fine snow. So, she must have gone to the prison.
Wait a minute, hang on. She didn't give her her name! She didn't— hang on. What may I call you? I hope you don't mind me asking. No offense, but I have a question for you. What does literature mean to you? How does literature make you feel? Yeah, she didn't tell her name! How does she know her name?
When did all of this happen? About 3 days ago. I remember the sun came out for a while that day, and the streets were glistening with melting snow. You've heard of Comala Prison, haven't you?
Word by word, the question turns from an implication into a declaration.
3 days ago? Then we may be able to catch up with her there, Timekeeper.
You're right. We need to get there as soon as we can.
Whoa, amazing. So decisive, assertive. A true show of character. You must be the very archetype of a charismatic leader. What's left to say? Whenever the protagonist has what they want fall into their laps, we're all quick to complain about lazy writers using Deus Ex Machina to keep the story together. So, let's not dwell on it.
She reconciles this observation with a silent nod to an unseen author. Wait, what?
But anything can happen in a place
Did she just
like
break the
Ushuaia.
fourth wall there?
It's a city where the day may only last 4 hours, and the streets are full of exiled arcanists.
Hey, that's a good philosophy, though. The next time something fortuitous happens and just drops into your lap, you should just call it a Deus Ex Machina and run with it. Don't question it. Just take it and run.
We appreciate your help, Miss
Recoleta. Please, think nothing of it.
Oh my god, Bessie's gonna be off to jail for a fun winter vacation.
Miss Recoleta. I'm Vertin.
We're gonna film
and
so
this
many
is Sonetto.
TikToks.
We're investigators from the St. Pavlov Foundation.
Pleasure to meet you.
Likewise, likewise. Glad that I could help. But listen, ladies.
The girl winks playfully. Oh my god, she is
Everything
venti.
happens for a reason, and now it's becoming clear. You're going to Comala Prison, and so am I. Maybe it's fate that brought us together.
What's your business there? If you don't mind our asking.
Oh, it's a writer's mission.
Nah!
But anyway, we're friends now.
Don't worry about it.
If you're going to Comala, you'll need someone who knows the way.
Okay, I'm glad she didn't trick them into going into the prison. But I suppose it's probably a bit of a ways away, so she couldn't do that if she tried. The place that time forgot. Alright, it is ad break time. If you don't know how ads work here, I just stop playing until you get back, just so you don't miss anything. So, I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. And there we go. What's your business there? I too am poor and would freeze to death this winter, so I'm profiting off free food. Is it a profit if you have to trade your psychological well-being in exchange for food? Oh, you know what? It's 3 minutes. We'll do a limbo. We'll do a quick little limbo. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, this is new. Lucidscape, then periods, first of each month. Complete stages are a new battle. Lucid Domain has been introduced. Normal enemies are defeated in battle. Anyway, I to keep it Lucid Domain. Full start completion current limbo allows the next cycle limbo to start from limbo stage 5. Oh, okay, it's just another endgame. It's another endgame mode? Oh my Buddha. Via house or forest. Requirements to earn ratings. Ratings are interesting. Dream buffs are— oh my god. Oh, this is a whole ass thing. Oh, this is a whole ass thing. I need to look at this better. We're just gonna do normal limbo, because I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know what this is yet. She's a writer, though. She has some inspiration out of this field trip to jail. Fine, that's called a job. That are everything to gain and nothing to lose. Besides freedom, but writers don't have any to begin with since the world is just another cage to them. True. Wait, what is the buffs right now? Weaker afflatus after casting right 2 spray. Okay, so we want multiple. I like being on element. I know it's not necessary, but I like it.
Who ate beans?
We still got a minute for the ad break, so we got time.
Keep in there. Just another shift. Are you irrational numbers? Get out with you!
Leon! Don't touch the device!
Yes, it could be found. Higher than a bell tower, and deep in the clouds! Intersect and divide. I don't get it. Victory?
Knew it was like Limbo, but it's more about killing add-ons rather than boss. Oh, okay. Alright, okay. That does make sense with the divided... Oh, hey, welcome back, everybody. We'll finish that later.
Water travels from the ground to the sky, and then falls back.
Congratulations,
Just
you know what
as
the water
I-
cycle is. Can't stand the red dots in any game, not just this one. Red dots everywhere. Alright. Place of time forgot. Excellent. Everything is going according to plan. Fate will not reveal its hand, at least for now. Fate mentioned? There's one poet me and my classmates used to joke about because his style was so depressing. It was called Bakovian style. So whenever any of us were feeling down, we just got a whim of Bakovian inspiration is all. That's great. The gray riverbed winds to the frostbitten earth, disappearing into the distant horizon. A neat yet dilapidated circular complex stands alone beneath the snow-capped mountains, as if abandoned by God, humanity, and ghosts alike. Outside the fence, 3 uninvited guests discuss their plan to get inside.
Behold! Komala Prison. It's the biggest building around. When the sun comes out, it looks like a rusty button stitched into the earth. Everyone tries not to pay attention to it, but it's undoubtedly one of the most important places in town. This way. Careful. We're heading uphill. Oops!
The young rider begins to slip again. She is prevented only by Sonetto's quick reflexes.
Thanks. So, my new friends, you're from that St. Palominos?
St. Pavlov Foundation. And Vertin is the timekeeper there.
Ah, very impressive. Sounds all official and polished. Then, I take it you've already got away into the prison?
The gate presents an unwelcoming face to the world.
I'll draft a letter to headquarters right away. Once they approve it, they'll notify the local branch in Buenos Aires. From there, they'll need to inform the Argentine government.
Aires. I need to remember it's actually pronounced Aires and not Aries. Aires. Okay, Aires.
Who
Got
will
it.
then issue us a permit.
Excellent. Looks like our bureaucrats still have some worth. No offense intended, of course.
Since we're pressed for time, I believe we can ask that headquarters give high priority to our request. If all goes well, we should have the permit in about a month.
This is a very lengthy way. Maybe they should just punch a cop instead. True!
Ah, how expedient of them. But you know what? Maybe we shouldn't bother all those hard-working government officials with these trifling matters after all.
She instantly returns to her previous judgment.
I have a simpler solution that suits the urgency of our cause.
You goddamn bureaucrats. Let's just punch a cop!
That sounds great. Oh, where are you going, Miss Recoleta?
Before anyone can stop her, the young writer hurls herself up the wall, scaling the side with the sort of skill that immediately suggests she's done this before.
To the other side of the wall, of course. From Guadalajara to Ushuaia. There has yet to be a wall that could stop me.
Just use your E. Just use your E.
Come on, ladies of the Foundation. Soneto, take my hand.
Sonetta looks utterly flustered.
Miss Recoleta, please. A reckless act like that could have serious consequences. Please come back down. In fact, while the details of our mission are classified, I should warn you it may be dangerous, and we cannot guarantee your safety once we're inside. Perhaps it's in your best interest to return to town.
What? That is definitely not in my best interest.
I want to go to prison!
What sort of pusillanimous coward would I be if I just abandoned my fated companions here? Of course I'm going in with you. Or rather, you're coming with me.
Please get down, Miss Recoleta. Someone's coming our way.
From the other side of the prison fence, a predator's gaze locks onto the figure perched on the wall.
Stop right there. What do you think you're doing?
Caramba, it's her again. The jailer of Comala.
Did she say jailer or jaguar?
Is it both? I did see her in the trailer. Hang on, this team is not doing well. We're gonna go with this one. Yeah. Because I'm bad at it. Oh my god! Well, that's a jaguar. Somehow not the craziest thing we've seen today.
These sheets are my wings!
Calculating distance.
Professional.
Oh my god, these jaguars are arcanists!
Isn't that...
A good point.
Uh-huh.
No other study could show you this. An academic question, a new hypothesis.
Actually, we're gonna do.
An academic question, a good point, a new hypothesis. Limited scale, infinite lines. Behold.
The jaguar in a cop outfit!
Victory?
Jaguar cop! Would you
Okay.
say they're a
But
meowgician?
what does it mean to us?
I wouldn't know! Why would I do that?
Miss Recoleta, haven't I made myself clear? I don't want to see you here again.
Holy shit, it's a talking cat!
Jailer, we meet again. What a delightful encounter on such a...
Oh my god, she is just like Venti. A sudden gust of cold wind interrupts her.
lovely day.
Would you please just leave this place alone? I'll never understand why a promising young woman like you keeps snooping around a prison.
Yeah, I guess she's been trying to get in for a while.
I can't make this any clearer. Trying to break into Comala will do nothing to get you inside, but it will get you into a world of trouble with the Gendarmeria.
We're gonna put you, you're gonna get arrested, you're gonna go to prison, in a prison that's not this one. I don't think you want that.
So, will you stop these senseless breaking attempts? Comala prison is only accessible to academic researchers and journalists, and even they must have official credentials in order to enter.
Look, she's been trying to get in for so long, just wait the extra month from the bureaucrats.
Isn't there any other way to pay a visit? I truly do need to get in there.
Why? She racks her brain for a plausible excuse.
Sorry to interrupt, but did you just say official credentials?
We're pretty official.
Yes, you heard me right. And you are?
I'm the timekeeper of the St. Pavlov Foundation. My assistant and I are here to visit Kamala Prison on official orders from the Foundation. Here, this is my ID.
At the thought of lying, Sonetta's lips fail to open for even a squeak. She goes flush red with embarrassment. Sonetta's very by the book. She can't do this shit. Through the prison fence, the jailer examines the pair as she takes the ID in her sizable paws. It is at least a very presentable-looking card, boldly stamped with the seal of the St. Pavlov Foundation.
This is indeed legitimate.
Must be destroyed with animus alight once lost. Cool. She murmurs.
Welcome to Comala Prison. Apologies for my earlier behavior. It's been a while since we've had any official visitors.
Damn! So can you guys just feed me food and let me sleep someplace warm instead if you don't want me in there? I'm a cat. I can't read. Blockbuster membership card. Alright. Kamala's collars. For a drifter, a stay behind an iron-barred window can feel like just another stretch of desert. What is this fucking liminal space shit? What is this pools-looking motherfucker? What is this? Why is there water in here?
Día tras día, la investigadora de paracausalidad se escondió en la naturaleza fuera del pueblo de Amalfitano, estudiando los datos que había recolectado. Una tarde,
One
al
evening at
anochecer,
dusk, a voice called
una
out from
voz
outside
llamó
her cave.
desde
She
fuera de
put
su
down the
cueva.
equipment and her tapes
Ella
and stepped
dejó el
outside.
equipo y las
A
cintas
man stood
y
curiously
salió
at her
afuera.
door.
Un
So
hombre
this is the novel
estaba de
she's
pie,
writing.
curioso, frente a su puerta.
Oh, guys, can
¿Qué
you
haces
include me in
aquí?
there? The officials, the Arcanus and
Preguntó,
Recoleta? Thanks, guys.
levantando ambas
What are you
cejas.
doing here? He asked, raising both
Nada
eyebrows.
sucede en
Nothing ever
Amalfitano en
happens in
estos días.
Amalfitano these days.
El local se presentó
The local
como el
introduced himself
empleado
as the
del
bank
banco.
clerk. He had probably the most
Probablemente
amiable
tenía la
face
cara
around.
más amable del
Bright
lugar.
eyes, lifted
Ojos
cheeks, a soft
brillantes,
jawline. It was a
mejillas
face beaming with
levantadas,
hope.
una mandíbula suave. Era una cara llena de esperanza. La investigadora le mostró
The
los
researcher
espectros
showed him
que
the
había
spectrum
estado
she'd been
recopilando.
compiling. I've been collecting
He
stories about the
estado
die, she
recolectando
explained.
historias sobre el dado.
Perhaps they hold the key to
explicó.
explaining the randomness that fate
Quizás
displays.
ellos contienen la clave para explicar la aleatoriedad que muestra el destino. Ah, eso realmente me intriga.
Ah, that does intrigue me
Respondió
so, the bank
rápidamente el
clerk
empleado
replied
del
briskly.
banco.
I'd love to hear
Me
all about it,
encantaría
but I
escuchar
have to
todo
go.
sobre eso.
I mustn't be late to
Pero
the
debo
Dune
irme.
Piscator's
No
funeral.
debo llegar tarde al
And with
funeral
that,
del
he
pescador de dunas. Y con eso se fue. 3 días después,
3 days
los
later, the
mismos
same
pasos
footsteps returned
regresaron
to
a
her
su
cave.
cueva. ¿Volviste?
You're back.
¿Cómo has estado?
How have you been? Did you make it to the
¿Lograste llegar
funeral?
al
She
funeral?
asked.
Preguntó. No tengo idea de lo que estás
I have no idea
hablando,
what you're talking about, he
respondió
replied
de
tersely.
manera cortante.
I'm not the man you think I am.
No soy el
His
hombre que
face was
crees que
drained and
soy.
gaunt, his eyes sunken
Su
deep
rostro
into hollow
estaba
sockets. It
agotado
was as every
y
spark of
demacrado,
life had been drawn out
sus
of him,
ojos
leaving
hundidos
only an empty husk.
profundamente en huecos vacíos.
What the fuck?
Era como si toda chispa de vida le hubiera sido arrancada,
Dementor's got his
dejándolo
ass.
solo con una cáscara vacía.
It's not going to continue. Do I click? Oh, I
La
click.
investigadora
The
insistió que
researcher
no se había
insisted she wasn't
equivocado.
mistaken. I know
Conozco a las
people by their
personas
deeper
por su
nature, down to
naturaleza
the
más profunda, hasta la
synchronicity of their
sincronización de
spectrums.
sus
I've
espectros.
never been wrong before.
Nunca me he equivocado antes.
I can see your magic
Lo que
DNA.
tú digas,
Whatever you say,
el hombre
the man
murmuró de
muttered
manera
roughly.
áspera.
I don't understand
No
anything of your
entiendo
high-minded
nada de
ideas.
tus
Just let
ideas
me go.
tan
It's been a
elevadas.
long day out
Solo
there
déjame
fishing,
ir.
and now all I
Ha
want is to
sido un
collapse on my
largo día
rickety
de
bed.
pesca
He
y
trudged
lo
off
único
with
que
footsteps
quiero
that
ahora es
sounded exactly like
desplomarme en mi
those
cama
of the bank
tambaleante.
clerks.
Se alejó con pasos que sonaban exactamente como los del empleado del banco.
Bro, what happened?
As you might have noticed, Miss Burton, this facility isn't just a prison. It's also a research center.
That doesn't sound like a good combination to me.
Its full name is the Panopticon of Comala. It was established by the Foucault Association in 1975.
I don't think that's a combination that should exist.
We've hosted workshops, academic sessions, and even lectures about the Panopticon. You may even have seen some reports about it. Experts of psychoanalysis and scholars from various fields have come here to exchange ideas and seek collaboration in their studies.
In the prison?
In many ways, the Panopticon is unlike any other prison you've seen before.
Yeah, no shit!
I see. No wonder Miss Recoleta has gone to such lengths to become a part of it. Actually, my assistant and I are here to inquire about a prisoner named Doris. Does that name sound familiar?
Oh, that's a
Not that
corner of an
I
eye.
recall. Could she have used a different name? What does she look like?
She'd have arrived here about 3 days ago. It's also possible that she came as a visitor, not a prisoner. She's a blind woman who always carries an old typewriter. She used to be a doctor at the Sao Paulo Veterans Residence in Brazil. And on the subject of different names, she once wrote for Atu, under the name Erd.
I don't think I've seen anyone fitting that description. And as I said, we haven't had any visitors in some time. Certainly not in the last 3 days.
But I did see her. I saw her walking towards Comala prison.
Maybe she never made it.
Someone must have mixed up their memories. Simply put, I don't recall seeing anyone by that name or with that description here.
I see. Thank you, miss. Perhaps we made a mistake.
Why is there a beach ball? Sensing that her current line of questioning is going nowhere, she shifts towards a different topic.
Miss Recoleta, you've gone to great lengths to get into the Panopticon. Would you mind telling us why?
Finally! I've been waiting for you to ask. I'm here to find my pen pal in Comala.
Your pen pal is an arcanist in Koala prison.
You have a pen pal? In here?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yes. 6 months ago, I went to a book exhibition in Guadalajara and came across the contact details of a few writers. I sent them my novel and asked for feedback. Looking back, it was a bit forward, but nothing unheard of between writers. A lot of friendships start through letters, you see.
Was she just cold sending her fucking manuscript everywhere?
And Aleph wrote back.
Oh, Aleph. I keep pronouncing it as Aleph. It's Aleph. Recoleta produces a thick stack of letters from her coat. The recipient's address changes with each letter, reflecting the turbulent lifestyle of the wandering writer, yet the sender's address is eternally constant, Comala.
And how much do you know about this pen pal of yours?
Oh, well, he calls himself Aleph, which is a grammatically masculine word, so...
So you assume Aleph is a man?
A reasonable suspicion, but in her experience, never a certainty.
Yes, he's probably a poet, a writer, perhaps even an alchemist. He's one of the brightest people I know. There's never been a question that he couldn't answer. I've asked him about religion, politics, history, potions, even critters in length and breadth. Can you imagine someone who knows all those things and so extensively too? And he helped me with my novel. He always seems to know the best ways to bring my characters to life.
Okay, what have you done for him lately?
Honestly, he's so insightful. I've begun wondering if he's omniscient.
That's not a normal assumption to make about someone, Recoleta, please.
With his help, my story grew richer and fuller, like a well-tended plant. Strangely, can't seem to take it any further now. It's as if the roots have been sapped of their strength.
Is her pen pal ChatGPT? Well, okay, here's the thing, right? Hang on, give me 1 second. Give me a second here. I need to, give me 1 second. If I can find... This is kind of funny. Part of the reason why I'm attached to his concept as well is because... Give me 1 second. Okay. So, I made up, like, this, I used to write for a comic. Me and the artist had a falling out, so I don't work on it anymore. But I basically, came up with the base concept for the, I did the majority of the world building, and I, made up my own magic system and everything, and, I was trying to figure out a way that, like, this magical people could have internet without having internet, right? So I ended up going with this magical, like, this interwoven magical system that kind of ties everybody together, and that you can only access using, something that's basically tied to your magical DNA, more or less. So there's no way to be anonymous on this magical internet unless you, like, steal the identity of somebody else. And basically the system was called I guess Aleph. I pronounced it Aleph in my head this entire time. It was called the Aleph system because it was like, it was the first and primary way to transmit information within this magical realm. So that's kind of the reason. So then they introduced this dude who's like omniscient or omnipotent. I don't know what the fuck his deal is. And he like knows shit and he's a little crazy. And I'm like, hey! He resonates with me. That's my guy. So now I need to grab him because he's a little crazy. AOL means Aleph Online. Maybe that's where I got it from. Because what I was Googling was I was trying to figure out why I tied it. Why I tied it with, unless that was a joke. Was that a joke? What does AOL stand for? No, it stands for America Online. I was trying to figure out why I tied the word Aleph to it, or Aleph to it. And I thought you were serious. I'm like, is that where I got it from? No, it's not where I got it from. I got.
I couldn't understand why. So, I resolved that I would see him in person to find out.
Again with this story about your uncanny pen pal? I've already told you 12 times.
Oh, give me a second, I missed that. I can't seem to take it. Okay, so she has writer's block, pretty much.
It's all very moving, but it still doesn't justify your actions. Writers experience mental blocks all the time, yet you don't see them trying to break into a prison over it.
She does have a point. Please, Burden, jailer, have a little mercy, will you?
Hold on. I've been meaning to ask. Why are you only calling her jailer? Don't you know her name?
You hardly know her.
Or do you just prefer addressing people by their occupation?
Oh, about that.
Unexpectedly, it is the Jaguar herself that speaks up.
It's okay, Miss Verton. I don't mind being called by my job title. I take pride in what I do. I'm perfectly fine with just being the jailer.
Exactly. A researcher is a researcher, and a jailer is a jailer. Titles and code names often tell us more about people than their ordinary given names, don't you think? Take Sonetto, for example. Your name comes from sonnets, doesn't it? That great poetic form from Italy. Some people mistakenly think Shakespeare invented it. Some say it was Petrarca, though no one really knows when the first sonnet was written. Sorry, I'm straying from my point. You're Italian, aren't you, Sonetto? Is that your real name, or just a code name? Were your parents poets?
As much as I'd like to be able to answer your question, I never knew my parents. My earliest memories were of the School of Primary Defense of Mankind. I've lived there since I was a small child.
My apologies. That was thoughtless of me.
It's fine. You meant no ill intent, I'm sure. Timekeeper, if Miss Recoleta was right about Dr. Doris's whereabouts, perhaps the jailer is keeping things from us. Or perhaps Dr. Doris visited the Panopticon without her knowledge. Either way, we need to do some digging here.
I agree. Let's see if we can talk to some of the inmates and find out what they know.
As they chat, the corridors, until now endless, reach a terminal point, with voices echoing ahead.
Ladies, we're about to enter the main hall of the Panopticon. This is one of the places where the inmates spend their recreation time. At this hour, they are supposed to be in their cells. But what's all that noise?
The jailer seems to be tense with the apparently unusual amount of noise.
Miss Verton, could you keep an eye on Recoleta if anything happens?
Recoleta tries her best to avoid the hard stare of the feline jailer by blending into the Foundation team.
Certainly. What do you take me for? I'm not going to run away. That'd be a pretty cheesy way to start a story.
Please, just stay close to me.
Oh, there's an eye on the floor, too. I didn't see that. Huh. Okay. Interesting. So, it kind of... What can we glean from this so far? I mean, like the story started with her old writing mate saying that, like, hey, you can just call things by their titles, or you can just call things by their names, right? Or call by things by any name. Like, you can call her Teresa or whatever. I'm sure, like, the people are more important than what they're trying to do and trying to keep track of everybody. And she's like, I don't know what you mean. And so she's, like, also treating everybody... And she also treats other people like that as well. Like, they're not real. Like, they're concepts within a story. We don't even know the Jaguar's name. Like, the Jaguar is just known as the jailer right now. And that's kind of, like... That's kind of typical in certain kinds of stories. Kind of like the story that she's writing that we got a glimpse into. Like, the guy was just known as, like, the bank clerk or whatever. And the protagonist is just known as the researcher. That most recent twist in her story that we last saw was that something happened to the bank clerk after going to the funeral or whatever, and now he's the fisherman. But the researcher still refers to him as the bank clerk, because that's who she knows he is. So I'm wondering if there's something to do with, like, names here, or, you know, something to do with names, powering the concept itself. It just seems like names / titles of professions are important somehow, and that's the one thing that I'm gleaning from this so far. To protect inmates from Recoleta, true. I'm calling Recoleta only thinks her pen pal is real, which is why she's trying so hard to reach him. So, like, you think Aleph is, like, in her head, and she's just writing those letters to herself? Or maybe the Jaguar was helping her with the thing the entire time, and that's why she doesn't want her in there. So the pen pal I never met. Perhaps the pen pal you never see is the one you truly need. Aleph, my dear pen pal, encloses the latest revision of my novel. In your last letter, you suggested the role of a bank clerk marking Amalfitano with the stamp of the capitalist production model. An excellent idea. In this revision, I have incorporated some of my own thoughts as well. As everything about my novel is impatient to share with you, perhaps you won't mind me discussing something else. Throughout my creative journey, your encouragement and validation have been my greatest comfort. When facing the countless closed doors of publishers, the long futile efforts feel insignificant in the face of your understanding. Oh, my dear pen pal, I say this sincerely, though I suppose such explanations are unnecessary. Perhaps I do not need to waste more ink describing just how much your letters mean to me. So I ask, with both sincerity and trepidation, may we speak in person about the dead, the desert, fate, the ending that troubles me so much, and the tides of imagination and insight that carry us both. Recoleta, the Poetry Gathering in Santa Fe de Bogota's Open Air Theater, Colombia. Miss Recoleta, as I have mentioned several times in my letters, and as you may have already surmised, I'm in a fucking prison. This is why I've never met my pen pals in person. Due to its remote location and cold climate, Ushuaia is not a place people readily visit. People would rather sip a hot drink in one of Buenos Aires' century-old cafes than travel such a distance. Finally, I still wish you the best in your creative path. Aleph at the Kamala prison in Ushuaia. I'm in prison, goddammit! I can't meet you in person. I don't know how many times I have to say it. The Weaving of Shadows, Volume 1. Darkness has no form. The ever-shifting gaze seeps into every crevice. Hello. Oh, looks like we've got a new arrival. It's pitch black in here. I can't be sure she's new just yet. Hey there, welcome to La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas? Or maybe she's one of those who broke out and came back of her own accord. Keeping quiet, I get it. This might be a sacred moment for you. A return to the darkness. Oh. Corridor, Kamala Prison.
La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas?
Okay, so Doris was here, and we're seeing things through her quote-unquote eyes. The textures she felt on her way here do not match the words she just heard. Guided by her keen hearing, she pauses mid-step in what seems to be a reasonably open space. The room falls into silence, like the longest minute in human history. Are you still there? A faint cough, a heave of a sigh in the darkness. Pardon me, but have we met before? This is my first time in this prison, as far as I can recall. What a strange thing to say, prison. When was the last time we heard someone say that? Back when the narrator was published? Wait, you aren't some ancient ghost here in pursuit of realism, are you? There's a theatrical flair in her voice. Rusty gates, pitch-black cells, prison. Bars for exchanging letters, a peaceful and secluded place, Sociedad de Poetas. And no, we don't know you. The three of them are spaced just far enough apart to barely make out each other's faces in the dark. What a wonderful example, Garcia. Exactly. It all depends on how you choose to see the world, my new friend. Roberta, we don't have much time. This might be the most important gathering of the month. No, maybe even of the year. You're right, Garcia. At this moment, nothing is more important than the salon the idealist has so carefully prepared. You should focus on sorting out those manuscripts first.
Pardon the interruption, but might I ask?
Oh, why your organization is called La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas, I assume it isn't simply due to geography. Don't worry, Senora. We make it a point to introduce our Sociedad to every new friend. But now isn't quite the time. After the salon ends, we'll ask the jailer about your accommodation. So they refer to her as the jailer as well. Wait a minute. Roberta, your eyes are well adjusted to the dark. Use them. She's neither a newcomer nor a returnee. She's a blind woman. Ah, please forgive Garcia's rudeness, Senora. A sensory limitation can sometimes bring sharper intuition. In that colorful world of the mind, I'm sure what you see is even more beautiful than reality. But if you weren't brought in by the physician, see, like, now, okay, so everyone is referring to each other by their titles. I'm not sure if this is just a convenience for narrative sake, because, like, referring to them as the jailer and the physician is more, apparent to us as the reader than saying, oh, you know, so-and-so and so-and-so, we don't know who the fuck those are, but that's still very conspicuous. If you weren't brought in by the physician, why are you here? She tries to construct a fiction in her mind, something that could justify the surreal nature of her arrival. From the humid trade winds of Sao Paulo to the crashing surf on the cliffs, now this strange land greets me for the first time with nothing but cold silence. Oh, it's Miss Grace! Miss Erd is to be placed in Ushuaia's Comala prison. She is not to be treated as an ordinary inmate. In the words of the preacher, you're our honored guest, Miss Erd.
I've come to learn the name of this land. Ushuaia.
Sorry, Reverse 909 does this thing where, like, once in a while, during these silent, segments, they get the voice actor to just voice, like, the first few words of a line and nothing else. I'm not quite sure why, but it throws me off sometimes. From my young lady's retelling, it lies at the southernmost tip of the vast continent of South America.
As we walked, I could feel her gaze upon me. Steady, yet never intrusive.
I could tell she meant me no harm. Okay, yes, so this is the first time Miss Grace and Doris are meeting, right? I've informed the administrator of Comala Prison of your identity and special circumstances. He will ensure your safety. Good luck and farewell. Okay, so like the
I sensed I had been brought to a place most unusual. A building with a quiet peculiarity in the air.
Two attendants followed close behind me, some form of liquid dripping from their faces. Yeah,
I suppose I must claim a little freedom for myself in this place.
I thought the darkness was a blessing. It wasn't too difficult to shake them off.
I'm sorry for your undue trouble, my diligent friends.
Hi, Phasia. Just got caught up in CCTV story, not doing 2.0 just yet. Holy fuck, does Hugo's VHU the goddamn seed? Isn't he great? His voice actor is a big reason why I flipped on him. I was like, I wasn't super sold on him at first, but God, his voice actor fucking kills it! I'm so happy I grabbed him. glad you're having a good time, though. I'm not starting 2.0 either. I think we're doing 2.0 next week, maybe? Possibly? Because we have 2.0, we also have Magia, etc. Because Scene
I'm
0 is
here
actually
for a
fully
short
voiced.
visit,
So,
hoping to find some inspiration for my next story.
wait, no, hey, fucking chill. I didn't. So this chapter's a little bit glitchy, where it like auto goes to the next line when I don't click. That's kind of annoying. I'm a writer. I mostly write under the name Erd. I'm here for a short visit, hoping to find some inspiration for my next story. I'm afraid I don't know of this physician you mentioned. See, Garcia, this lady is a writer, a good soul. You almost made us miss out on meeting a kindred spirit. Come, I'm sure you'll fall in love with our salon. This has nothing to do with me. It's dark in here, but I suppose you've already grown used to walking in the dark. Sorry, I mean no offense. He's kind of hot. Maybe my standard is just very low. Oh no, I'm forgetting a... Oh wait, I forgot this one too. Shit. Where is this place the furthest edge of civilization? Historically, the town of Ushuaia originally was home to just 400 people until 1,100 convicts were exiled here. Not hard to see why. The little town has a chill that pierced it to the bone, even though rain feels unapologetic and bleak. Those exiles became essential for the town. They cut the lumber, built the generators. Some people stayed after their release, and the town prospered. Town so deeply intertwined with the stories of exile and imprisonment, don't you think that gives it a certain mysterious, intricate, unspoken charm? In the cold silence of the polar night, a pair of warm hands can warm not just your body, but also your heart. Even if those hands belong to a death row convict exiled here, yes, please touch me. I'm so fucking alone. Of course, even if they belong to a waddling penguin, it would still be the hands of a friend. Over the years, we could even end up like family. Indeed, I think I understand how the residents and prisoners integrated. Surviving in the harsh climate isn't easy. Prisoners can make it alone. The harsh nature of their surroundings taught them a simple truth: no person survives on their own. Such poetic wording, so now you really ought to try your hand at poetry, is an act of outpouring one's feelings and taking a journey through one's own mind. A journey through your mind. Thanks for the suggestion. Perhaps I'll consider giving it a try in the future. Place that time forgot. They brandish philosophy to persecute all heretics equally. National Foucault Studies Association was founded by scholars alongside the junta to support the study of Foucault's theories and further exploration of social structures. Thus, a regular column was established in this publication where contributions from all perspectives are welcomed and encouraged. The newspaper's about as little as I am, yet you managed to find a copy. Panopticon was founded as a site for experimental psychoanalysis. That doesn't sound ethical! I've read about it. A single watcher could observe all prisoners, and since the prisoners never knew if they were being watched or not, the surveillance system infiltrated every detail of their lives. It's smart, isn't it? The actual surveillance remains unseen, yet the prisoners nonetheless end up trapped in a closed, fragmented structure. Oh, those were my pen pal's words. I don't mean to plagiarize. He also said it was a significant experiment for the government at the time. But in that era, Foucault's psychoanalysis seemed more like a means to an end. Huh? Wait, so if I'd been born a few decades later, would I have needed to try so hard to get into this prison? Wouldn't the gendarmes have locked me up just for writing and speaking out? I may not always understand you, but I sincerely hope you're joking now. Back then, people faced more than just imprisonment. There were disappearances, torture, and many deaths. Alright, I apologize. That was a bit inappropriate for a joke. I admit. Please relax, Sonetto. Bruh, it was just a prank, bro. Bro, it was just a prank. Okay. A Latin American fable. A salute to a literary society born within a prison. No, a tribute to an impossible miracle. Oh, congratulations, Yishuan in 44. Good stuff. Hall of New Encounters.
I didn't expect any of this from what we saw outside.
The modeled yet... Sorry, I'm digging this music. I'm digging this ambient music here. Ambient. Ambiance. Well, it stopped now. Maybe it was just a sound. Maybe someone was just playing with their water phone or something, or theremin or something. The modeled yet pristine walls, the still waters, the silent white tower standing within the labyrinth. Nearby, several prisoners form a circle, some standing, some sitting, engaged in conversation.
Oh, excuse me for a moment. I have duties that I must attend to.
With a sigh, the jailer steps into the gathering, causing a strangely subdued reaction from the prisoners.
They don't seem intimidated by her at all.
Yeah. They just look like a bunch of artists having a chat in the garden. And the jailer seems to be like a grumpy neighbor coming over to ask them to keep it down.
The grumpy neighbor continues her chastising.
Everyone, you know the rules. There are to be no after-hours gatherings here without the physician's approval.
Okay,
You
everyone
sound
knows
softer and softer each time you come to warn us. Why not just join us? Isn't it better than circling around the Panopticon all day? And look around you. We're in the Hall of New Encounters. What better place to host a salon?
Oh, why is it glitching out? You see this effect here? I don't know if that's a glitch or if that's an indication of something. Wait, hang on. Hang on. Yeah, no, that's an indication of something because it's only the phrase Hall of New Encounters that's glitching out. Do you see that? It's only the phrase Hall of New Encounters that's experiencing that visual effect. What the fuck is going on, bro?
You're missing out in Comala if you don't even get a taste of our literature.
Exactly. Even those oil-dripping musicians drop by from time to time. Not that they're the kind to care about the beauty of words.
Hang on, I'm gonna look up define salon. Obviously, it's another definition of salon. A reception, a regular social gathering of eminent people, especially writers and artists, at the house of a woman prominent in high society. A meeting of intellectuals or other eminent people at the invitation of a celebrity or a socialite. Okay, so there's a person in power, quote-unquote power, or with status. There's a person with status who invites who invites a bunch of creatives to congregate in one place. That's what a salon is. So who called them here, I wonder?
Oil-dripping musicians? Timekeeper, could they mean...
Before the jailer can say anything else, two of the prisoners simultaneously gesture for her to stay silent, pointing to the center of their gathering.
Quiet now, please. The Idealist Salon is about to start.
Okay, hang on. So the word idealist is glitching out. So it's just idealist and the hall and the name of the hall. Interesting, okay.
These people seem friendly enough. Why don't we see what this is about?
Old term for intellectual gathering, precursor to conference or summit. Got it. Oh, aspect ratio shift.
En desiertos, en estrellas,
In
dentro
deserts,
de
in
laberintos.
stars, within labyrinths.
En aguas, en espejos,
In waters,
dentro
in
de
mirrors,
reflejos.
within reflections.
Soñamos sobre la almohada de
Dream
paja
on
de la
death's straw
muerte.
pillow.
Aquí estamos,
Here we are,
rendiendo
paying
homenaje
tribute
a
to the
los
ghosts.
fantasmas.
Para rendirlo
To give it
todo
all up
otra
again.
vez.
Para rendirlo
To give it all
otra
up
vez.
again.
My dear friends, we face a difficult truth. The movement of visceral realism still stumbles in the dark. Our poems, our language, our minds are tangled by a stifling vine. A mundane, stale vision shared among all bourgeoisie. We follow this vision blindly, clinging to the comfort brought by logic and conventional wisdom. And by it, we nip every branch of new art in the bud.
I'm not sure. It looks like a pendant of some kind. A pendant and a jewel at the end here, and he's got words written on him. Hang on, sorry. Moving to visceral stumbles in the dark, tangled by a stifling vine, a mundane, stale vision shared among... Okay, so they're trapped. We follow this vision blindly, clinging to the comfort brought by logic and conventional wisdom, and by it we nip... Okay, so so what he's saying is conforming... okay, so like, conforming stifles new creation is basically what he's saying.
Poems are perhaps too fragile an outgrowth to develop one's life upon. But here, we may light them like candles at our funerals.
Okay, so poems can't be explored in the confines of normal society. But because they're no longer present in normal society, they can fuck around with it as much as they want.
Let poetry become the bridge between us and the world.
Oh, he's got a conductor's baton. I didn't see that. A lone clap breaks the silence. It comes earlier than all the other cheers from the audience.
As we come back and forth over the boundaries of life and death, the old obstacles begin to take on a new look. With the eyes of poets, we may see behind them. You're a visceral realist. I can't be mistaken. You must be.
The idealist's eyes pierce through the grove of literary enthusiasts, reaching a distant, drifting new world.
A lonely cowboy, finally home.
Okay, so there's a lot of like tree imagery here because especially I like how they phrased it as his vision piercing through the grove of enthusiasts. That's cool. All right. Okay. Cool. All right. Sorry if I'm over-explaining. I just know this gets very like allegedly it gets very high concept, so I just want to make sure I'm getting things so I don't end up completely fucking lost. I need an anchor. I need an anchor to know that to know that I'm still understanding shit, because I'm gonna lose the plot here as soon as it gets complicated.
What a wonder. You're in time. The salon has just begun, and La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas isn't like those salons that care more about who's invited than the art. All are welcome here.
Lonely Cowboy seems like a nod to Recoletta's mini-story. Oh, I haven't played that yet. Usually I don't play those until after I finish the new content. But Lonely Cowboy finally home. What a wonder. What does he mean by home? Does he mean the location, or does he just mean among other intellectuals?
A literary salon in a prison? Though, so far it seems to have more dancing than poems.
Did you understand what that man just said?
No, sorry, Timekeeper. I need a moment to think it through.
Don't worry, Sonato. I would guess we're not the only ones who are confused here.
Yeah, and I have the luxury of pausing for a second.
Miss Jailer, is this that peculiarity about Kamala you mentioned earlier?
Miss Jailer, what the fuck is going on?
Enough, idealist. You're still an inmate here, and you are walking a very fine line right now.
Okay, so she calls him by his title as well. So like we've had a bit of touching of like fourth wall breaks, like a little bit of sprinkling in the early plot here. Like it feels like we're in the middle of a story. Kind of like similar to how Recoleta like doesn't give names to anybody in her novel. Nobody in the Panopticon has had a name. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. Two people, so for Gloria and that other guy that Dr. Doris came across, had names for some reason. But the people, like, now that we're interacting with have all been called by their titles. So, like, is there, like, a story going on within the Panopticon, I wonder? Anyway.
Oh, I'm quite aware of where I am and what lines I tread. This is a prison. The safest place for poets in this part of the continent. One cannot be arrested twice, after all.
The man's words draw laughter from the other prisoners as they turn to discuss the speech with excitement. Is it a John Doe situation where no one knows his real name, so they just use his title? I mean, I would consider that if it wasn't for the fact we still talk about the jailer. And the jailer doesn't have a name. So it's two conspicuous instances so far of people being referred to as their titles and us not knowing their names.
But please, don't trouble yourself with our little farce. What harm could a few poets possibly do?
All the irregular rhymes and wild contractions of aesthetics converge into a chaotic countercurrent, crashing against the newcomers. Recoleta clenches her fists in shock, certain that the man before her is her mysterious pen pal. So that's Aleph.
Senor Idealist, might I ask you something?
Hold on, Recoleta. All forms of communication with the inmates must conform to our regulations. We will need to record the conversation and submit it to higher authorities for review.
I have some questions for the gentleman as well, but we're more than willing to follow the rules. I think the person I'm looking for might have attended this literary salon. Or at least talked to some of its members.
I don't know if it matters to play before or after for this one, but she writes about a cowboy in the first episode of it. Interesting, okay.
I'd wager she's spoken to that gentleman. That is, if she has been here at all.
I see. Go ahead then. Just watch the time.
Jaguar seems very ethical. As the visitors petition the jailer, Recoleta pushes past the bustling crowd. Fuck! Stop that! Past the bustling crowd and takes a deep breath. Oh! Noisy atmosphere plunges into silence, just like the still waters nearby. The idealist is evidently taken aback by the name.
Oh, another visitor looking for Olive.
So you know him?
Naturally, but I'm not obliged to speak of him to one who does not, stranger.
Bro, this guy's unwell. The salon host is non-committal, turning toward Recoleta's companions.
And you, young lady in the hat, are you here for Olive as well? What a lively day this is.
No, I'm looking for a blind woman. Her name is Doris.
Ah, yes, I remember. Her writing was impeccable, like an exquisite crocodile skin handbag in a shop window. Elegant, yet condescending.
Oh, that's a nice way of phrasing it.
Do you know where she is now?
I'm not able to keep track of every inmate here, miss. Perhaps you should ask those who have seen everything from above. Through the glass, where the scrutinizing eyes of power look down on us.
He's got a nice voice.
Eyes?
We have seen eye imagery. Yeah, there's one there too. She scans the prison hall. The walls, the great tower, and the pool remain unchanged. Nothing appears amiss. All the prisoners present nod in agreement, prompting a weary sigh from the jailer.
Have you taken your medicine today, idealist?
I'm feeling marvelous. Today I require no help from them.
I've warned you. It's unwise to act against the physician's orders.
Act against him? No one may act against him here. The physician must have misunderstood us. I suspect he doesn't understand half of what we say. I'd like to know how he got his medical degree. Not by cracking open skulls, I should hope.
The prisoners exchange knowing smiles.
What a pity, jailer. You know, I've always believed you had the soul of a poet, just like us. We've already spoken enough rebellious thoughts outside of Komala. How else do you think we ended up in your nut house?
Okay, Nut House is glitching out. I do find it kind of odd that at least the prisoners we've met so far are all literary enthusiasts. So, like, were they all locked up here for speaking out against something? And none of them are actually, like, violent criminals or anything? That would be kind of sad.
We've been here far too long. Long after the junta was removed from office.
Okay.
After our home became a deserted wasteland in the aftermath of the Latin American boom.
What are you getting at?
That power is boring, meaningless. Nothing holds on to power forever. And the one true connection we have to life is poetry.
See, jailer? Even an outsider understands our ideas better than you. It's time to open your eyes to reality. La Sociedad is the only way for us to feel truly alive in here, beneath the gaze of those prying, ever-vigilant eyes.
Idealist, last warning. Stop this now.
Oh shit, she's pissed.
Fine, fine. All right, compañeros. Sadly, the salon must come to an end, as our jailer insists.
The crowd murmurs and grumbles as they begin to disperse.
Dear friends, I do not mean to abuse the power of suspense. I sincerely invite you to come with me to the heart of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas. Perhaps you'll find the person you look for there.
The man strikes a gesture somehow equally comedic and solemn.
We'd love to. Only if that's okay with you, Miss Jailer.
I suppose that's all right. You're already here. We can call it part of your tour, but please, ladies, take none of their rumblings seriously.
Thank you, Jailer. Please, follow me.
Hall of New Encounters. My food is here, and we're 3 minutes to ad break. So we're gonna take a little ad break. I'm gonna go grab my food. We're not gonna continue with the story until you come back. So I'll see you in a bit. And bada boom. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. Recoletta, I will take all of it super seriously. Very true. Blah. I'm intrigued. This has drawn me in, and it has a stranglehold on my ass. Very excited. I get my weekly Alfredo. I still got a minute. I guess I could like do this little fight here. I forget my Parmesan. I do grab my Parmesan. I paid a good 25 cents for that.
Keep the sample.
Oh shit, how does this work again? Choose the right direction and the path will reveal itself.
This isn't the way to the gallery.
Yeah, no fucking shit. What's going on?
It isn't the usual way. It's a shortcut. We call it the Reptilian Complex and Primal Hunger route. Much faster than the limbic system and postmodern anxiety route, let me tell you.
This guy a fucking Disco Elysium skill?
But this passageway has long been abandoned, and entry is prohibited. It's extremely dangerous to...
Relax, Jailer. No one, not even you, knows this prison better than I.
But, Timekeeper, I think we've just gone in a circle.
Isn't that?
Actually, maybe I should do single target attack. I forgot how this works.
A good point.
What I'm good at.
No other study could show you this.
Oh, I said single
This
target.
counts
And
with
it
you.
really didn't do a single target.
It could be fun.
Maybe not.
A new hypothesis. A good point.
Time to check my calculations.
Oh, when we hit the right one. Okay, okay. When we hit the... So... Would there be a downside? Welcome back, everybody. We're just doing the,
An academic question.
battle that we left off.
Yes. It's what I'm good at.
Limited scale, infinite lines. Behold.
Higher than a bell tower, and deep in the clouds. Rise and shine.
Hey, Jojo. We go boom. And we go boom.
And you
boom.
had a good point. Confirm the coordinates.
Victory? Okay, but what does it mean to us?
Let's take a step back. Pull you out of that whirlwind of passion and dreams.
Sure, gives me a second to eat.
If you want to make the best call, you need to zero in on what really matters. So what's your take on that big speech?
Latin American boom.
A sudden explosion that shook Latin American literary circles about 30 years ago. It was destructive, but also gave rise to new life.
Okay.
Lucky for us, we don't have to worry about shell shock in the literary world.
You don't strike me as someone who knows about. That's fucking rude.
It's not about knowing literature. Any soldier with little experience can deliver a status report. All right. Eyes on the map. As we speak, ships are lined up on the Spanish coast. But this time, they're poised to make a new kind of discovery. If you can call it that.
Look, I don't know shit about history. Is something about to happen?
And here are our new Columbuses, heading to the docks to embark on their journey.
Who are these new Columbuses?
Carmen and Carlos, the driving force behind this literary feast between Spain and Latin America. Carmen, with an eye for opportunity and a mind for business, sought out the continent's literary gems and secured generous publishing deals for them.
Okay.
Carlos, with his deep understanding of market dynamics, brought these works to the eyes of the European public.
What happened then?
Then, a golden era began. It all kicked off with a scandal at a military academy. And soon, the entire world was captivated by the story of a baby with a pig's tail from a faraway land.
Have a contract.
Time for more storm-induced trauma.
Hell yeah! Thank you, Rover, for the resub at tier 3. Appreciate it. 18 months. Right now we're in a literary. We're starting our descent into a plot infused with literary references, and I'm trying to keep up.
But we mustn't forget the writers themselves. Fuentes, a towering figure of the Spanish-speaking world, and Cortázar, the writer ever seeing through the eyes of a child. And of course, Mario and Gabo, key players in this literary revolution, will forever be etched in the annals of history.
Okay, so the Latin American boom is a description of an era where, like, these two people, Carlos and, what was it, Carmen? Carmen and Carlos? Where these two people, like, sought out literary works from Latin America and then brought it to a European market? That's what I'm gathering. I'm assuming this was an actual historical event.
They corresponded regularly, always expressing deep admiration for each other's work. In fact, one even wrote a doctoral thesis on the other.
Damn, in Latin America we don't say I love you, we just write a doctoral thesis on your literary masterpiece and glaze the fuck out of it, and I think that's beautiful.
Ah, friendship.
That must have been a proud time for them.
It was. But no matter how explosive the boom was, it couldn't escape its fleeting nature. With the second imprisonment and self-criticism of a Cuban poet, in came an inexplicable right hook, and bang, silence. The military junta had gripped the poets' throats. The verse of the pioneers was cut off, their voices no longer heard. The bond between two generations was broken, and for the younger of the two, the silence was intolerable.
Wait, so was it a ban on literary works because it was causing, like, thoughts of revolution or something?
They looked for a new theme, a new idea, a new voice, a new method to speak on their disappointment, their horror, and their anger. And they became the new guerrillas.
Hang on. I'm pulling up the Wikipedia page. Latin American boom, literary movement, 1670s, group of relatively young Latin American novelists became widely circulated in Europe and throughout the world. The boom is mostly closely associated with Cortázar of Argentina, Fuentes of Mexico, Vargas of Peru, Mario Vargas, how do you pronounce that? Llosa of Peru, and Gabriel Garcia Marquez of Colombia. Influenced by European and North American modernism, but also by the Latin American vanguardia movement, challenge established conventions of Latin American literature. Work is experimental, owing to the political climate, very political. It is no exaggeration to state that if the southern continent was known for two things above all others in the 1960s, these were first and foremost the Cuban Revolution and its impact on both Latin America and the Third World generally, and secondly the boom in Latin American fiction, whose rise and fall coincided with the rise and fall of liberal perceptions of Cuba between 59 and 71. Oh my god. Is that where they got the name from? Period, origins, conclusion, creative boom, folks' attention, the success of the Cuban Revolution in 59 promised a new age. Period euphoria can be considered closed in 71 when the Cuban government hardened its party line and the poet Roberto Padilla was forced to reject in a public document his so-called decadent and deviant views. The furor over Padilla's case brought to an end the affinity between Spanish-American intellectuals and the Cuban inspirational myth. The Padilla affair is thought by some to have signaled the beginning of the end of the boom. However, in a significant sense, the movement has not ended. Continues to publish books. Interesting. I've never heard of it. I mean, I don't know shit about literature, so that's not a surprise, but... Interesting. Where have I heard Gabriel Garcia Marquez before? Oh, 100 Years of Solitude! Okay! Okay, yeah, he wrote 100 Years of Solitude. Okay. Alright, okay, sorry. Okay. Average Five-Tailed Stream teaching me more than the American education system ever... Hey, look! I knew that this chapter of 1999 was gonna get, like, literary with it. I'm not saying, like, I don't mean to imply that it's super high concept and super complicated, blah, blah, blah. But also, I don't know shit about literature, and I want to at least kind of understand the concepts it's telling me. So we're gonna look up Wikipedia a lot here, folks. Towering walls, prisoners deep in the abyss paint pictures of the sky. Enter the darkness. I once read in an article that you Chileans don't like Baroque literature, something about it being too noisy. You sure are a quiet bunch. Is that so? And you Argentinians just love it, right? If you're any metric to go by, I'd say you're all loud and obnoxious. You, just because the idealist isn't here, you think you can turn the salon into a debate hall? You started it. Enough, stop squabbling and post your work so we can read it. If you ask me, you're simply more interested in rhythm than form. Spanish is a rich language, one that is inherently expressive, ever-changing, and artistic, much like Baroque literature. Typically quiet man's words douse the argument like a cold splash of water, sending the group into a rare moment of calm. Well, it's Roberta. All jokes aside, I do miss them. Ever since those bad members left La Sociedad, we've had far fewer breakthroughs in stream of consciousness writing. I, for one, would gladly discuss the aesthetic value of stream of consciousness composition. Okay, so she has a name. I mean, people only have names when we're, like, so far, the only names we've seen are through, Dr. Doris's, eyes. That's the only time people have got names, so far. So we'll see. As new topic surfaces, the inmates' voices begin to rise once again. It was a most unusual literary salon full of emotionally charged statements and biased opinions, but I didn't mind it. In fact, my feeling was quite the opposite. The inmates give me an incredible feeling. Not one of them saw themselves as a prisoner stripped of their freedom. A group of literature enthusiasts coming together in an abandoned prison and collaborating to build an ideal nation. It felt as though it was the result of some kind of pact, but in reality, it was clearly a government-run prison. Everyone quiet down, I have something to announce. She's new. An unfamiliar voice cuts off the clacking typewriter in Doris's mind. A woman walks out from the far end of the darkness and steps into the center of the salon, stopping before the whiteboard and podium.
Mr. Idealist entrusted me with hosting the literature salon.
He left a letter under a stone in the corner stating he had a personal matter to attend to. Octavia. Okay. For the session, I will now announce our next research topic.
Fiction's duality in reflecting reality and the self.
Heavy gasps turned heads and uproar spreads to the audience. Clearly, this wasn't the topic they were expecting. She raises the letter in her hand in a gesture for silence.
Like-minded fellows. Aspiring writers.
Since the turn of the century, the names that once shook the literary world have gradually faded into obscurity. So, okay. So this is coming from a point of view after the boom. Got it.
Literature's been shoved aside in the world of art.
In a second, I'm having noodles. Damn, it's just good. Alright. People attend theaters, cinemas, and even art galleries to enjoy paintings and sculptures, but few can finish a book, true.
What is left for us to do?
When families are torn apart and our nations are ravaged by tyranny.
Let stories be our weapon. They should be the sword that cuts through the bloody truth. The beacon that lights our way forward.
The audience falls into silence. You could try writing a Latin American War and Peace, and we could continue with our original Salon topic. The two aren't mutually exclusive. I've spent the whole month preparing for the topic the idealist previously proposed. If you insist on changing the subject, then I'm afraid I'll have to take my leave. Miss Octavia, forgive me for interrupting, but this isn't the topic we agreed on. Everything you've said, we just can't do that. We haven't even figured out things for ourselves yet. Octavia, it's an interesting topic, it is, but perhaps we can talk about it another time. Besides, don't forget the reason you're here in the first place, for preaching that the novel is a weapon. Yeah, if it weren't for your rich daddy, you'd be on the gallows, not standing here preaching to us.
Hey!
Another prisoner stands, his voice clear. You've completely missed Miss Octavia's point. A great writer should be like an obsessive gravedigger, digging up the rotting flesh of social realism from the grave of our times. Only this vast crucible is worthy to be the host of our literature. At that time, Mr. Garcia looked visibly resistant as Mr. Julio issued stern reminders and Miss Roberta attempted to mediate. More and more members joined the debate, and voices both for and against Miss Octavia's proposal emerged. It didn't take long for La Sociedad to split into two camps. That was when I realized I needed to do something to get this derailed literary salon back on the tracks.
I'm a writer.
Please allow
and
me
I
to...
mostly write under the name Erd.
Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Doris from Sao Paulo.
Erd?
That name sounds familiar.
Have you written for Atu? Are you the Erd in Atu?
Wow, I never imagined we'd be welcoming such an honored guest today. I thoroughly enjoyed your piece titled The Tin Soldiers of Sao Paulo.
It's an important part of my visit to hear all the ideas and opinions, if you'll pardon my intrusion.
Then tell me, Miss Erd, what are your thoughts on today's salon topic? A difficult question, one involving preference, a creative stance, and a political alignment. A scale that is never easily balanced. However, the answer has never been the most important part of such questions.
In these restless times, literature has been overlooked, forgotten, pushed to the edges of the world, much like Ushuaia.
Some fall into deep thought, others nod in agreement, and a few look puzzled. The audience is largely unaware that the topic has already shifted. To most, this prison at the end of the world is a distant, cold place, perhaps even a place of hopelessness. When a prisoner is first sent here, I cannot help but imagine that the first thing they feel is a stagnant pool of water and a calm, quiet despair. She seizes this chance to guide the literary salon back from the muddy trenches of ideology. She recalls the days of typing while looking out over the river, boats, and palm trees. Words are honest, they have no capacity to lie. I came here to gather material for my next book. I plan to record everything I experience in this place faithfully. And what kind of work are you planning to write? A non-fiction piece, I presume, about Comala Prison? Its theme is fate. Fate fucking mentioned? Okay, yeah, fate has come up a couple of times, including with Ricoletta's protagonist. Is it a protagonist, or was it her? I can't remember. No, wait, no, it was a protagonist investigating the die, right? I can't tell if the die is real or not. Where's the thingy? I'm missing one. Missing one, where is it? Is it because we're on this one? Okay, whatever, we'll go back. Shadows of the living, metallic sheen, rippling water, and shadows that peer back from within the dim reflection. Alright, what do you got for me?
La investigadora se despierta en su cueva en la duna, que le parecía tan vacía como una tumba. Era poco antes del amanecer. Montones de cintas habían ocupado su espacio vital, apilándose una y otra vez. Cada uno de estos carretes giratorios hablaba de historias sobre esa cabaña con techo azul.
The researcher awakens in her dune cave, which felt to her as hollow as a tomb. It was a little before dawn. Stacks of tapes have eaten up her living space, climbing up again and again, each of these spinning reels speaking of stories about that cottage with a blue roof.
Oyó la voz del asesinado conductor de burros detrás de ella.
I hear them all.
Oigo a todos ellos, las risas y las voces de generaciones pasadas, como hojas secas atrapadas en las grietas de viejas paredes, rugiendo solo cuando el viento sopla otra vez. No pondría un pie en esa casa si fuera tú. El mendigo al lado de la puerta también habló. Duermo en el porche cada noche. Cada mañana una luz tenue brilla a través de la ventana, pero nadie sale nunca por esa puerta, y nadie ha entrado nunca. Luego la voz del empleado del banco. Es la historia del alter ego. Esa casa debe haber estado llena de deudas que nadie reclamaría. La anciana enferma, luchando en su cama, susurró. La casa recuerda esos días, cuando la gente desaparecía en la oscuridad de la noche y los niños eran robados por las tormentas. La investigadora de paracausalidad había oído suficiente y volvió a dormirse. Solo quedaba el traqueteo del dado de Babilonia, resonando en su cueva vacía.
The voices! The voices! That went over my head. I don't know what they were talking about there. Is the cave a Play-Doh thing? Shit, did I miss something? In a deteriorating activity hall, thousands of floating slips of paper form a blurred colossal face. It is hard to imagine how the prisoners managed to transform this place into what it is now. Okay, so I know we were joking about the Disco Elysium reference earlier, but it's also very much reminds me of that statue in the middle of that city, remember?
You and I have a contract.
Sorry, I'm back. I was eating dinner.
You're all good. I'm eating now. I'm wondering, like, I'm not saying that this is a Disco Elysium reference. I'm wondering if Disco Elysium and then this chapter are referencing other things throughout history or literature that I'm just not aware of. The game is more cultured than I am. I don't know what to make of that. This is cool though.
I've always wanted to use the element of fantasy to better establish our theme. And I was right.
Hey, how's it going? This guy looks like a tired bitch. That's my type. You know that's my type.
Now the stage is captivating, the timing is perfect, and the audience is ideally placed.
This dude's about to fucking break. He's on the edge of madness here.
Only one imperfect element remains in the scene. The creator, who hasn't stepped away from his creation. No. There's another thing.
Garcia, the curator of the exhibition, stands beneath his work, deep in thought, agonizing over every minute imperfection. Okay, so Garcia has a name. We're no longer in Dr. Doris's POV, so Garcia and Roberta, I imagine, have names for some reason. His fellow poets whisper to one another.
Can you even tell any difference between today's setup and yesterday's?
Seriously, Roberta? That's a rude question.
This motherfucker! Diggers, what are you doing here? Diggers, what the fuck? Actually, you know what? Actually, come to think of it, this is kind of the perfect place for him, isn't it? This is actually kind of the perfect place for him, isn't it?
Well, what's the difference then?
Well, I can't see one either, but you should never judge art by how much it changes in a day. It's a creative process. We might be standing at the edge of the world, but art has no boundaries. We have to show him our support.
Don't be mean, Roberta.
Easy for you to say. He's been tinkering and tweaking for over 3 months.
Oh.
Even if the idealist himself entrusted him with this exhibition, he can still be wrong sometimes. This gallery is turning into a dump.
Your gallery fucking sucks, Garcia. Clean up your shit.
Estoy viendo fantasmas. Todos con
Seeing
las
ghosts,
mismas
all with the
caras,
same
Garcia.
faces, Garcia. All too many.
Demasiados.
It's easy to
Es
get lost in
fácil
them.
perderse en ellos.
Having navigated through the labyrinth, the idealist, the leader of La Sociedad, arrived at the exhibit's entrance, accompanied by several new faces and the jailer.
Idealist, you're back. Are these new recruits for La Sociedad? You must have had a very successful day.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. Oh, fuck. No. Hey, no, I clicked the wrong thing. Fuck! I'm glitching out. Give me one second. Hang on. Hang on. Come on, he's gotta be somewhere. Character? No. Why is it all fucking TikTok? Hang on, give me 1 second. Okay, no, that was deleted. Shit, I don't think there's a way to, okay. You know who he sounds like? I'm gonna let it play a little bit.
It is good to see you, Garcia. How has your vision progressed today?
First a salon, and now an art gallery. Is this really a prison?
Her shock is evident on her face, but her words are ignored as Garcia begins to vent his frustrations.
As you can see, I've strived to push the element of fantasy in my work so that it might reach perfection.
Okay, guys, hear me out. I think this guy, he sounds familiar. I think this guy might be Wander / Scaramouche's voice actor, because we know that he voice acted one of the antagonists in the previous chapter. He's already done work for Reverse 1999, and this also sounds like him. And I'm like, where the fuck do I know that voice from? I feel like this could also be him. I could hear it a little bit.
But why doesn't it look like what I imagine? It's like I'm trying to work on a shadow. Some shapeless thing that morphs and shifts by the hour. Idealist, am I losing it again?
Yes.
I took my medicine as instructed.
Maybe you shouldn't take your medicine. I didn't say that.
It was never the pills that blinded you, my dear Garcia. You mustn't let tedious routine stifle what's truly alive. Remember, like those old poems, your exhibition must have a timeless rhythm that's never lost to the changing of minds.
What does that mean? Garcia holds out his hands as if grasping something fleeting, but fails to hold on to it.
Sorry, maybe I'm just not getting it.
Look out. There's your answer. Though the sun rises the same way every day, the multitudes of shadows it casts are ever changing. Isn't that the only constant in life? Change? We foolishly pursue stability and constancy, but our very world denies it. Take a step back, take several, and see the truth for yourself, lest you too become lost among the shifting shadows.
I get it now. It's the changing light that makes the exhibit seem different from what I expected. I shouldn't waste my time on freezing things in one perfect moment. Instead, I need to embrace change as it comes. I don't know how to thank you, I won't let you down. I must complete this exhibition. Complete my alter ego.
The choice of word widens the writer's eyes.
Did you say alter ego? And he called you Garcia. Is that your name? Garcia, where did you learn about this alter ego? Do you happen to write under the name...
But the curator has already returned to his work, uninterested or oblivious to his visitors.
Please, Recoleta, give our artist some space. Can't you see? He's already returned to his own time and space. He can't hear a thing you say.
He's right. Garcia is deep in his own head now. He won't hear a thing until he's done with whatever he has to do. Even if the floor were to collapse out under us, I think he will be left standing in the air without even noticing.
Pardon me then.
She takes a step back out of respect.
All right, my dear guests. Please forgive my late introduction. Welcome to the Gallery of Bewilderment.
Okay, so gallery is glitching out. So what was glitching out? The name of the hall, Gallery of Bewilderment, and the first time the Idealist was mentioned.
Thank you for inviting me here, Mr. Idealist.
The Foundation's investigators have been carefully observing each prisoner's movement since they arrived, but unfortunately there's no sign of Miss Doris.
I imagine you're curious about what we do here, in the heart of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas.
Do you have to say the whole name every single time? Because I'm not going to be able to pronounce that.
We're putting together a magazine, a collection of poems from Kamala, our very own Casa de las Americas.
Mm-hmm.
Casa de las Americas?
The Idealist nods with a smile.
Exactly. Named after its great predecessor. You're a fine mind indeed. At this very moment, all our compañeros are working on it. Garcia's exhibition, Alter Ego, is centered around the birth of this magazine. And here, you can see the signatures from all the poets involved, along with a few words they've written for it. Reading it is like looking into the soul of our society.
All these signatures.
Sonetta steps forward to examine the perplexing artwork. In the dim lighting, the enormous face appears to be looming watchfully over the entire room. A floating slip of paper catches her attention.
Timekeeper, here! It's Dr. Doris' pseudonym, Erd.
Then she was here.
Sonetto pockets the slip of paper dutifully.
Precisely. She used to be one of us, and still is, if I may correct myself. You can ask around here. Maybe some of our members know where she went.
Why doesn't the jailer know about her?
Don't we all miss the familiar faces of old friends? I'm sure they'll do everything they can to help you find yours.
As he finishes speaking, several enthusiastic prisoners come forward to greet the Idealist.
Mr. Idealist, I finished my short story. It's called Weightlessness. It drifts around the subject like a sheep floating in space. The readers can start anywhere in the story, or read it in any order they like.
Short story, weightlessness, drifts like floating in space, read it in any order, fucking Outer Wilds mentioned?
And please take a look at my piece of limits! Every word that has been forbidden is either erased or replaced with symbols. It's a one-of-a-kind jarring experience!
And I finished a new paragraph. Just wrote it today.
Multiplicity of reality, anything glitching is when they call something by the name that exists in their version of reality. So, Mobius, what you're saying is what they're calling it is their name for it in their specific reality, so it exists as something else in another branch of reality? That's cool. A prisoner wrapped in several meters of manuscript paper like a strange sort of mummy squeezes into the crowd.
Oh, new faces. Welcome.
Without any warning, he calmly tears the manuscript to shreds. The fluttering fragments fall like trailing sparks from a fireworks show. The abrupt welcome ceremony leaves the newcomers stunned, while the natives share knowing smiles.
Idealist,
Did he just...
This is the writer for the prologue of our magazine.
The leader of La Sociedad, either misunderstanding or evading the question, responds with enthusiasm.
The prologue consists of a 2,000-line poem and an introduction that is written in 86 languages to avoid misinterpretation. It represents every second we spend here. Naturally, the arrival of new members disrupts its structure, and so we must begin again from scratch.
So he just tore it all up like that because he thought we were joining? With all due respect, isn't this a little excessive? Heaven knows I'm not one to judge. I've torn up plenty of writing for my novel.
I don't! Anything I write and doesn't get used gets like clipped out and put in a big document. And then once in a while I go back and read through the document of stuff that I've edited out. And sometimes I can repurpose it for other things. That's called recycling, baby.
Please, pay it no mind. It may not be an easy task, but he's doing his part. Destruction is hard, but more necessary than you think. Without it, we'd all be stuck in a still and stagnant pond, with all the smells that entail.
This all sounds very complicated. When will your magazine be finished then? Forgive me. But I'm not sure what a floating sheet, a jarring reading experience, and all this constant rewriting are meant to express.
The jailer, having remained silent, takes a deep breath and interrupts.
As I've said, Komala is unlike any other prison.
This magazine's never fucking coming out.
Miss Jailer, do you mean...
This place also serves as a research center. And the prisoners here, for all they claim, are not just poets. They are arcanist criminals, and each one of them has been diagnosed as mentally ill.
The leader of La Sociedad remains composed like an island in a rough sea, leaving the onlookers to question whether he is entirely mad or the sanest of them all.
You're quite right, Jailer. But let's not forget that mental illness is merely a deviation from the norm. And who decides the norm? You, the physician, or the ones outside these walls?
Okay, so maybe they are actually criminals and they're all just kind of brainwashed into participating in this?
We've been exiled here by the standards of our time, deprived of our roles in the outside world. So please, as we agreed before, I ask you not to interfere with the affairs of La Sociedad.
Actually, you know, I really, really like that phrase. Exiled by the standards of our time. Because if you think about the evolution of even just from a psychological point of view, what was considered mental illness back then, it being recontextualized through the ages, like, I don't know, fucking hysteria. It was just misogyny. It was just misogyny the whole time. But how many women got lobotomized because of it, you know? I really like that phrase, exiled here by the standards of our time. Oh, which one is a... Fuck, how do you pronounce his name again? Foucault? What's the Foucault? Go into detail. Like, again, like, I specifically invited anybody who knows shit about this to this stream, because all this shit is gonna go over my head and I want to learn more about it. So if anybody watching would like to yap about the references and shit, please info dump in my chat, because I want to know. I'm gonna have another bite of cake. I've never read Foucault. I pronounced his name wrong last night. That's how familiar I am with him. I don't like that brooch of his. It looks a lot like Arcano's wand. Oh, true. That is where we've seen that symbol before. I wouldn't be surprised if he's Manus Vindictae. Especially as we know that Manus Vindictae is already, like, Diggers is part of this fucking, Sociedad, and so... Foucault was all about the challenge of power structures and about how we classify deviation. I hate Foucault. I love Foucault. It seems to be the relationship with any, like, philosopher, literary person, writer, literary person, My fucking god, I'm brain dead today.
These people are visitors, not your new recruits.
That's true, I didn't notice that.
But should we not hear their thoughts first?
He does seem incredibly coherent for someone who's masked, though. The idealist turns toward the visitors with an urgent plea.
My friends, no one escapes the eye of power. We must resist. Stand with us. Pick up your pen and take poetry as your shield before it is too late.
Idealist, I admire your fight, but I came here with a different goal.
Hey, Sherlock Sage. I also have the sense he's a shard of Aleph from the trailer. Yeah, absolutely. Like, we did watch the trailer at the end of the last Reverse 1999 stream, and it does seem like the idealist is Aleph or some fragment of Aleph or is related to Aleph in some way. But yeah, it's not quite clear. The leader of La Sociedad, caught in his fervor, ignores her words and carries on.
We're the last true owners of an old legend, words now only remembered as myth. We must stay on the path of literature until I find that transcendental solution. To invent an idiom that is generic, all-encompassing, yet precise. My poem will be written in this language, leaving no room for doubt or misinterpretation. How blessed is a man with infallible memory. He holds the finer details of each object within him, more vivid than anyone else. In the end, he'll have all the answers, if time allows him.
Okay, I think he's talking about Aleph here. Just because, again, this is just from seeing his trailer. So, hi, Mod Fox. I was about to go, why is his face like that? Just a little rude. A dreamlike expression crosses his face. It briefly seems as if he has become an entirely different person, but his vision is soon interrupted.
Sweet tongue, sister, howls, hermaphrodite, tango. They put the whole city in the nut house.
Timekeeper, look over there.
Isn't that the prologue writer?
There's something off about him. Please, Timekeeper, stay away from him.
What's happening?
Idealist, Pablo's having another episode.
Multiples of us. You make reality sick.
A flash of arcane energy flares up, and the jailer steps into the crowd reactively.
I could use your help, ladies.
Aleph by night, idealist by day. I forget which game has a story, but did you get out of the thing with the lava pit at the bottom? Lava pit. Lava pit. Was that the Nat Leon storyline with the volcano? No, wait a minute, I didn't stream that. Lava pit. You're gonna have to refresh my memory, I'm sorry. Was it HSR? Was there a lava pit in HSR? Oh, this is fixed, okay.
I have all the essentials for writing poetry. You, me, y la acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más.
Was it HSR, the one that had kindness? Oh, kindness, yeah. Was there a lava pit? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, the most recent HSR. Okay, yeah, no, you're right, it was a lava pit. I totally fucking forgot. Yes, we got out. That arc has some of the best story writing in HSR to date. As someone who only started playing a year ago. It's fantastic. I'm very excited for 3.4. Holy shit, they knocked it out of the park. I've always been kind of like lukewarm on HSR's writing. But the Amphorius arc has been very good so far.
The moment of silence.
Extraordinarily solid.
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo.
The moment.
En todos los momentos.
Wait, fuck, now we're gonna do this?
The moment of silence.
We're gonna do
The
this?
moment of utterance.
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo. En todos los momentos.
I was ready to continue.
Benefit
Yeah,
from
it
reading.
ended up being a fucking 10-hour stream because I couldn't
Till
stop
the
playing
torch
it.
is lit.
I wanted to see what happened next. And it ended up being a
Duelos de
10-hour stream.
fantasía. Do I
It
have
is
to
up on
do this?
YouTube. But, yeah, no, it was crazy. It was crazy.
The moment of silence.
Is that a fairy in the liquor?
Masaya charging.
Benefit from reading.
The feast of all feasts.
Nuestra aliada es la verdad. Aim and shoot.
Give them a warm welcome.
I ended up falling asleep like 6 hours in. I expect the stream to end soon because, like you said, you're going to end it since it's been a while. And then I woke up to the VOD being 10 hours. That third act knocked me on my ass, okay? I'm sorry. Knocked me on my ass.
Cosmología, filosofía clásica.
6 kills me
el
benefit from
fundamento
reading.
del mundo.
I love how
Everything
it was like
went
this.
smoothly.
Read a fucking
Shall we
book,
have another
idiot.
round?
Read a book, idiot. The frenzied prisoner is subdued. He lies convulsing in the center of the exhibit hall.
Poor soul. I'll bring him to bed. Well done, ladies. Aren't you full of surprises?
What was all that?
It seems he had a mental breakdown and lost control of his arcane skill. It appears that every line he recited carried unbridled power.
Usually, only specific lines can channel arcane energy. You can't just force the power into words or craft a poem to serve your purpose. Pablo must have a rare gift for identifying empowered lines. When he recited them all aloud, they overwhelmed him.
That's right. He's a genius who writes the tides of emotion, just like Arthur Rimbaud. We always keep a close eye on him to make sure he doesn't recite anything while reading or writing.
Roberta trades glances between the tense jailer and her visitors.
But sometimes things slip through.
You must understand how difficult it is for a poet to never taste the words on his own lips.
So then, this isn't the first time, and you're all fully aware of it. Do I understand you right? Did you just admit that you've been hiding an inmate with a dangerous condition from us? According to the safety regulations for the Panopticon of Kamala, he must be sent to the physician for immediate treatment.
The jailer's command causes a dramatic shift in the room.
No, wait. We can explain. He's doing fine. We know how to help him. This was just an accident. We got distracted by the new members.
We won't be handing him over to the physician. No true writer would allow their mind, the most sacred palace of their thoughts, to be opened up to that cold-hearted, ignorant butcher. Even one who believes their inspiration flows from a source beyond the mere substance of a brain would refuse it.
So do words literally have power in this game? They do, but it's in the form of incantations. So it's typically like structured words that you learn in like school and shit. And apparently this guy just has like an innate talent for discovering very specific lines of empowered words. Because you can't force magic into words. Words inherently carry magic. Kind of like a sleeper code, you know? So apparently he's just very much very much drawn to certain empowered words, and that's why they don't allow him to speak a lot of the time. Because he recites his own quote-unquote poetry, which are empowered words that he pulls out of his ass. Because they just kind of come to him, sort of thing. That's what I'm gathering from this scene here. The jailer furrows her brows and pulls out her weapon. The air tightens into an invisible thread. So does he, like, brainwash people, like the physician? Damn. They have the power to be like, yeah, no, we're not handing him over, so write that down. A woman's documentation of a blind society. You discuss the outside world. Spending a few days in the prison makes clear the reason they are here is precisely what they avoid speaking about. Cold town, polar night, possessors of a prison, deal price scenario, diagnosed mental place to be forgotten, setting aside true definition of man. Former poets, writers, and social activists. In their era, some spoke of poetry, then disappeared from society for owning a book by Jean-Paul Sartre. I recognize the name, I don't want to pronounce it. Some incited grassroots rebellion against hierarchical structures only to be exiled. They're repeatedly questioned, why do you read these books? Why do you write these poems? They were branded thought organizers, and eventually they were sent here for thought crimes! To partake in an experiment conducted under the names of Foucault and psychoanalysis. Possible to determine whether their madness was defined by society because they resisted order, or if it was induced through relentless electric shocks and torture. Jesus Christ! So they're social dissidents. Arcanists, who were locked away in a psychoanalytical research prison specifically made to experiment them and fuck them up. That's crazy. Or perhaps all of these reasons are one and the same. This reason is often avoided, sanitized, or ignored because deep down we know how deeply it is woven into the fabric of all our lives. At first they said nothing, but this very act of deliberate avoidance was what truly conveyed their grief and fear. I think it's more of the physician fixes people, but writers being fixed would rid them of their talent. I mean, like, it's been mentioned a couple of times during this arc already, although maybe we shouldn't trust his words. Maybe we shouldn't trust his words at all. But, like, the Idealist has divorced the concept of taking medication and mental illness with the art of creation, at least on 2 different occasions. I can't cite which. But he definitely hasn't purported anything that's like, hey, taking your meds robs you of your creative talent, don't do that. He hasn't been doing that. So I think it might be something different. I think the physician is like this big. I'm assuming the physician, based on the trailer, I'm assuming the physician is the other form of Aleph, but we don't really know how or why he's tied to this place. Just that people go there for prescriptions and diagnoses and shit like that. But he is lauded as this very formidable person who people don't want to fuck with. So, rest fills the air and an exiled bird has found a branch to rest upon.
Fate. Yes. It looms over us,
she actually says this
yet each of us may hold the power to steer its course.
Just like this nation of contradictions, its fate should also be. In that case, shall we officially begin the salon? The ever-observant Roberta, noticing the tears welling in Octavia's eyes, cuts her off. Would anyone like to share a story on this topic? Whether it's a personal experience or a written tale, let's bring some life to this salon. Well, if no one has anything to say, I could always retell the story of my fateful journey across the Mexican border. A chair screeches as one man stands, all eyes fall on his face, shadowed by his heavy brow and sharp cheekbones. An unexpected twist. No one noticed him quietly sitting at the edge of the crowd until now. Spent the first half of my life as a bank clerk. One day, sitting behind that glass window, staring at the endless stacks of checks, papers, and flyers, it hit me. I was serving a life sentence. Okay. So I wonder if the story that Recoleta is writing ends up being, the novel that we see ends up being inspired by her experiences here at the Panopticon, because, like, is this guy the bank clerk? Is this guy gonna have his rob mind and turn into a fisher? So I quit, went home, and decided to write something. My wife threw a fit at first, but when I wouldn't budge, a cold war broke out between us, and then finally she issued a unilateral eviction notice. I got drunk, punched a bastard officer who was beating a beggar in the street, and everything after that's a blur. When I came to, I was already here, a place that feels more like home than any other place ever did. The Idealist gave me some water and suggested I write to Aleph. So I did. I wrote a letter and asked a question. 2 weeks later, I got a reply. Just one line. I'm still trying to figure out what it means. In the short span of life, there exists an infinitely extending staircase, and at its end lies nothing but a silent body of water. Julio, I had no idea you had such a story. Why haven't you mentioned it before?
I didn't know you've written to Aleph too.
Octavia, maybe you did choose the right topic. Young, passionate writers like you should carry the dream of changing society. Don't end up like me, waiting until this age to finally pick up the pen. Oh? Hi, Gigi. The hostess, fully engrossed in the story, has almost forgotten all about the topic. Great, I suppose it's my turn then. So here's my tale of crossing the Mexican border. For heaven's sake, spare us. I've heard at least 7 or 8 versions of that story already, not to mention the 5 short stories in your collection. 5 stories, Roberta. 5! And the only difference between them is the narrative perspective. Repetitive narrative is indeed an important topic in literary criticism. The remainder of the salon is spent in noisy chatter as the storytelling quickly spirals out of control. Only Dr. Doris quietly repeats that name to herself. Mr. Julio's past was an unexpected gold nugget, the perfect material for a biography. I'll treat it with care in my next submission. By then, I had nearly forgotten I was still in prison. I'd been swept up in the literary salon. I resolved to record all that I had witnessed in this prison. As to whether the inhabitants are truly prisoners, that will be for the readers to decide. At the time, I did not ask how they found their way into this prison. Like them, I was thinking of purer things. Looking back on this journey, I now see that the tangled strands of Las Babas del Diablo has formed an interconnected web. Just as the salon gets into full swing, a face emerges from the shadows, only the smile clearly visible. Rarely do I observe the salon from afar, taking in all its symbolic quirks and subtle metaphors. The bridge between reality and unreality, the poetry of the typical and the atypical. This is exactly how I envisioned La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas when I founded it. The new arrival catches her attention. Reality and unreality. Are you referring to the difference between nonfiction and fiction? I'm afraid I haven't quite grasped your full meaning. So, he was... Wait a minute. Oh wait, no, new arrival is in like this current moment in time. Okay. But you understood at least part of it, didn't you? That alone proves we're walking the same path, the unwavering pursuit of aesthetic truth. We are citizens of the literary kingdom, stargazers chasing the first light to reach the shores of the new world, children crying beneath the tree of pure ideals. As its founder, I sincerely invite you to join La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas and become one of us. I'm not saying it all again! A gentlemanly bow, an invitation that is hard to refuse. Everything here carries an air of mystery. The literary gathering, the strange architecture, and the enigmatic recipient of all those letters. A rare opportunity.
I'm truly flattered by your invitation. I'd be delighted to join the Poetry Society. But might I trouble you with one question, Mr. Idealist?
You call yourself the founder, so I assume you are the idealist, yes? Ask away. Could you tell me about Aleph? I'm doing good, Chibi. Hope you're doing good as well. Passion and delirium. Open your eyes to see the night. Close them to see the light.
This is a serious violation of the rules. I'll have to report this to the physician, and all of your treatments will need to be reassessed. Until a new treatment plan is in place, all members of La Sociedad are confined to their cells without any of their usual privileges.
The jailer heavily emphasizes La Sociedad, triggering a commotion among the prisoners.
This is not what we agreed to!
You gave us your word! Affairs within La Sociedad were not to be disturbed!
Please, don't do this. Please, he doesn't deserve this. No one does. We don't want to lose our friend.
The previously convulsing prisoner struggles to his feet.
Please, Senora. I swear it won't happen again. I'll take the medicine on time as instructed. I promise I won't hurt anyone.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pablo, but rules are rules.
Okay, so he's got a name too.
Before you take this poor man from his friends, may I ask you something? Do you know where these inmates go after they see the physician?
My duty is to keep order here. What happens beyond these walls is not my concern. Perhaps they've recovered from the physician's treatment and were returned to society.
Oh, do they just fucking disappear after a physician's visit? The jailer's expression relaxes.
Within these walls, the only truth we know is this. No one returns from the clinic of the physician of Kamala. Are you certain this treatment they received is really a cure?
Pablo is harmless. He's just a writer who has a talent for finding words and poems. That's all. Please, let him stay. We'll look after him. He can have our share of the medicine. We'll keep him in check.
But this doesn't conform to our regulations.
Still as arrogant as ever, Idealist. One day, you'll get us all killed.
A stranger enters the exhibition hall. As she arrives, the jailer exhales with relief.
Oh, it's you. I'm glad to see you here.
Who is that?
That's Octavia, one of our model inmates. She's been a great help in the past. If you're interested in prison literature, I'd suggest talking to her instead of the idealist.
Okay. Oh, shit.
So, she's a writer too?
Who would have thought? This place has got writers coming out of the woodwork. I thought it would be easy to find my writer friend in a prison. But what are the odds that I'd break into a place absolutely lousy with them?
She used to be in their gatherings, until she got tired of their nonsense and started her own faction.
The new arrival brings out a change in the idealist. He clicks his tongue imperceptibly.
What are you doing here, Octavia? Haven't you heard? The era of chieftains, ghosts, and plantation stories is over. Visceral realism is the future.
And has this brilliant visceral realism helped you finish any of these poems? What a waste of time. I'm not interested in your movement or arguing with you. I just walked by and happened to witness another episode of your brutal arrogance. And I'm not about to just stand aside and watch you repeat your mistakes. I'm taking Pablo to the physician. Care to lend a hand, Miss Jailer?
We agreed to mind our own business. Are you breaking our agreement? No one will be allowed to erase a word from our poems.
Ooh, the girls are fighting! We're at an ad break. I'll finish this fight, and we'll stop until people come back. So I'll see you in 3 minutes. Alright, what we got here? What we got here? What we got here? Okay, we're gonna move you. I'm gonna move you over here. I'm gonna move you for friendship.
Oh, a location shoot? I'm coming!
Who ate beans?
Haven't you let your ego cause enough trouble, idealist?
Better that than siding with the devil like you.
Damn.
Enough. This pointless arguing ends now.
I'm gonna beat both of your asses. Oh wait, no, it's not wrong.
What I'm good at, it could be found. Rise and shine! Time to check my calculation. Ouch! Just another shift.
A good point. A new hypothesis.
I don't get it.
Taking another look?
Oh shit, that's how that works. Interesting. Wait, listen to where? Fellas, we might die here.
An academic question. A good point. A new hypothesis. Limited scale, infinite lines.
I don't get it.
I like how
Confirm
she just
the
fucking
coordinates.
flies away. Just
The
like,
benefits
bye.
of field mapping. Calculating distance.
Victory? Okay, but what does it mean to us? I mean, what does it prove?
Alright. So I got another minute of the ad break here. I don't want to continue until people get back. Oh boy. I like how they divided into two separate factions. So there's just like another like league of prisoners who are on her side, just chilling. It's like, what the fuck are those guys doing over there? What is happening? Yeah? Gorgeous. Yep, I'm just looking. Check. No. Oh, I see. Sorry, I'm catching up on a couple of messages here. Okay, cool. Well, that was a waste of time. Welcome back, everybody.
Stand down, both of you.
Seems to be a total for faction efficiency. Both Reaper and the Healer. Jailer is the absolute boss. The Idealist wants to find the perfect idiom, and now her seems to work with the Jailer. I don't know if I divide them that way. Their heated debate continues without any concern for the Jailer's warning. It looks like the Jailer is just here to maintain order and has no fucking idea what happens. She's there to actually survey and intervene, and she doesn't seem to know what happens after people visit the physician or what the physician actually does to them at all. She's just kind of there to uphold the rule of law, I suppose. And then it looks like there's the idea, like, for the prisoners themselves, it looks like there's the people who side with the Idealist, and there's probably people who side with Octavia. But I'm not entirely clear on what Octavia's philosophy is, and why hers differs from the Idealist so much. Even though it was named. I don't know shit about philosophy, so.
You've never listened. I pity your followers. To be led by such a reckless megalomaniac. Do you even think about the consequences of your actions? We fought hard to earn the freedom to discuss literature under their watch.
Mm-hmm.
Your impulsive ego threatens to destroy everything we've built here.
Spare me the lecture, Octavia. We don't need permission to do as we please. You're just another puppet of power, kneeling to the eyes behind those glass walls. They've trained you to believe it was your own decision, to be good and conform. Who could have done a better job?
Got it. Okay, so she's more of a okay, so that's the reason why he doesn't like her, because she's more of a conformist. Okay. Is this more Foucault? Explain, Tired Coffee Gay. He wrote about conforming queerness versus radical queerness. Foucault was gay? Good for him. I'm just kidding. In his era, did he mean queerness as in just deviation in general? Or was he gay? Hang on. That was mostly a joke. But now I don't know.
When I look at you, all I see is a sheep. Docile and obedient. Just the way the tower wants. What kind of work could someone like you create? Literature isn't defended by those lounging in cozy rooms, scribbling to soothing music.
Okay, Foucault was problematic. Okay, I'm not gonna go into details, but yeah, he was a I see. Okay, so it's more, okay, so there are two factions of existing under the supervision, under this omnipresent, form of authority. And the Idealist is more like, we're gonna do whatever the fuck we want, and fuck the police. Whereas Octavia's faction is more of a, we can do what we want within the guidelines provided to us by those in power, sort of thing. So he's more radical and she's more conformist. Got it.
Have you looked in a mirror, Idealist? You've become a pathetic windmill-tilting fool. A monster tearing down everything around you.
I don't get what windmill tilting is referring to here.
A beast of prey, you mean? Naturally, a sheep would be appalled by the mere thought of such a creature.
The lion does not concern himself with the likes of you.
A fearful sheep caught in a vine, confusing the blade that would set it free with the jaws of a lion.
Okay, so there's more forestry or plant imagery here. So he likens society to trees and branches and being wrapped up in shit. But then he also referred to the audience as a grove. So does that mean he sees everybody there as conforming to some extent because they have to? I might be looking too deep into this.
Such a master of metaphor. But I beg you, learn to distinguish right from wrong, fantasy from reality. Only then can you truly lead our people toward what's right.
Just remember, Foucault was also critical of psychiatry. Oh.
Distinguish right from wrong. Don't make me laugh. Is that the limit of your vision?
You...
Oh, the girls are fighting! The impassioned leader jumps onto a nearby bench, striking a dramatic pose before the crowd. Oh, this is the scene. He raises his arms and launches into a speech.
Compañeros, friends, listen to me. There is no truer home to literature than a prison.
Damn. A blast of deafening sound and all words fall from the air. Who's got a fucking gun? The idealist's expression freezes. His eyes search down from a frozen face to a dark red hole in his chest. An ominous shade of crimson seeps out.
No! No!
The horrified arcanist stumbles back, screaming.
Who did this? Hands behind your head and drop to your knees. All of you, now! This is your last warning!
The prisoners show no reaction to the jailer's final ultimatum. They stare at the idealist, unmoving.
Idealist, you're bleeding. It's in your chest.
As his life drains away, the idealist appears unsurprised. He simply turns his gaze towards Recoleta.
You must.
Yes. Idealist?
Hello? Unfinished words dissolve into silence as the prison itself begins to tremble. The entire exhibition hall twists and contorts, its surroundings warping beyond comprehension, as if dissolving and expanding freely.
What's going on?
What the fuck? Garden of Forking Paths? The hall is still. Time seems frozen in place until someone utters the first words.
Was he shot? Where did the bleed come from? Miss Jailer and you ladies over there, come give me a hand. We need to get him to the physician.
Her words ignite the first spark.
Did you do this, Octavia? You couldn't face the burning truth of his words, so you pierced his very heart instead, just as it was blazing with the fire of justice. Or was it you, Jailer? Did you intend to crush the voice of poetry beneath your wheel of power? It has to be one of you, devils in disguise, beasts in human skin.
Can't you see? I had nothing to do with this. I'm as innocent as any of you.
Do I look like I've got a gun?
I've been trying to keep order here, to protect everyone. And now you blame me?
Don't listen to her! The idealist made it very clear! She's trying to get us punished for her own gain! You're a murderer, Octavia!
The prisoner's fury erupts. In the chaos, Sinetto blocks an arcane skill that pierces the air.
This is mad. You're accusing me without proof. It wasn't me.
This is getting out of hand. I suggest you ladies leave now.
No, wait! It all happened too fast. What happened to the idealist? Is he alright? I didn't even get a chance to ask about Aleph.
A man is dead, Recoleta! As the tide of people surges around them, the line between life and death blurs beyond recognition.
I agree with the jailer. Timekeeper, Miss Recoleta, let's get out of here.
The violent conflict rages on and everything else becomes meaningless. The illusion of time dissolves, its flow unknown. Under the garden's influence, the frenzy of prisoners begins to resemble an unreadable, chaotic epic. At this moment, an unidentifiable figure enters their midst, though no one takes notice. The newcomer scrutinizes the motionless corpse.
His vitals are gone. At last, some peace and quiet. Well, for a liar and a thief like him, there's hardly a better end than this.
He reaches into the idealist's coat pocket and pulls out a die. It is an artifact marked by patterns veiled in smoke, an object seemingly not meant to exist in this world, a 20-sided die known only through an omniscient perspective. And now it is stained in an utterly corrupted blackness.
Just as I thought. You had it all along.
Is that the Die of Babylon? Okay! Fine, I guess. Fate is like a mirror. Its strongest reflections are shaped by time. Up to this point, I have participated firsthand in several sessions of the Society. Those literary experiments treated language as an advanced game, weaving reality and fiction into an invisible web, ensnaring everyone present in a maze of words. Never before had I been so intimate with literature or thought about it so deeply. I was amazed by how words could so vividly express both playfulness and values. Until that ordinary afternoon, when a poet named Eduardo was reciting his new piece with refined rhythm, and Ms. Octavia was discussing the state of Sao Paulo with me. No one noticed anything unusual about Mr. Julio's condition. Just like he wrote in The Tin Soldiers of Sao Paulo, the greatness of Latin America lies in its richness, and from that richness comes misfortune gnawed by insatiable greed. One man's poverty is another's feast. Suffering nourishes joy. They are like riverbanks, clearly divided. This duality, this paradox, isn't it precisely that kind of question we should be posing through literature? The thud of bone against a hard surface interrupts her. Julio is banging his head against the wall. Not enough, not like this. You can't grasp space and time. I'm still missing some essential language frameworks and thought patterns. With our current language system, I cannot catch the ghost of time. I can only let it slip away from the tip of my pen. Mr. Julio, what's wrong with you? Unlike the panicked Octavia, the other inmates around Julio seem unfazed. That wall is unscalable, Julio. I told you already. I can lend you some of my bandages from last week if you need them. For a permanently silent object, any form of narration is futile. In the end, you're just wrestling with your own shadow.
What are you all standing around for? Can't you see Julio's hurting himself?
The fuck is wrong with you guys? Octavia is clearly flustered. Doris knows she must first eliminate any outside interference that might obstruct her ability to help. Miss Octavia, please calm down. Tell me, what do you see?
It's Mr. Julio. He's hurt. Bleeding.
He tried to break through the mirror of language with his head, but it was actually a wall. By now, Doris has learned how to filter out the surrealist embellishments typical of La Sociedad's members in order to correctly assess the situation. Mirror or wall, it doesn't matter. Please take a closer look and describe what you see clearly and without embellishment. What is Mr. Julio's condition? His muscles are spasming uncontrollably as if jolted by a cold electric current. His face is tightening, twisting like he's struggling against a silent force. His fingers are curling into unnatural shapes. His expression keeps changing, first pain, then panic, and finally blankness.
Sounds like he's having an epileptic seizure. Perhaps I could offer some help.
Guided by the sound of Julio's whimpers, Doris approaches. His head is bloody.
Please, Miss Octavia, help me so I can help him.
Could you lay him down flat on his side? We have to stop him from hurting himself. I can use my arcane skill. Flashing lights could worsen an epileptic seizure. Does your arcane skill emit intense light? If so, I must ask you refrain from using it. Octavia hurriedly retracts her incantation. She presses down on Julio's shoulder and lowers him onto the cold, hard floor. The doctor kneels quickly and gently turns the man onto his side, preventing him from injuring himself any further. As the time passed, Mr. Julio's convulsions began to subside, but his body remained stiff and his jaw clenched tight. I took a disposable bite pad from the first aid kit and carefully placed it in his mouth to keep him from biting himself. Eventually, the situation came under control, and Mr. Julio's breathing stabilized. And there everyone went, straight back to the gathering as if it were only a minor inconvenience. Thank you for your help, Ms. Erd. The doctor responds with a silent smile.
You seem experienced. Was it a major part of your responsibilities in Sao Paulo?
Yes, saving others is my profession, writing is my hobby. In my home, I am first and foremost a doctor. Ms. Erd, you have my utmost admiration as a doctor, as a writer, and even more as a person beyond any social categorization. You, a doctor who actually lived in the favelas, pointed the barrel at yourself before wielding your words as a weapon. Compared to you, I've achieved nothing of substance. All I do is wave ideals around as if that's enough. Miss Octavia, I am simply a writer who follows her curiosity. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to provide you with any concrete advice, nor am I as great as you say.
You're well prepared for your vision and ambition, for modesty is such an essential part of writing, and you've just demonstrated a skillful use of introspection.
Sorry, I took a
Thank you for your kind words.
But I'd like to return to my room and think for a while. See you tomorrow. Once again, 5 artifacts of powers are stolen by Manus. 2 or 3 have been found. This may be the 4th. That's true. Cell, Kamala prison. The idealist pursues his ideal to erect a magnificent vision atop the tower of literature. But for those outside the tower, what good is that magnificence? Here I am, locked away in a prison. My words are going no further than these walls. I even only have my life because of my wretched father.
It was foolish to think that ideas alone could ease people's pain.
Maybe we're no different from the heretics who were burned at the stakes in the Middle Ages. Perhaps only professionals like Ms. Erd, doctors with real expertise, can truly save a person. Wait, but this prison does have a doctor meant to handle every kind of issue whose specialty is precisely in the mental field. But he's not just a doctor, he's the overseer of this prison. I once asked the idealist why the person in charge here wasn't a regular jailer or police chief, but a physician. As expected, he brushed me off with some grandiose, idealistic rhetoric. But why has the idealist always seemed so opposed to the physician?
Why?
Why can't patients like Mr. Julio, who are clearly suffering, be sent to him?
Puzzles on top of puzzles. Questions after questions. My head.
Her sigh echoes through the circular building, and it is soon answered by a chorus of other sighs.
I can't do this anymore.
Ms. Octavia turned and walked away. Though she looked disheartened, I could still see the power of the unwavering force that drove her forward. What would that force be for me? Looking back, I too began to reflect on myself, to contemplate fate, that grand and irreversible force. Okay. A spider's web. Open it, reread it. Witness firsthand the events that transpired within the desert.
Ladies, I must apologize for what happened back there. We were caught off guard. There has never been a commotion of that scale before. I must report this to the physician.
Don't worry, Miss Jailer. We made it out in one piece.
Thank you for your understanding. Ordinarily, I would arrange to escort you to a safer location, but I'm afraid at this hour you'll have missed the last train. And the roads are icy at night.
Hearing this, Recoleta exchanges a quick but meaningful expression with her companions.
Vernon, we can't leave like this. We appreciate your kind consideration, Miss Jailer. But we still have some unfinished business here.
I see. I'll arrange a clean room in a safer section for you. We'll do our best to ensure your safety tonight.
Night falls as the girls huddle together, scrutinizing their unfamiliar surroundings.
They actually found us a spare room.
Bleak, quiet, and somber. It's a cell like all the others. Don't worry. This isn't the first time we've ended up on the wrong side of the bars.
At least this time we're just here for the night, not a full sentence.
We've been in jail multiple times before. Sonetta lets out a whisper-thin protest.
Though, this cell is quite different from the ones we've been in before. Not just the cell. The whole prison is unlike anything I've seen.
And the society they've been running here isn't some mere pastime. They're having real discussions about meaningful topics, even though the rest of the world has been cut off from them.
But we're still in an Arcanist prison. A place where conflicts and violence can erupt at any moment. Let's not forget that. Miss Jailer warned us from the start. These prisoners are mentally unstable and potentially dangerous. Miss Recoleta, with all due respect, we can't afford to see this place through rose-colored glasses. We'd be overlooking the risks, as we did earlier.
And with all due respect, Soneto, we didn't overlook any danger. At least I didn't. A writer must be observant if she is to accurately reflect the world in her writing.
But you...
We came here with different goals. And still, none of them have been accomplished. I suggest we focus on our respective missions, instead of fighting with one another.
Apologies, Timekeeper. Miss Recoleta, I take back everything I said.
Don't apologize, Soneto. I'm at fault too. Sometimes I forget that words can be as sharp as swords. You were only thinking about our safety. I shouldn't have been so rude. I actually really admire how you fought back there. If you'd allow me, I'd like to write a poem for you, once my novel's finished.
That's terribly kind of you. But honestly, I think we've had enough poetry today to last a lifetime.
Let me know if you change your mind. By the way, did either of you see what happened to the idealist?
Recalling the recent conflict, the indomitable girl finally hesitates.
The jailer told me she went back to the gallery once everything calmed down. She found nothing. No blood, no shell cases, not even a trace of the idealist.
Oh, so he just fucking disappeared!
Timekeeper, now's really not the time for ghost stories.
Do you mean that maybe the idealist somehow managed to get out of there on his own? Or perhaps someone else helped him?
Well, according to the idealist and our jailer, any inmates who are unwell will be taken to the physician. It's possible someone brought him there, while everyone else was shouting and running about.
And we didn't see it?
You're right. It could be that he's with the physician right now.
I mean, I guess, like, us...
I'm relieved. That was a sudden plot twist, but a visionary of his magnitude doesn't deserve to die in silence like that.
Like, we saw what I assume is Aleph take him and the die. But it's like, that escaped everybody else's notices?
To be fair, the gunshot was quite loud, as was the ensuing commotion.
Okay, that's fair.
Nonetheless, he couldn't have just died like that. I mean, the writers would riot if a writer were to kill off a character so abruptly.
Why is she doing this? Like, it's another fucking fourth wall break. It's like, that's just bad writing. That wouldn't happen.
But you believe he's still alive too, am I right?
She knows her words are merely a cover. She needs an answer, a real, undeniable answer.
There's nothing that we can be certain of for now. But on a brighter note, we didn't come back empty-handed from our mission either, Sonetto. We found Dr. Dorez's signature in the gallery. You were right all along, Recoleta. She was here.
But we didn't see her at the gathering. Could something have happened to her, like with the idealist?
Do you think she was also sent to the physician and never made it back?
This is all just speculation. If we want to find the idealist, or Dr. Dorez, we need to speak to this physician first. Miss Recoleta, do you believe that the idealist could be your pen pal, Aleph?
Whether he is or not, he's still my best lead.
That name touches a nerve once again.
Amigas, I've had this strange feeling in my gut since we got here. Something is slowing us down. Now, to figure out what it is...
A silent fear grips her like ripples suddenly appearing on a once-still lake, unsettling in its quiet disturbance.
Look,
the water's like
it's a wild
in the
guess,
cell as
but
well.
Just wait till I finish.
I didn't notice that. Like, the water is like touching every surface of the inside of the prison. I wonder if that means something.
It feels like everything happening in this prison is somehow connected to my novel. El auge y la caída de la cordura.
The rise and fall of sanity.
We're no strangers to wild guesses. And sometimes they're closer to the truth than you'd think. So this...
The rise and fall of sanity.
Sorry. What exactly is your story about?
The question scatters the midnight gloom. Outside, moonlight spills over gray-white snow.
Huh. Nunca pensé que te interesaría.
They never thought you'd be interested.
It starts... Sorry. It's been a while since I told it from the beginning. A few years ago, I worked as a forest ranger. It happened in a desert town called Amalfitano, in Sonora, back in 1975.
I worked as a forest ranger, happened in a desert. Okay, so is the paranormal investigator herself? Or the, sorry, I can't remember what her protagonist was. Two patient listeners watch the stammering girl waiting for the next part of her story.
You know what? Most people say the beginning's a bit hard to get into. Except for Aleph. I'm thinking of rewriting it, but if you like the sound of it so far, maybe I could read you the latest part I just finished?
No, girl, we need to know what the fuck your story is about! She studies her readers' expressions, guessing madly at their responses.
Please.
Todo empezó con los datos de frecuencia de las
It all
cintas.
started with the frequency data from the tapes.
El patrón general parecía haber
The general
cambiado.
patterns seem to have changed.
Al principio,
At first,
la
the
investigadora de
paracausality researcher chalked it
paracausalidad
up to a
lo
statistical
atribuyó
error.
a un error
A glitch, perhaps.
estadístico. Un fallo, tal vez. Oh, sorry. But after a few days,
and long nights of meticulous calculations, that explanation only became less and less plausible. The odds of success and failure kept shifting, and the chance of repeating the previous result kept growing. It was as if someone had tampered with the rules and tweaked it to their liking.
Like the rules of fate?
She took her findings to Amalfitano, the town of nothing, as they called it then. Near the old looms, she met a blind weaver who spoke softly of an old tale. I heard a strange rustling at dawn, like a die rolling along a wooden floor. Then the morning light dimmed and died. That was the last time I saw the sun, my own hands, or the threads I worked with. The second time I heard the die roll, I was told the oxen in the fields sank to their knees and never stood again. By the third roll, the fields were crawling with frogs. Plows ran over them, and some still writhed, squeezing themselves deeper into the cracks in the earth. The fourth time the die rolled, 10 dormice plunged into the sea in a strange sleepwalk, and 10 bears feasted for the last time before winter arrived.
What? Whoever's rolling the dice, stop that.
The
Stop
final
it.
roll of the die was cast in a cage during a duel. Before a crowd of eager eyes, the winner left with 10 pounds of gold, and the loser left with 10 flies, which fell on him to feast.
The quiet spreads through their cell like a rolling tide.
Is that all?
Seems like it.
I mean, it's a little abstract.
Well, there's more, but I haven't quite figured those parts out yet. Any thoughts? Anything. I can take it. Please, I really need some feedback.
I wonder if the protagonist ever finds this die of Babylon in the end.
Oh, Verton, it isn't a real die, it's just a metaphor.
Oh,
I see. I must have missed that. Sorry. Still, it's a beautiful story. Sad, but beautiful.
Verdon is so generous.
The story is still too obscure, isn't it? Aleph warned me about this. In our last correspondence, he suggested adding the blind weaver to shed light on the hidden theme. It helped at first, but even with a sage advice, no matter how hard I tried, the plot just didn't seem to move forward.
So is the blind weaver Dr. Doris?
Feels stuck in that village with them, lost, dazed, isolated inside their small, disconnected moments. Something crucial is missing, leaving gaps between the characters and the scenes. Should I change the storyteller's perspective? Start a different angle? Or maybe rewrite the characters completely? What should I do?
Okay, but girl, what kind of story are you trying to tell? Before the writer sinks into a swirling vortex of self-doubt, someone decides
Why is
to
it
push
that
for
once
something
you
tangible.
finally get a break,
Nesmi Raid!
rather than taking a rest, you instead come to me?
Hello! Deltarune! Early Nesmi Raid! Deltarune, that's awesome. We just finished chapter 3 yesterday. Where are you at? Are you having a good time?
Apologies, but you said your story somehow connects to what's happening here in the Panopticon. What makes you think that?
Damn you, Toby Fox!
It's a strange
Finish
feeling.
four. Okay, alright.
Like, everything here belongs to a dream I once had. Only, I can't remember it.
Okay, I mean, like, if everybody in the Panopticon is a character in her novel, it would make sense as to why things are shifting around a lot, and it would also make sense as to why, like, barely anybody in it has names. So, like, is it shifting because she can't decide what to do with her novel, and that's why she was drawn? Is Aleph just another facet of her? Does she have, like, some kind of arcane power that allows her writing to become real or something, maybe, and she just doesn't realize it yet?
Do you mean that you have a sense of déjà vu? It's nothing to worry about. Our psychiatrist friend Kakania told me those moments are often the result of a dysfunctional connection between two parts of the brain. Like a little glitch in our heads.
Or maybe Recoleta was a former, used to be part of this prison, and because people don't know what happens after, they get sent to the the physician, maybe she got, like, brainwashed and set free, but she still has some kind of anchor here as a creative? I don't know. Kakanya mentioned!
No, it's nothing like deja vu.
The storyteller snaps back, politely agitated.
Deja vu is a single moment, a specific situation. But here it's everything. La sociedad, the rules, the idealist, even the incidents in the gallery. Each one unfolds in a similar pattern, like the grooves on a record, telling a story I feel I've listened to before. Amalfitano and Comala. They're two sides of that same record, playing out the same tune. Whatever happens in my story seems to be happening here too. I had that feeling when I met you as well, Miss Verton.
Ooh. Her having the arcane power to make her writing translate to reality somehow would also explain why Aleph was helping her so much, because maybe he was taking advantage of that power to guide her story in a specific way that would lead to a beneficial outcome for him in the Panopticon? Possibly?
At first I thought it was only an interesting coincidence. You're much like the first character in my story. A traveler with a suitcase.
The girl rambles on, desperately relating to her characters.
But then I realized, the doctor, your Doris, she's like the blind weaver who lost her sight to the die despite having always been faithful to it. And the jailer, she's the bank clerk who assisted the corporation in taking over the town in order to escape her past.
Oh, okay, so the bank clerk wasn't the bank clerk guy. It was the prison guy.
And the idealist?
Jailer.
He's the murdered donkey driver. And the die of Babylon. No. Mis queridos amigos ficticios.
My dear fictional friends, what on earth is happening
¿Qué
to you?
rayos les está pasando? Wait. Are you saying that everyone we've met here matches a character from your story? Like some kind of archetype? That sounds unbelievable. But then again, maybe you're onto something. You see the world through a different lens that none of us share. Not just the characters. The events here are mirroring my story too, Aleph. He's the only one who truly understood my story. If things are playing out just like my novel, then...
Oh, shit.
Maybe Aleph is in fact still here. Are you suggesting that someone is controlling the Panopticon in order to make it follow the same plot as your story?
Well, I mean, I'm thinking vice versa, but...
That they've set the rules, started the poetry group, planned the attack on the idealist, and tried to prevent us from finding Dr. Dorez. If that's true, Miss Recoleta, it's very likely that the one acting against us is in fact Aleph himself.
That is true. Recoleta never expected the chain of reasoning to unravel this way.
But No. How could that be possible?
She interrupts, only for confusion to creep onto her face moments later.
Why? Why would he do this? I don't see any reason why he'd be connected. He's an intelligent, cultured, and profound person, not a common killer. No, none of this adds up.
Remember, Dr. Doris was brought to Ushuaia by the Xeno rebels, and we know they're connected to Manus Vindictae. If this Aleph really is hiding Doris from us, he may be working with them.
That is true. Recoleta stares blankly for a time before clumsily shifting the topic.
Oh, my... Soneto. I didn't know you had such a flair for stories. Maybe you should join us and become a visceral realist too. I think you're only imagining things. Perhaps you were inspired by this strange prison?
Oh, girl's in denial.
Perhaps we all need to start writing our own stories. Come out now. Whoever's out there, speak up. How can we help you,
I know you're in there, you piece of shit. You're out there, you piece of shit.
Who's there?
Okay. Oh, not that. No, not that one either. Silhouette of a Folie prison inmate.
Stay behind me. I'll keep us safe.
Oh, they're chilling. Alright, let's see.
The moment of utterance.
This conch should do. Is that a fairy in the liquor?
Learn from silence.
You are not welcome here. The feast of all feasts. Yo, you. Noble are coming. Oh, look. Here's another one.
The moment of utterance.
Oh, be careful.
Learn from silence.
A pot of liquor. This conch should do. Enjoy! We stand together. You are not welcome here.
Victory secured. I should excuse myself.
Central Tower, a silent and merciless order of idealism. Hello?
Easy, easy. It's me, Garcia. We met at the gallery earlier.
Oh, it's you two.
Please, I come in peace.
Recoleta pays no mind to the young man's explanations. Her focus holds on the woman beside him.
It's you, Octavia! The murderer herself!
What? You have no proof of that! Actually, you know what? Her influencing things also makes sense. Because, like, she was convinced it was Octavia who was responsible for the murder, and then everyone thought Octavia was responsible for the murder, in spite there being zero evidence to that at all.
Please, calm yourself, Miss Recoleta. The jailer has already confirmed that she wasn't the one to fire at the idealist. The shot came from somewhere else in the room.
Recoleta bites her lip, giving up a little space to the intruders.
Miss Octavia, what brings you here at this hour?
I come here out of goodwill. Believe me, I didn't want any bloodshed either.
Yeah, like, they had a rivalry and everything, but there's nothing that she's done to suggest that she would kill the guy.
I understand you just arrived today. There's something you need to know about the inmates here.
Oh? Their visitor's expression is weary and low.
We're outcasts, rejected by society and literature, and our privileges are limited within these walls. But before I started my own literature group, I struck a deal with the Panopticon authorities.
Okay.
If we cooperate and stay out of trouble, they'd leave us be. We could discuss literature freely and openly in Comala. Such a thing may seem trivial to you, but this is of immense importance to us.
Oh, there's no happier thing in this world than discussing literature. No one should ever put limits on it.
You're right, Recoleta. but we're prisoners here. There are certain rules we have to follow. Except, the idealist didn't see it our way. He refused to compromise, believing that the long poem and his so-called ism could break us free from the cage of the ever-watchful eye.
Perhaps he was right. You might have achieved more if you'd listened to him. After all, visceral realism keeps us connected to who we are.
Bro.
You have to believe in the truth of visceral realism, because out there, beyond these walls, many of us still do.
Bro.
And what has it changed? Garcia, you're the latest inmate here. Tell us, 3 months ago, before they arrested you and took you here, what has the visceral realism movement accomplished out there?
What has it done for you? Beside them, Garcia, who had been patiently leaning against the railing, produces a metallic vibration on its grates. A rough paper roll burns between his lips.
At first, it was revolutionary. Young poets joined in droves. We held gatherings. And the literary world seemed alive again. I was just a kid when the leading poets left the city. Everyone thought it was only temporary. But they didn't come back, and nothing has happened since. No one says it, but we all know. Visceral realism died in 1977.
No, not for me. It's not dead as long as people still believe in it. I believe in it.
Octavia ignores the childish remark. She knows that conviction can be as fragile as a spider's web.
Belief, faith, what is this obsession with the true self? Why does your type always insist on there being a true self hiding beneath our roles in society? Our disciplines?
Look at the idealist. He never once stopped fighting for what he believed in, even long after he was put behind these bars.
Idealist, what a name he gave himself. Who will he be when he finally breaks free from the eyes of the central tower? When he's left without his willful audience? And nobody. That's what. And that is a truth even he is terrified of.
Miss Octavia, I hope you've come with something more important to share than just some criticism of the idealist.
You're right. I have an important message for you.
Oh?
Dr. Torres. I heard you were looking for her. The woman from the Sao Paulo Veterans Residence. She used to write under the name Erd, didn't she?
Yes, that's right. Do you know her? You're the first person I've met here to speak plainly about her. Do you know where she might be?
We crossed paths, but only briefly. I'm not sure where she's gone. Maybe the authorities know. However, she left this with me. I think you'll need it more than I do.
Okay. Octavia hands over her personal folder. Before they open it, she has already turned to leave.
We have other matters to attend to. I'll leave you to your business. Garcia, shall we?
Their visitors leave in haste, their faces and expressions obscured by the night shadows. The Foundation's investigators open the worn manuscript folder with caution.
The physician told me the horrifying truth about the panopticon of Kamala and the power behind it.
Okay.
Manus Vindictae.
Okay.
By becoming the panopticon's sole patron, they seized control of the resources and the allocation system, turning this place into a living hell. I suspect that the physician, the current highest authority here, is responsible for this situation.
Sole patron, they seize control of the resource allocation system, turning this place a living hell. I suspect. Okay, alright, so Manus Vindictae is in control of the Panopticon.
I discovered that the inmates were put through brutal training, even when they were too sick to carry out their tasks. They also forced pure-blood Arcanist inmates to wear their masks, effectively turning them into murmuring puppets.
Oh, shit.
Just as we suspected. Manus Vindictae is orchestrating everything. No wonder we didn't find them in the city. They've been hiding here all along.
No one would have thought to come looking for them here.
They snap the folder shut. A familiar signature seen on the forward page of Utu magazine, and the receipt found in Sao Paulo's heartfelt home.
But why would Miss Octavia bring this to us? What's in it for her? Do you think she's trying to mislead us, Timekeeper?
Maybe. But the handwriting in that notebook is most certainly Erd's. If she's leading us astray on purpose, why? Miss Recoleta, what do you think? Could she be Aleph?
Not a chance. Haven't you seen how she denies everything beautiful in the world? Aleph would never be so biased.
Oh my god. Like, I know you love your pen pal and all, but oh my god.
No. Aleph is like a mirror. He reflects both light and shadow. But, Octavia, maybe she hasn't looked at the shadow within for a long time. I know that look on her face. It's the look of a writer. I've seen so many like her during my trip. The faces of a lost, struggling generation.
Hi, Sol Osman. It's been going good so far, I think. Under the night sky, Komala Prison stands like a forgotten gravestone covered by fine, cold snow. In a room repurposed from a prison cell, 3 girls in search of someone share an absurd, bizarre tale. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the central watchtower, a jaguar knocks on a secure door.
Dr. Merlin, I'm here to report on today's events.
Dr. Merlin? Fucking Homesteadev?
Come in.
Oh, his name's Merlin? Central Tower waiting area. Frantic writing breaks the quiet of the room. The jailer's visit does not deter the man behind the desk. He continues writing, wholly absorbed, as if each letter were filling the world around him.
There was a commotion in the gallery today, sir.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Alright, cool.
An inmate known as the Idealist was severely injured. The inmates nearby said he lost consciousness from blood loss. However, after we put everyone back in their cell, the Idealist was gone. I made a sweep of the grounds, but there was no trace of him.
Oh, okay, so the doctor didn't take him.
It's possible that he regained consciousness and went into hiding. I'll perform a full search tomorrow.
The Jaguar finds herself quite unexpectedly concealing the truth about Pablo.
No need.
Sir?
He knew the consequences of breaking the rules, did he not?
Sir, with all due respect, I think today's incident proved just how dangerous it is to let the inmates keep their weapons. We never should have let them walk around with deadly weapons. Even if we had to, we should have doubled the guards. We can't expect them to follow their own rules simply out of fear of the central tower.
The physician interrupts her sharply, with no hint of concern.
Such matters fall beyond your purview, jailer. You only need to do what's required of your title.
Purview.
Is there anything else?
There is another thing. 2 guests from the Foundation came through today. They said they were looking for someone named Doris. They've shown a willingness to cooperate, though they were involved with the incident in Corridor Zero.
The sound of writing continues. Her report is disregarded. The jailer takes a deep breath. The next part is difficult to say.
Sir, there is one more thing. I told Miss Octavia we're short on rations, and she's adjusted the inmates' portions accordingly, but that won't last long. Manus Vindicti stopped providing supplies back in March, and Sino has collected all the prisoners they had previously placed in her custody. I just wonder why they have so suddenly withdrawn from Ushuaia and brought all the prisoners with them. I also noticed that we haven't received any orders from the government since Warden Tartuffe was transferred. In fact, we haven't had any communication with them at all. Sir, In frank terms, we're facing down a serious shortage of medicine, food, and basic supplies. At this rate, the Panopticon will soon be unable to operate. Where will our inmates go then?
The man before her says nothing for a long time, his pen still flickering over the page.
Can we ask the Foundation for help? They've sent their people here. Maybe they're interested in the Panopticon? I could arrange a meeting if you like.
You're unusually talkative today.
The man finally stops writing and looks up.
Pardon, sir?
That's fascinating, you know. You've become so much more concerned about this place and its inmates than when you first started. You are now dictated by your title.
I didn't mean to overstep. I'm sorry.
You can go now. I have a great deal of work to do. Oh, and one more thing.
He beckons the jailer back before she leaves.
Make sure this month's Kamala Congress is held according to schedule.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there's water down here too. The Jaguar disappears beyond the door, metallic footsteps fading in the distance. Only then does the physician allow his suppressed frustration to surface.
How many times have I warned you about this? The idealist has to go. He's nothing but trouble for us. You're too soft on him, Aleph.
Huh?
Look at the mess he has us in now.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Calm down.
Wait, what?
He's a rabble-rousing thief, a self-destructive maniac, a snake in the grass. He even stole the Tear of Kamala from me. He's nearly ruined everything we've worked for.
Tear of Kamala, is that the... Oh, that's the dice. The man angrily raises the once lost and now found die. In the dim room, it flickers with a comforting glow.
It's only a die, Merlin. It does nothing more than a die can do. You were there today. You saw what he did. He managed to change the Panopticon with this die, even if only for a second.
Okay, so that's the thing that affects reality.
He'll ruin my work, Aleph. He's a slave to his passion. His head is filled with impulsive thoughts. I don't trust him. We can't trust him.
So is he split into like fucking ego, super ego, and id? Is that the three facets of this?
I've done everything you've asked. Now it's time to do your part.
Aleph responds with indifference to the physician's frustration, continuing his writing without pause.
Time's ticking down. I can't afford any further mistakes. No one can be permitted to stop my experiment in the Panopticon. I'll prove it to them. That we have found the path to the ultimate answer.
Okay. Well, I mean, the idealist is, like, described as, like, impulsive and directed by feeling, right? And I believe is that the id? I believe that's the id. And then the physician would be the ego, and then Aleph would be the superego, I believe. I think. I might have gotten them mixed up. It's been a long fucking time. I wonder if the tower inside the prison has seen this. Based on the above information, recent intelligence, Xeno's defector unit has entered Kamala Prison, which held numerous Arcanists and withdrew from Ushuaia on March 2nd. Operations clearly involved cooperation with Manus Vindicte. Current whereabouts of the defectors remains unclear, pending further intelligence from the Timekeeper Squad. Information, primary. Innate instinctive impulses and primary processor. Okay, yeah. So that would have been... That sounds like it describes him. I'm not sure if it's that neat, but it's the first thing that came to mind. Look, the smallest of clues, grace of structures built brick by brick. During the third Kamala Congress, Blank's daily dose of diazepam was reduced from 2 3/4 tablets to none, replaced with 2 classified poetry collections and 60 chlorpromazine tablets to be taken 1.5 per day. 2 days, 11 hours, 8 minutes, and 4 seconds later, an 8mm crack appeared on a bar of his cell, which is on the 2nd floor near the 3rd staircase, and is the 8th cell from the left. He scraped off a 4x3mm fragment from the 32nd tile. Mentions of the other me increased from 3 times in 48 hours to 25 times in 48 hours. 4 days, 3 hours, 7 minutes, and 8 seconds later, he transitions from merely collecting manuscript paper to collecting manuscript paper and mirror fragments. In the next 24 hours, he collected 11 mirrors, which totaled 103 shards. During the 6th Kamala Congress, blank supply of fluoxetine. Hey, that's what I'm on! Fluoxetine. Wait, no. Am I on that anymore? Wait, no. No, that was... Wait, am I on that? Hang on. Hang on, I forgot. No, I'm on bupropion now. No, fluoxetine was the old one. And valproate was completely discontinued, replaced with 4 classified literary selections and 4 rolls of 400 centimeter bandages. Averaged 32 bangs against bars and walls per hour. Bandages were all used up within 4 days. 14 hours, 20 minutes, and 9 seconds, with 89.3 centimeters lost in the water. Wait, with 89.3 centimeters lost in the water due to excessive ripping. Like the bandages themselves. Wrote 15 pages of poetry over 10 days, 6 hours, 8 minutes, and 3 seconds. Tore up 14 of those pages and swallowed the remaining one. Okay, so it's the physician. It's the physician that's taking away medication. Well, I don't know what chlorpromazine is. Anyway, yeah, the physician is conducting some kind of experiment that's exacerbating maybe latent arcanist abilities that have something to do with, that are tied to literature of some kind. Passing by to wish everyone a very enjoyable stream. Thank you very much, Very Shy Reaper. I appreciate it. Does the water represent sanity? Possibly. It's definitely, if it doesn't have a functional use, it's definitely a metaphor for something, because the water is, like, as soon as you enter, like, the depths of the prison outside, because there is a bridge on the outside when you come in, like a foyer sort of part. But after you exit the foyer and go into the building, the entire floor is covered in water. Like, in every cell, in every office, there's like 3 inches of water in there. And again, if it doesn't serve a functional purpose, I feel like it might be a metaphor. Oh boy. Oh, it is ad time. Good timing here. We're just gonna, again, I don't give a shit about ad revenue. You don't really make a lot of money off of ad revenue until you have, like, hundreds upon hundreds of viewers, so, like, that's not what this is for. I'm a bit paranoid because of last night. It's to disable pre-rolls. I fucking hate pre-rolls, and it's one of the biggest limiters of any sort of growth on this platform. I mean, I'm guilty of it too. I click into a stream, there's ads, I leave. Like, I'm not watching 30 seconds of ads to watch a stream, right? So that's the only reason why I do this, or we do this. But yeah, I'll see you in 3 minutes, and we'll continue when you get back. Alright, hang on. I am going to just peek really quick at a playthrough real quick. It's in CN, so I can't read it. I'm just trying to see how many chapters there are, so I know where to stop. Okay, so there's 18. I see an 18. 20. Okay, so 20 seems like the last one. How go the literatures? Oh, boy! Kind of want to read Foucault now. I'm not gonna lie to you. We're on ad break at the moment. We still got a minute. I'm gonna do a thing of limbo or something. What the fuck? Not that. That's not what I wanted. It's crazy. The metaphors, man. The metaphors. The voices! Wait, do we even have a plant team? I don't think we've got a plant team. I've got Marcus. Does Marcus count?
Oh, were you looking for me? Here I am.
Marcus could come here.
Are we heading to a seminar?
Sure.
I'll do my best.
The correct medicine was chlorpromazine. Yeah, and it was like 30 tablets a day or some shit. Like, it was a lot.
The moment.
This book?
Benefit from reading.
I can't read it. It hurts! This book? A simple arcane trick. Like a metaphor? To read. Bang, bang!
Ugh. The moment of silence
You can do this book?
until the torch is lit.
And now it's easier to understand. Time to turn the page. Or this book? Oh, please.
Welcome
I
back,
know how to
everybody.
use
Just
it.
finishing this off.
Great. No mistakes. Come back. I need your feedback on our session.
We continue. The ant mill. The truth is, no one can truly bend fate. What the fuck does that dice do? I'm assuming it's implied that it controls the shape of a panopticon somehow.
La cabaña con el techo azul
The
estaba
cottage with the blue roof
silenciosa
was
como
silent
siempre.
as always.
En un sueño fugaz,
In a
la
fleeting dream,
investigadora
the
de
paracausality
paracausalidad
researcher uncovered the
descubrió
truth
la
behind the
verdad
die of
detrás del
Babylon.
dado de Babilonia. Examinó
She carefully
cuidadosamente
examined
los
hidden
patrones
patterns,
ocultos,
much like an astute
como un
astrologer tracks
astuto
the movement
astrólogo
of the
rastrea
stars.
los movimientos de las estrellas. Lo que pueda parecer
What may seem like
errores
errors
o
or
accidentes
accidents doesn't
no
negate the
niega las
verities of
verdades
destiny.
del destino.
On the
Por
contrary,
el
they affirm its
contrario,
very existence.
afirman su
Just ask the
existencia.
great
Solo
Heraclitus.
pregúntale al gran Heráclito. En un universo
In an
no
unobserved
observado,
universe, the
el
die of
dado de
Babylon
Babilonia
spins in
gira
perpetuity,
perpetuamente,
dictating the fate
dictando el destino
of
de
all
todos
in time
en
that
un
is both
tiempo que es
infinitely
tanto
long and
infinitamente
infinitely short.
largo como infinitamente corto. Mira,
Look,
cerró
she
los
closed her
ojos.
eyes. She respected the
Respetaba
randomness
la
of numbers and
aleatoriedad de
destiny.
los números,
She
el
respected the
destino.
die's judgment.
Respetaba el juicio del dado. De lo contrario,
Otherwise,
se habría
she would have
perdido
acquiescently
sumisamente
lost
en los
herself
huecos
in the
del
gaps
tiempo
of time
y
and wandered
vagaría para
forever as a
siempre como un
ghost in
fantasma en
oblivion.
el olvido.
In the solemn prison hall under the half-light of the next day, half-light, as Golesian mentioned, the prisoners of Kamala gather. Octavia steps onto the podium with a stern expression. Like, that's a lot of words that explain. I mean, like, she's writing this novel, and her novel is extremely abstract. And, like, even the characters in the game have been like, yo, your novel's really abstract, and no one knows what you're trying to say. So I do think that's the point. I think she's writing something, and, like, she's trying to express something that cannot be conveyed properly or interpreted properly by other people. So I don't know what the fuck that is about, but I do think it's a plot point that what she's saying is like some super abstract allegory for something, and whatever's happening there is also happening within this prison. But yeah, I don't know what's going on. Octavia steps into the podium with a stern expression.
First, allow me to make one thing clear. I had absolutely nothing to do with what happened to the Idealist yesterday. I swear it on my career as a writer. As you all know, the Idealist and I are the representatives of the two factions of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Américas. As you also know, we have been at peace since the Let Sleeping Dogs Lie agreement was signed a few months ago.
Okay, so Let Sleeping Dogs Lie is glitching out. I wonder what that means. Okay, what's glitched out so far? The location names, the first time the Idealist was mentioned, the word nut house, a couple of other things, and now Let Sleeping Dogs Lie.
Despite our differing views, we have coexisted to this day under the watchful gaze of the Central Tower. Rest assured that we will work tirelessly to locate the missing Idealist.
Indecipherable, thank you.
Don't put so much pressure on yourself, Miss Octavia. His death wasn't your fault.
We don't know he died. There was no body.
After all, he was the one who threw the first verbal dagger.
No. The murmurs cascading below reached the ears of the prisoners from another faction.
Show some respect, you morons. The idealist is missing, not dead. I'm sure he'll show up in one piece before we know it.
Better face the hard truth now, Roberta. Though, I have to say, it won't be easy for you to find a no leader as mad as him.
No body, no death. A polite cough from the hostess pauses the heated debate.
Please, everyone, quiet down. According to the agreement, today's Congress should have been chaired by the idealist. Since he is still missing, I will be acting on his...
Pardon my lateness. Go ahead. I'm ready to moderate.
Unfamiliar footsteps break the regular pattern of events. The jailer leads her visitors to the entrance of the prison hall.
Miss Ford, I looked over the incarceration and visitor records from the past 6 months. There was no mention of anyone named Doris.
And the jailer doesn't know her, which is weird because she was here.
Then it seems only the physician knows the whereabouts of Dr. Dorez. Miss Jailer, we need to meet with the physician. It's important.
Oh, yes, yeah, there's a jaguar who's a jailer. Yeah.
Listen, you really shouldn't take the inmates' ramblings too seriously.
Considering the identity of the person before her, the jailer softens her tone.
But if it's as critical as you say, I'll make another request later. That said, I'm afraid the meeting won't happen for at least a few days.
Understood.
For now, please join us for today's Congress.
Espectacular! Do you hold literary salons like this every day? This place is practically a writer's paradise.
I do think Recoleta and Venti should just hang out, because they're like exactly alike, honestly.
So, you're the host of the salon, Octavia?
Except she's not an alcoholic.
I say we set aside our differences and have a titillating literary discussion.
You've come at the right time. You may serve as witnesses for the Congress alongside the jailer, like a citizen's jury in a court.
Your suggestion aligns with the congressional rules. Very well.
Huh? Congress? Witnesses? Isn't this a salon? Which topic are we discussing? Literary theories? Schools? Principles? Languages? Oh, narrative perspectives?
None of those.
Not everything has to be about writing, Recoleta! Octavia lowers her head, giving her questioner a long and deep look.
This Congress is about the randomness of fate, Miss Recoleta.
We're discussing philosophy.
Randomness of fate?
As she sinks into confusion and bewilderment, the jailer's voice rises into a triumphant introduction.
Dear visitors from the Foundation, allow me to introduce the Kamala Congress. What happened yesterday was merely a brief anomaly. In the Panopticon, spontaneous order among the inmates is the norm, and the Kamala Congress serves as its truest reflection.
Spontaneous order?
Yes. Through the Congress, the inmates assign and distribute medication, communal duties, and rest periods. They are entirely self-regulated.
Her tone is filled with pride.
I hereby announce the commencement of the 7th Kamala Congress.
Okay. Mystery box! As her words fall, Octavia takes out a worn lottery box and a small trinket from her hand. The prisoners move in perfect order like a swarm of ants.
A cardboard box and... is that a paper die? It has 20 sides.
Huh?
We carefully examine hidden patterns, much like an astute astrologer tracks the movements of the stars.
Isn't this...
Yeah, didn't she just... From somewhere in the audience, the girl unconsciously mumbles a revelation.
Isn't this just like the Die of Babylon? The MacGuffin that weaves through the entire plot? The infinite symbiote of fate? And the symbol that compresses time into a shriveled circle?
Did they just use the word MacGuffin? Hell yeah!
What may seem like errors or accidents doesn't negate the verities of destiny. On the contrary, They affirm its
Yeah,
very
that's exactly what she just
existence.
wrote. That's what she just
ask
wrote!
the great Heraclito. In an unobserved universe, the die spins in perpetuity.
Dictating the fate of all in time that is both infinitely long and infinitely short?
Yeah, so the Panopticon isn't like she's creating this somehow.
Look, I've closed my eyes. I respect the randomness of numbers and destiny. I respect the die's judgment.
As the prisoners recite their announcements, the author's voice becomes more and more sluggish.
Otherwise, we will acquiesce and lose ourselves in the gaps of time and wander forever as ghosts in oblivion.
I don't understand what's going on. Oh, but the irony that I probably have more idea what's going on than anyone here. Miss Recoleta, this is all in your novel, isn't it? I'm afraid so. The recitations, the references to an astrologer and Heraclito, they couldn't possibly be just a coincidence. Then, could it be? Will they look to the die to dictate their fate?
The girl's audible shock does not affect the proceedings on stage. The Congress continues.
I shall perform the first roll. Its result will determine the subsequent roll order for this Congress.
The hostess tosses a 20-sided die into the cardboard box and begins shaking it rhythmically.
The result is 5.
That's
this check complies with the prerequisite conditions of the ruling of the die, and the standard roll order has been established. Inmate Jose, please come forth. You are the first in the initiative order. Therefore, fate's judgment shall fall upon you before all else.
Me? Oh, okay.
Prisoner steps forward, taking the fragile box in his hand, shaking it to roll the die of absurd fate inside. The die stops, and just like that, a simple number decides his fate.
17! It's 17! Ah, what a wonderful number! 17! Like an oasis in an endless desert.
The result is 17, and the score combination 6 + 4 + 4 + 3. According to the ruling of the die, he shall receive 60 risperidone tablets, 40 clozapine tablets, and 40 diazepam tablets. Additionally, he will assume the role of cultural manager of the Comala Congress.
I don't think that's how prescriptions work. I don't think that's how prescriptions work.
Before he takes office, inmate Jose must clean the first restroom for the next 7 days.
Wonderful! I'll gladly clean the toilet. I've got the brooms here, the toilet detergent, oh, and the toilet brush too. I have been waiting for this opportunity. As cultural manager, I will speak with every inmate and complete the Comala memoir, finally capturing the moments when literary sparks ignite and explode.
Oh, he's gone.
Next is inmate Eduardo. Please come forth.
The man in question is a nervous mess. His gaze flickers, his eyebrows fight for space on his forehead, and his teeth clash against each other in turmoil.
But I can't remember the ruling of the die. I can't remember anything. Damn it. Sorry, Senora Octavia, but I don't think I can do this. I didn't get any medication in the last Congress. I've had multiple episodes. It's like my brain's jammed or something.
It's all right, inmate Eduardo. It's easy. You don't need to know the rules to roll the die. Give me your hand, I'll help you.
The prisoner follows suit, hands trembling as he shakes the box, the only thing he can do.
My sincerest apologies, inmate Eduardo. The die dictates that you must voluntarily descend into the sewers and write the thematic keyword that currently causes you the most anxiety on the walls.
What kind of fucking SCP shit is this? What?
I Thank you very much, Miss Octavia. I think my head's about to split in half. I need a moment to rest before I head down there and fulfill my destiny.
Clutching his head, the prisoner leaves. His steps heavy, his hands empty, but his brow finally falling at ease.
Jailer, are you really letting them make every decision with the roll of a die? Eduardo is clearly in a much more dire condition than Jose. The medication should have been given to him.
As I said, this is how the inmates of the Panopticon maintain order. The physician periodically provides medication, food, and other necessities, and the inmates distribute them in this spontaneous and efficient manner.
That's not how this works! That's not any of this works!
Neither authority nor violence is involved in this process. This is what sets Kamala apart from all other custodial facilities.
Is that it? You abdicate all agency to the roll of a paper die and call it the randomness of fate? What kind of sick joke is this?
Please calm down, Recoleta. This is the method that the inmates have collectively decided to recognize. They're prepared to face the possible sacrifices that it brings.
But why?
This isn't about you or me. It's not our place to interfere with a procedure that has been proven both pragmatic and effective. My duty is to assist the inmates in maintaining order through the methods that they have established. And yours is to witness their self-governance, not judge it.
The jailer takes a deep breath, her words clearly meant to convince herself as much as anyone listening.
If everything somehow unfolds as it does in my novel, then every role is already predetermined. Verton, do you remember the story I told you last night? The odds of both success and failure were consecutively multiplied.
I remember.
As soon as a character experiences a failure, they continue to suffer failures in an endless chain reaction. None of Eduardo's future dice rolls will ever result in a number higher than 10. At this rate, this system, this sociedad, ruled by the dice of Babylon, is bound to collapse.
She looks around, realizing that her words, weighty as they seem to her, have garnered no attention.
Eduardo will never receive any medication. The moment he writes the keyword on the wall could very well be the moment he spells out his own death. No, I can't let this happen. I have to do something.
Recoleta rushes to the stage.
Wait, Miss Recoleta! What are you doing?
What the heck? What the heck? Transracial quantity to quality is the greatest realization of the method of exhaustion. Numbers, okay. Numbers 704 to 733. One dose. Thalidomide! Uniformly allocated 3 doses. Oh, hang on. December 1, 704 to 733. So are prisoners, like, dying in between? Because, like, the group, or is this an experiment? Because the windows are getting smaller, you see? Or no, maybe it's just different. What is going on?
Few soldiers would appreciate the idea of taking orders from an accursed die. A skilled commander would never rely on luck to make decisions. On the battlefield, the distance for every maneuver should be clear and precise, not 2 numbers with a D in the middle, unless you're looking to invite a mutiny. That said, if a die with such power were placed in a soldier's hand, I'm pretty sure they'd roll it and let it decide their destiny.
Luck won't always be on your side.
Exactly. There's no good luck without bad luck. Just as a coin must have 2 sides. Luck essentially defines one's entire life. And whether it's make or break, life or death, the die will keep on rolling. Of course, dice aren't the only tools used to play with fate. Coins, lotteries, even shells on the beach can all serve the same purpose. Thanks to the randomness of fate, a Babylonian may rise to be a proconsul one day and fall into slavery the next.
Some tragedies could have been avoided.
Well, that's where historians come in. With a little creative editing of the history books, even the random rolls of a die can suddenly make sense. What were once avoidable tragedies are rebranded as reasonable incidents, or even desirable outcomes.
At least the roll of a die is impartial.
You're starting to sound like a gambler. But even gamblers, after hitting a hot streak or a losing spell, start to convince themselves that they've figured out the grand pattern behind games of chance.
Yeah, life you just have to hit pity in life. Easy.
It isn't just gamblers either. Witches tried to influence fate through rituals and charms. Ancient mathematicians calculated probabilities on paper. Some even wrote books on game theory. Meanwhile, others suspected there were cheaters among them. I just hope these high rollers unite to confront the demon who holds the laws of the universe, the past, present, and future, in its claws, and give it a well done and a slap in the face.
You're talking in circles today.
Haven't I always? It's just that today, the die rolled a peculiar number. But all things considered, I prefer the other kind of commander. The die is cast. But regardless of what number has been rolled, it's time to cross the river.
What is this? Soothsayer, world maker. The goddess delights in toying with the piety of her believers. On the stage, Octavia remains the picture of serenity as she orchestrates the Congress.
Miss Recoleta, as a witness to the Congress, you have the right to express your doubts calmly.
Listen, you...
She recalls the complaints of her two former companions, the jailer's dismissals, and the confused expressions of every editor she's ever faced. If she were to lay out every detail of her novel here and now, she would only get the same response.
No, it's nothing. It's just that I'd like to participate in the dice rolling ceremony. May I?
Of course. The very fact that you're standing here in the Panopticon proves that you share a common fate with it.
Recoleta surveys the prisoners waiting to cast their die. Their expressions are serene, untroubled, calmly awaiting their fate. The joys and misfortunes of those before them do not affect the long winding queue in the slightest. She takes a deep breath.
It doesn't matter when I roll the die, since the rolls are simply a reflection of the randomness of fate, right?
Precisely.
Then I'd like to perform my role after the 27th inmate. Is that all right?
As you wish, Miss Recoleta.
Do you get to fight a dice? Just kind of smash it. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Oh, Recoleta's fixed. Sorry, I forgot. I didn't actually read how she worked.
A crime group.
My duty lies with you.
Soup! Nothing happens. Small game that examines your luck. Roll a dice every round. Different numbers cause different effects. I mean, I guess these guys aren't attacking, so we don't need a counter.
The moment of utterance.
En todos los momentos, más allá del concepto mundano del
Benefit
tiempo.
from reading.
Huh, a truly villainous moment. Nuestro adversario es el tiempo.
A random enemy dies. bro. Bro, I don't like this, bro.
En todos los mundos, más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo.
A pot of liquor amidst the
Idealismo,
flowers.
vuelos de fantasía. Nuestro aliado es la verdad.
Yo, nobler common.
Nothing happens.
El camino a Tlón, más allá.
The moment of silence.
En la acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más. Cosmología, filosofía clásica,
Learn from
el fundamento del mundo. En todos los momentos, más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo, en todos los momentos. Nuestro adversario es el tiempo. Do I have to do this?
Huh, a truly villainous moment.
Deals 1 damage to random enemy, triggers 2 times. I pulled Recollect Tender best in slot teammate, very fun to be constantly nuking every other turn. Hell yeah.
El camino a Tlón.
Is that a fairy in the liquor?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
A pot of liquor.
El camino está en todos los momentos, en la acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más.
Everything went smoothly. Shall we have another round?
It's true, all the numbers are below 10.
It seems fate favors you, Miss Recoleta. Here are your supplies. Please be sure to follow the distribution rules of the Congress. This is an essential structure of Comala, and a belief shared by all its inmates. Honor it.
Just as I suspected. These supplies belong to me now, Octavia. I'm free to use them however I please.
Recoleta strides toward Eduardo, who is curled up in a distant corner, clutching his head as his body trembles in silence.
Here, Eduardo. Take them.
But I haven't fulfilled my destiny yet. These precious tablets and capsules, I can't accept them. They are gifts from fate. The die has placed them in your palm.
But I don't need them. You do.
Thank you, kind senorita.
The prisoner's trembling stops. He blankly pinches his arm as if trying to distinguish reality from dream. Then, all at once, he snatches the medication from her hands and shoves it into his mouth.
Eduardo, what's wrong? Are you taking the medicine right now? There's no need to rush. There's plenty of it. You can have it all.
Por Dios, Eduardo! How could you squander fate's gifts like this? Kind señorita, please, give me the medication. I need it more than anyone else.
No, I'm the one who needs the most. Give me the medication. I beg of you. With the protection of these amulets, I might finally be able to get a peaceful night's sleep. No more trembling floors and wailing ghosts.
The prisoners shove and struggle, countless hands reaching toward the hapless writer, trying to snatch the small round pills of salvation.
Enough! Enough!
A blue glow spreads through the room, forcing the prisoners to clutch their heads and fall down to their knees. Their riot comes to an abrupt halt.
You shouldn't have done that, Miss Recoleta.
Oh, did the words glitch? Did I miss the glitching of words? Which words glitched?
Your ignorant generosity could shatter the very basis of our survival.
She steps toward Eduardo, now writhing in pain, and picks up a few stray capsules scattered at his feet. The pills dissolve into a stream of voided sand, vanquishing as it pours through her fingers.
We have never had such chaos at the Congress. Understand this. We rely only on the randomness of fate to distribute supplies and assign responsibilities. If you disrupt the status quo, the entire system of the Panopticon will collapse beyond repair.
Well, maybe it should.
It is only by respecting the arbitrariness of fate and adhering to the rules of the Die of Babylon that we have kept this place functioning all this time.
The Die of Babylon? Tell me, how did you know this name?
Are you the one orchestrating this whole thing?
Recoleta, equally confused and furious, grabs the hostess's collar.
¿Podría ser? ¿Eres Aleph? Tal como sospechaba
Could it be?
Vertin?
Are you Aleph, just as Vertin suspected?
Let go of me, Miss Recoleta. Have you gone mad? The roll of the die is absolutely random. I'm not orchestrating anything. Before the Congress began, I made an oath. I intend to keep it.
Please, calm down, Miss Recoleta. I think she's telling the truth.
She lets go of her grip as the reality of their situation dawns on her.
Sorry, Octavia, but please, you have to tell me how you learned about the Die of Babylon. I must know. Only my pen pal and I should have any knowledge about this die.
I heard about it from the physician. He described it as a symbol of collective consciousness that we could harness to maintain immaculate order in the Panopticon.
Collective consciousness? Persona 5 mentioned?
The Comala Congress was coined, iterated, and perfected by the physician based on this concept.
The physician again. Everything eventually leads back to him. Just as we suspected.
He played Persona 5 once and was changed irreparably.
I see.
Recoleta casts her eyes over to the silent jaguar, who has remained wordless from beginning to end, watching it all unfold.
Jailer, we have to meet with the physician in person. Now.
As I've told you many times, Dr. Merlin is too busy at the moment. I couldn't possibly trouble him over a novel and a pen pal. They are just fantasies.
Couldn't you make an exception? What if they're not just fantasies? What if they're tied to the very survival of this place? Miss Recoleta said the Panopticon could collapse because of the Die of Babylon.
Are you seriously telling me you believe that nonsense?
It wasn't nonsense, nor are they fantasies. You saw with your own eyes how I won the die roll.
It was just a coincidence.
The jailer's words are at odds with the subtle motions of her eyes and face. The Foundation's investigators seize on a prime opportunity to apply pressure.
What if we present you with stronger evidence? To prove it's more than just a coincidence. If everything in the Panopticon proceeds according to Miss Recoleta's novel as she says, she should be able to predict what happens next, including the roll results of the absolutely random die.
Ooh!
That's right. The Die of Babylon isn't random at all. It's nothing but a supercilious fraud veiled under the guise of fate, and an actor of the inescapable loop of history, and...
Supercilious fraud is glitching, as is Die of Babylon. Or maybe it's just Die of Babylon.
And not one of you is paying attention to me whatsoever. Ugh, to hell with this era of ignoring unknown writers.
Miss Recoleta, please make your prediction for the next inmate's die roll. This way, you can prove to Miss Jailer the irrefutable connection between Kamala and your novel, The Rise and Fall of Sanity.
You finally remembered its name! Oh, what sweet balm to my spirit.
It's most of
Miss
her phrases
Octavia,
I mean, that's a good
please
point,
continue the Congress and let the next inmate perform their role.
She is affecting
Then Miss
reality,
Recoleta's statement will
apparently,
be proven true.
The hostess of the Congress remains non-committal.
I appreciate the reminder. No matter the interruption, the Comala Congress must go on. Though not for Miss Recoleta's sake, of course. Next inmate, please.
So, like, if the idealist were still here, would he be the one hosting this? Because this doesn't seem like something... Well, I mean, they did say it was a long-standing tradition, but this doesn't seem like something that he would endorse, you know? Following the die's designated order, the next prisoner steps forward to roll.
Hello, inmate Garcia. You know what to do.
Of course.
La sexta cara. Un pilar roto. El flujo de la fortuna y la calamidad.
Six face a broken pillar, the conflicts of fortune and calamity.
So the results of the next roll will be a 6.
Her prophetic precision plunges the Hall of New Encounters into breathless silence.
As fate reveals, the number is 6.
Just as Miss Recoleta predicted.
That could still be a coincidence. Do it again.
Do it again!
La 13ª cara.
Una cadencia desconcertante, sin un verdadero principio ni fin. La cuarta cara. Un hombre que se ahogaba usó el último de sus fuerzas para nadar a la seguridad, solo para descubrir que había confundido un espejo con la superficie del lago. La 17ª cara cojeaba hacia el distante oasis, solo para que la débil humedad y la inquietante quietud revelaran cruelmente que era un espejismo. La 6ª cara, otro pilar roto con grietas idénticas a la última, confirmó la hipótesis de la investigadora de paracausalidad. Este lugar solía ser un edificio circular. Is that enough? I've almost finished the entire chapter.
It's not possible.
One coincidence after another begins to stir into an uproar. The coincidences appear endless.
Who are you?
I'm sorry if this comes as a shock to you, but I did warn you, Octavia. Now it's proven. The Die of Babylon is anything but the so-called randomness of fate.
Have you been sent here by some god? Or are you a hobby prophet?
The idealist was the one who was denying the prison structure, but he was also the one struggling to complete his art. Maybe he was a personification of Recoleta. Maybe.
Have you brought this knowledge to save us? Or to shatter our beliefs? Our world?
A question destined never to need an answer. She lets her eyes fall into the cardboard box and onto the 20-sided die. The ridiculousness of its nature becomes starkly visible.
What is this thing in my hand? What are we? What is this prison?
I don't know if it's some kind of sorcery or arcane skill, but it's unfathomable. I'll take you to the physician. Not because of your earlier request, but because the situation has escalated beyond my means. The overseer of the Panopticon will decide how to handle your situation.
To be honest, Miss Recoleta, I wasn't sure you'd be able to correctly predict everything.
Timekeeper, are you saying that you risked everything on a hunch?
It worked, didn't it?
Come with me. Dr. Merlin's office is in the central tower.
For her part, the now vindicated writer follows at the end of the line, letting her mind race like a bullet train.
En la 6ª versión de mi novela, todos en el pueblo mueren a causa del dado de Babilonia. Porque solo la muerte puede cerrar el ciclo de la historia. Y carcelero, eres el empleado del banco, ¿verdad? Entonces, al final, también sufrirás un colapso como el empleado del banco, cuando se da cuenta de que él y el pescador de dunas son la misma persona. If all of this is tied to the rise and fall of sanity, then, as its creator, I will get to the bottom of this.
Hey-oh! The boundary shatters and an astrologer glimpses an unspeakable truth. I think we'll do like maybe 1 or 2 more chapters. But I definitely don't want to stop here right before we meet the guy. After that, I attended several more literary salons and wrote things I had never dared write before. Ms. Octavia, however, never made an appearance. I didn't see her for quite some time. That was until I followed some prisoners to a large hall and heard her voice among a group of unfamiliar inmates. She noticed me and greeted me warmly. She told me she had been working on some new initiatives. She told me of her hopes to gather more support, to improve conditions in the prison and initiate a spiritual shift towards realism and resistance. I truly believed back then that everything was heading in the right direction. Before all eyes, the host of the assembly, the idealist, steps up to the podium. By the randomness of fate, we have gathered here to participate in the Komala Kong. Oh, okay, alright, so we got to see when he hosted it last and see what happens here. Hi, Kronos! Before the eyes of destiny, historians and astrologers alike, I now declare a new rule amendment. A duel before a crowd of eager eyes. The winner awarded 10 pounds of gold, and the loser left with 10 flies to descend upon him. Okay, yeah, so those are Ricoleta's words as well. Before the Comala Congress convenes, we shall assign 2 members of how do we pronounce it again? Sociedad this noble mission, a duel decreed by fate. Doris hears the faint clink of a small object rattling inside a box. Jose, Julio, step forward and draw the sharpest blade of your literary thought. According to the rules, I will preside over this duel with fairness and impartiality. Now prepare yourselves. The absurd, fictional, metaphysical duel ends within a fraction of a second. The victorious prisoner receives 10 shining golden pills, while the loser collapses to the floor. The crowd erupts into chaos, Octavia's cries rising above the noise.
What's going on?
Mr. Julio, he's having another seizure.
Miss Erd, please, Julio needs your help.
Octavia, you know this is all part of the randomness of fate. The randomness of fate? She doesn't argue back as she usually would. Instead, she stands frozen in place, as if stunned. What's the matter, Ms. Octavia? This is an emergency. I require your assistance. Answer me, Octavia. Why are you trying to change Julio's fate? Because no one should die like this.
I don't want him to die.
Please, Miss Octavia, help me, so I can help him.
Her voice cracks, leaving only the sound of her stifled sobs lingering in the air. What's wrong, Ms. Octavia? How's his condition now? Ms. Octavia? She remains silent. After a long pause, she casts the heavy stone into the bottomless water. Ms. Erd.
Mr. Julio is gone. He left us the moment the duel was over.
How could that be? Seizures can potentially lead to irreversible brain damage, but how could it happen so fast? A precious life gone so quickly, swept away by something so senseless, lost in a nonsensical duel. What exactly is this so-called Congress? Some kind of punitive system unique to Comala Prison? But how can someone's life be decided by something so absurd? Are we simply meant to surrender to a fate so twisted, no matter how absurd it is? Is it so irrefutable? This isn't the fate I seek, it's a distortion of it. It's my fault for not finding a better way. Oh shit. I used to think Mr. Julio didn't care about anything but his own novels. I never imagined my ideals would mean anything to him. But he was the first person in La Sociedad to support me. But that really was an irreversible fate, a fate granted to Mr. Julio by the Die of Babylon. The Die of Babylon? Her question is left unanswered. The host of the salon goes on. Julio has stepped off the endless staircase and reached the silent water. He has become as calm water dissolved into his own pond. Let us offer our blessings, our silence, our farewell to this martyr of fate. And let us imagine that Julio's literary career was a happy one. The hall remains deathly silent, no applause, no response.
A life is taken, and that's all you have to say?
You really don't care whether we live or die, do you, idealist? And all of you, don't any of you have anything to say? Why are you all just standing there? If we hadn't kept rejecting the physician's treatment, maybe Mr. Julio wouldn't have... Rejecting? How ridiculous. You have no clue what that demon in human skin is capable of, how he'll reach into your mind and mold it like clay, reshaping it until it becomes your prison. In the realm of fiction, fate, unreality, the dissolution of the ego is inevitable and irreversible. Therefore, we must not resist the ending dealt to us by the Die of Babylon. Do you even know what you're talking about? I've never truly understood you, idealist. I will find a better way. I must rewrite this tragic tale. If you disagree, then leave La Sociedad. I will not have our great poem disrupted by an offbeat syllable. Besides, your tedious talk of social responsibility should have been purged long ago. Modern Latin America belongs to visceral realism, and you're too ignorant to even attempt to seek it out.
What a ridiculous, laughable man you are!
Yes, I see it clearly now. It's your tyranny that has driven everyone to ruin. Well, let me tell you something. I'm not leaving. I will establish a new literary movement right here in Comala, right here in La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas. And we will use our literature to rescue the inmates who suffer all around us.
I've had enough of your condescending, stone-hearted ego and your pompous sophistry. He'll only bring misfortune upon us with his constant rambling about that visceral realism.
I hope I never see you again. Ms. Erd, we have to get you out of here. Another second around, this maniac might just doom us all.
Only the physician, the true overseer of this prison, can save us from this situation. Please join our society, Miss Torres.
Help us build a renewed sociedad. Together, I've already spoken with the jailer. As long as we follow the rules and help them manage Kamala, we'll be free to discuss literature.
Forgive me, Miss Octavia. While I truly appreciate your kind offer, I'm afraid my conversation with the physician must remain private.
Why?
Please answer me this question first. From what you've seen, you'd say this prison is circular in shape, yes?
Yes.
Then tell me, at the center of the structure, is there a watchtower? What? Impossible, you guessed it exactly. And our destination is somewhere inside that watchtower. How did you know?
I've had such a lovely time here. So much so that I almost forgot what I came for.
Which is precisely why I must put an end to this cruel farce masquerading as fate. Do you intend to rebel against the watchtower's gaze, just like the idealist? You misunderstand me, Ms. Octavia.
That inescapable gaze, and the permanent theme of fate.
To get closer to the truth I seek, I have no choice but to meet the administrator that young lady spoke of.
You've decided to save the people here with your own hands, in your own way, and so have I. There are things I must face alone.
Though she is well used to death, the pain of Julio's passing still lingers in her heart, causing her to say these words that don't quite feel like herself.
I see. Lend me your palm. I'll draw you the way to his office. Good luck to you. And to all of us.
Farewell, Miss Octavia. I truly hope all goes well for you in the days ahead.
As Octavia retreats, slowly fading into the distance, she quietly adds,
And in your journey, finding answers about fate, too.
And so in the end, Octavia still fell in line with... Okay. What? Okay, alright. Behind the operating curtain. What disrupted this era? What unraveled time? The shadow lurking in the ruins answers madness. An otherwise tidy room is covered in fine scratches and small, unidentifiable stains. The smell of disinfectant lingers in the air, mixed with mildew.
Wait here a moment. I'll report the situation and your request to Dr. Merlin. However, since he's always busy, I can't guarantee he'll agree to meet you. But I'll do my best to persuade him.
The Jaguar's figure swings out through the inner door.
Now's our chance, Sinetto.
Our chance? What do you mean, Timekeeper?
It's unlikely that the jailer will let us search the central tower, even in this situation. We should take the initiative and look for clues while she's away.
I see, Timekeeper. I will do my best.
Time to start snooping! Sinetto swiftly conducts a thoroughly unauthorized search.
Thank you for your assistance, Miss Recoleta. Without your precise predictions, we wouldn't be standing here now. I haven't yet grasped the connection between the die, your novel, and what's happening in this place. But, by process of elimination, it's almost certain that your pen pal, Aleph, is right behind this door.
Sometimes I envy your decisiveness, Vertin. I'm sure many people have praised this special talent of yours.
Are you all right? You don't seem as excited as when we first entered Kamala.
Recoleta holds her gaze on the tightly shut door, uncertain whether she hopes it will open now or ever again.
The all-seeing sentinel of the Panopticon, veiled within the central tower. If it truly is Aleph, I don't know how to face such a terrifying and increasingly plausible reality.
Sorry to interrupt, but... Timekeeper, I think you'll want to see these.
Signed Erd. This is a letter from Dr. Dorez.
The delicate signature matches the one in the manuscript folder.
Her handwriting. It's as beautiful as I'd imagined. Who is it addressed to? Dear Mr. Aleph.
Aleph? Looks like Doris and Aleph are acquaintances. Or at least, they've had some correspondence. Dear Mr. Aleph, my apologies if this reaches you at an inconvenient time. I am Doris, pen name Erd, an ordinary inmate of the Panopticon of Kamala. I write seeking your guidance, if you wouldn't mind offering it to me.
I heard from the physician, Dr. Merlin, that you have the answer to every question. A statement which has been echoed by the Idealist and the other inmates. I have something I wish to ask you. What exactly is your role at the prison? Chief Warden? A secret backer? An observer who dominates the prison? Are you truly the supreme ruler of the Panopticon of Kamala?
Where'd the writing go? They tear open the next letter, eager to read on.
Dear Erd, I do indeed have answers for every question, including yours. I'm afraid every one of your speculations is off the mark. I am merely an inmate who chose to imprison himself here.
Okay.
And allow me to point out that your identity isn't as ordinary as you claim. Why is it that you, my fellow inmate, and guest of Manus Vindictae, are so interested in Kamala?
Dr. Doris? A guest of Manus Vindictae?
Oh, a muffled shattering of glass interrupts their reading.
It came from inside the room. Do you think they're okay?
The jailer and the physician! What happened?
The door defies any attempt at an answer, sealing all events from view.
I'm not sure, but it could be bad. Come on, let's go in and see if they're all right.
Surgical theater. The unlocked door leads to another room, more decrepit and oppressive than the last. A cold operating table lies in the center, surrounded by scattered bottles and medical instruments.
It seems we've stumbled upon the physician's...
The physician's office. I should have known. But... is this an operating room? As if this prison wasn't bizarre enough already.
Oh shit, Bree, that's fascinating. I didn't know that. Probably, considering the fucking references in this game. Inside the narrow operating room, the Jaguar reacts badly to their intrusion.
Didn't I tell you to wait outside? What do you think you're doing barging in like this?
We were just worried about your safety, jailer.
Enough. Get out of...
Quiet. The reptilian complex governs all our fundamental functions.
Okay. Icy glitchy.
Our heartbeat, breathing, fight or flight responses, and our territory and hierarchy awareness. Our primitive ancestors, like reptiles and birds, followed such instincts to survive. Through millions of years of evolution, we developed the limbic system.
Okay, yeah, I don't think it's the exact phrases right now. I think it's everything he's saying.
This processes emotions and forms memories. It allows us to feel fear, sadness, anger, joy. Our behaviors are given meaning. Now it's the neocortex that makes up more than 2/3 of our total brain volume.
Okay.
Language, perception, logical reasoning, abstract thought. This is what forms the complexity of human nature. We read, create, perceive. We try to understand both the world and ourselves. We are forever setting goals, one after another. And all this, these multitudes, happens within the confines of the skull, in the tight folds of the crowded cerebral cortex.
Is he... performing surgery?
Such a delicate and elaborate organ. Were it unable to forget, what would come of it? Can this space, no larger than the palm of my hand, truly accommodate dozens of people at once.
At last, the physician sets down his operating scissors and needle, signaling the end of the surgery. Yet at the same time, the old machine issues an alarm, signaling that his patient's vital signs are wavering.
What's happened to the patient? It looks like he's dying.
Her anxiety rises as the question goes unanswered. On the screen, the last waveforms disappear, leaving only a constant flat tone.
¿Fracasó la cirugía?
Did the surgery fail?
Nonsense. The surgery was a tremendous success. I have erased his debilitating hysteria and restored order to the Panopticon. What are you trying to achieve by barging in here?
A man is dead. The man behind the operating table stares at the uninvited guests expectantly but does not give them a chance to respond.
Forget it. The next operation requires my attention. Jailer, show them out. Bring me the next patient in 15 minutes.
I'm sorry, Miss Vertin. I'm afraid you have to leave now.
Recoleta steps forward, blocking their path. There is a hint of pleading in her voice.
Please, just let us speak with you. It'll only take a moment. I have something very important I need to ask.
Her question is not given time to take shape.
Important. Nothing is of greater importance than my experiments in the Panopticon, outsiders. To ensure they continue, the stability of time and schedule is absolutely paramount.
Experiments in the Panopticon. So you really are the controller of the prison, then?
Controller? What an outdated notion. Superficial, really. The Panopticon has no need for such power, regardless of who occupies the central tower, or even if no one's there at all. Every inmate is both the observer and the observed, both wielders and subjects of power. Achieving such a state requires no physical or violent measures. The structure of the Panopticon itself is the mechanism which sustains it. Komala is simply a manifestation of this model.
You just killed a man!
Once I confirm its feasibility and adaptability, this model can be applied to any functional setting with only minor modifications. So far, it has proven to be far superior to any current system of governance in our world. Transcendental, even. Curse it. Why am I wasting time explaining this to you? Time is running out.
The investigator keenly senses the key within his words.
Dr. Merlin, you keep mentioning time. What exactly do you mean by that?
Chat, what did you mean by that?
Really? You need to ask? Even those oily-headed lunatics know it. The end of this era is imminent, is it not?
Oh! Does he know the storm's coming? Fuck, it's ad time. Okay, alright. One last break. I'll wait for you guys to come back. Yeah, I'll see you in 3 minutes. Oh my god. Okay, so what is this? So is his angle, like, trying to experiment with this form of governance in an area where it doesn't matter how many people are killed because the era is coming to an end anyway? Or is he actually, like, does his procedure actually do something to free them from that specific body? What the fuck is going on, bro? What is your deal? You decrepit man. Oh boy. This is so interesting. I need to learn more. But we have 2 minutes until we come back. You know what? I gotta run to the washroom. I need to pee. I'll be back. I'll be back soon. My god! What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, but let's be honest though, he does look kind of hot. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Even though he's like insane, he's still a wood. Indeed, the word that was so close to being spoken.
You know about the storm?
That's what you call it, is it? A storm that washes everything away? You employees of the St. Pavlov Foundation should know better than I. Soon, this era and everything in it will cease to exist. I must prove the feasibility of the Panopticon model before this place is turned to ruins, or something even more unrecognizable.
A storm that washes everything away? Verton, what on earth are you two talking about?
I love his voice, he sounds like an absolute asshole. He does. The conversation extends beyond even the most imaginative creations of the aspiring writer.
No one can predict the era to which we will be reversed. I have seen the eras change time and time again. The transformation of this place, over and over. But no matter which era each of these 9 storms, as you call them, has taken us back to, Cordeismo continues to plague this land. Dependency theorists, martyred revolutionists. I've seen them all. You, young writer, are no different from those intellectuals who were swept away in the rain. There is no romance in this era. Only the repeated cycles of madness and brutality. An endless, meaningless struggle. Only in this forgotten corner can we momentarily escape the plundering of the marauders and the chaos they unleash. Although it won't be long before this place is looted by those oily-headed lunatics. Just as it has countless times before, on this land as rich as silver.
So he's calling Manus Vindictae lunatics. That's what he means by oily-headed, right? Because they're fucking dripping with shit. So he's not Manus? He mutters to himself.
But there is still hope. Even in a wasteland, we may still be saved. As long as I uncover the path to transcendentality, I will find the ultimate answer.
Okay, so there's that theme of transcendentality again. This was also a theme in the Apiron arc as well.
Ugh, I've already wasted far too much time on you. Leave, now.
The physician turns away, beginning preparations for the next surgery, organizing his worn-out instruments.
You heard him. Please don't press things any further.
All right, Senor, I get it. Obviously, you don't want to discuss my novel with me anymore. So I won't insist upon it.
Recoletta, for the love of God! Like, I know that her novel is, like, the most important thing in her life right now. Okay, I get it. But really? You heard all of that shit, and your first response is, okay, I get it. You don't want to play with me anymore. I get it. Okay, I get it. Okay, I'll leave. I'm leaving.
All the letters we wrote to one another. All those inspiring revisions and suggestions. I guess they meant nothing to you.
He just killed a man! Her voice wavers. Rejections, closed doors, harsh critiques. This proves more devastating than all of them together.
But there's still something I must tell you. Jailer, could you please allow us a private conversation with the No, with Aleph.
Hearing this, the physician stops.
Leave us, Jailer. I'll spare these outsiders 5 minutes.
The girl has her priorities. They're bad priorities, but she sure has them. True. But to be fair, considering the context of the narrative itself, it's only somebody who prioritizes their art over everything else that would even bother to catch his attention in the first place. So it kind of makes sense, but it's also just really funny. The Jaguar turns to leave, her face revealing an uncharacteristic sorrow as she lingers on the girls one last time. This time she offers no words. Okay, well, I'm not leaving it there. I'm not leaving it there. I know there's only 20 chapters, but we're not leaving it there. Master of the Labyrinth. Within the corpse of the labyrinth's builder, he proclaims it is and has always been perfect. Recoletta doesn't even know what a storm is. She doesn't know. All right, what do you got? Only the steady beeping of a heart monitor keeps the eerie silence at bay.
Dr. Merlin, or should I say Aleph, I don't know why you're using my novel to manipulate the Panopticon, but you need to know that it won't serve your purpose, whether in fiction or reality. You claim that the inmates are both the observer and the observed, and both wielders and subjects of power. How could you be so blind as to not see the true state of the Panopticon? The inmates haven't achieved any perfect order. No, they've devolved into pitiful caricatures of themselves, performers in some endless pantomime to be watched from the central tower. Even their medication has become a prop to demonstrate the so-called randomness of fate in the theater that is the Panopticon. This farce hasn't made the Panopticon a better place. No, it has warped it into a twisted theater of cruelty, where the sick are denied treatment and left to quietly perish in the dark corners of its halls. And literature has died alongside them. This prison is a monster, born under the gaze of this all-seeing power. Aleph, is this truly the ultimate answer you've been searching for?
The physician suddenly seems startled, stepping back and accidentally knocking over his tools.
What? Are you suggesting that this is the answer I've reached? That my experiment has been a failure all along, and I've been too blind to see it? No. Impossible. Foucault's theory is flawless.
Having his life's work denied is something he cannot tolerate. The man searches the tabletop with feigned composure, but in doing so, he unintentionally sweeps all the surgical tools onto the floor.
I have removed every obstacle to the running of this prison. It is pure, sacrosanct. I have constantly re-evaluated the system, adjusting my instructions to my subordinates to ensure the most efficient maintenance of the established order. And now, you stand here and tell me that everything I've done has been meaningless from the very beginning?
Yes!
That the power model I have implemented has already been replaced by an alternative? No, outsiders. The perfect order of the Panopticon shall not be disrupted. I will not be swayed by your lies. This facility is superior to all others. Nothing here escapes my notice.
At last, in a barely noticeable corner, he finds the 20-sided die wreathed in black mist.
That said, it isn't easy to work a miracle, as we all know. I shall personally verify it, all myself.
Hello? All of his emotions dissolve as he grips the die. The narrow operating room shakes as if responding to him, emitting a distorted screech.
What's happening?
Visitors from another era. You have come here with plagued ideologies in an attempt to break the subtle balance of the Panopticon. But did you not notice the tiles beneath your feet? The cracks and water stains on the walls, constantly changing right before your eyes.
I noticed it!
This room, the previous room, every room, you have blindly wandered through them, seeing them as nothing more than the building blocks of a monotonous labyrinth. But this place was not born from the chaotic imaginings of a madman. No. Every inch has been crafted through the meticulous harnessing of order and power. Every wisp of spider silk drifting in the wind, every speck of rust on the gallery rail. Every detail of the Panopticon has been built by my own hands. With this ever-shifting die, concepts may be transformed into reality, and ideals into substance. I observe the movement of every entity, the passage of every second. The moment you entered this realm, you too became subjects of my experiment.
example.
Admit it. This is all getting out of hand.
Impossible! All is under the Dai's control. What may appear to be chaos is nothing more than a temporary deviation.
Okay,
It could be found. Just another shift. Intersect and divide. Up and at it! What I'm good at. Just another shift.
A new hypothesis.
It's out of you.
when the philosophy's
other
so
study
good,
could
he's
show
just
you
speaking
this.
in tongues, though.
It's special, precise, perfect.
Okay.
It is far from perfect. You know that as well as I. Why else would we be conducting this experiment?
What a memorable moment, Timekeeper! Don't forget to bring me next time. This happened when the Idealist was attacked too.
To think we've been trapped in a prison fabricated by a Dai all this time. Did the physician really build all this with such a small, simple object?
The distortion is getting worse. Prepare yourselves to fight or flee.
The situation begins to spiral out of control. Now everything in the room screeches and twists until it becomes a mess of meaningless black and white lines.
Please, Dr. Merlin, stop this!
No. You're asking for the impossible. Power model of the Panopticon is destined to permeate all of society. Such insignificant interferences could never plunge it into chaos.
But it already has, Merlin. You failed.
I have not failed, as long as I keep the prison running.
The physician fiddles with the die, muttering baffling and incoherent words to himself.
It isn't your power model running the prison. It's the die. It's simply a form of magic, unrelated to the microphysics of power you seek. It provides no aid in your experimentation with power. It's a false hope. A castle in the sky given to you by the military junta and Manus Vindictae.
Manus Vindictae? So you really are working with them. What exactly do you intend to do?
Then, I've also failed. I've ended up a pathetic fool, lost in the chaos of reality. Just like the idealist chasing visceral realism, Paracelsus seeking the fountain of youth, and Zahir obsessing over the one-sided coin. When did it all start falling apart, Aleph? When the doorknob loosened? When the prisoner's wounds started to fester? Or when the daily disinfectant concentration reached 28 milligrams? Or the crack in the second gray brick on the wall expanded to 6 millimeters? Or was it when Warden Tartuffe left Ushuaia with news of the Foucault Association's dissolution?
Oh, okay.
This place should have been the ideal ground for psychoanalytic practice. Why did they halt all research, all discussion? We've been abandoned, haven't we? By eras old and new, you designed and have maintained everything in Kamala, right down to the smallest detail. But it is these details that trap you. And as the bars close around you, you are losing your name, Merlin. And you're becoming a physician. A man forever imprisoned within these walls.
So he's losing his name. Okay.
I don't understand. All these false eras are like a dreadful novel with no conclusion. Trying to find answers within such things is, in itself, a mistake. Much like them, you are destined never to attain transcendentality.
Tell me, Olive, does the ultimate answer even exist?
The die becomes too heavy for him to hold any longer. It drops to the floor. The distortions and tremors of the prison finally subside, as if the pulse of a massive heart had stopped for an instant. Amid the swirling dust, the girls help each other stand, but fail to notice the truth revealing itself before them.
Timekeeper, are you alright?
Yes. And you? And Miss Recoleta? Are you okay, Miss Recoleta?
The smoke clears, but no one responds. The named girl simply stares in shock at the figure before her.
You're...
The word utopia derives from Greek. It means no place. People cannot understand the structure of the labyrinth, yet they continue to follow its paths. They cannot comprehend the mechanics of fate, yet they believe in its jurisdiction, as if, by doing so, everything will naturally fall into place. And now, the polar night approaches.
Oh, that's him!
How good it is to see you, pen pal.
Bro, what the fuck? Ah! Fuck, as much as I want to keep going, I think that's a good place to call it. I think that's a very good place to call it. What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay. We can pick it up again in the morrow. True. There's only 20 chapters, so we only have 6 left. Well, 7, because you have to include 14 as well. Oh my god. It's just, I still barely comprehend what the fuck is going on, and that's why I want to keep pushing forward. I mean, it's kind of like, it's almost like, it's very much like, fuck! The Greek island. That arc. The name's escaping me, even though I just said it like an hour ago. Where it's like, I don't really get what's going on in full, but I know I'm gonna understand it more as the story goes on, and I want to figure out what the fuck is happening. Oh boy, but yes, we'll save this for tomorrow. Oh my god, I'm excited. I need to see what the fuck is going on. Who are we raiding into? Let's see. We are going to... Oh, I know where we're going. We're gonna crash into Ozzy. He's playing the Lies of P DLC. So, please cheer him on. Ganbate. Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna raid into there. Fuck. What is the, Oh my god. Okay, what is... I don't know what our raid... What's our raid message? I don't know. Someone shout something out to me. I was too fucking locked in to think of any... to, like, record any raid messages. The die has been cast. Yeah, I feel... Yeah. Fuck you for... Jailguar! Sorry. Yeah, sorry. We need to do Jailguar. I like Jailguar. Well, thank you guys for hanging out. This is infinitely more fun with hanging out with you guys. So thanks for chilling. Raid message Jailguar. We'll pick this up same time tomorrow morning. We'll most likely finish it off before raiding it to bingo. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. We'll take a look at this postmodernist clusterfuck tomorrow, and I'm very, very excited, and I'll see you then. Have a good day, everybody. Bye-bye!